This is Audible.
Trawler Trash. Reassembly Book 2. Written by C.P. James. Performed by J.S. Arquin. Chapter 1. Alone Together. If the crew of the For Sale Make Offer was smart, they'd have jumped away by now. Circling back for him, a black bubble in the eternal ocean of stars over Kigantu, was suicide. He'd just used his ship as a missile and turned Tretiak Bush's spectacularly expensive battlecruiser into space dust. One way or another, that would have repercussions. Reinforcements were already scrambling to return the favor to the Physmo, and without shields their only option was to jump away. He wouldn't have seen, and sure as hell wouldn't have heard them jump, so he just had to trust that it happened and that they were safe. Was it selfish of him to want this ending? To actually be the captain who sacrificed himself and his most prized possession to enable his crew's escape? Of course not. That was the kind of story told around campfires in hushed, reverent tones.
Have I ever told you boys about the bravest, most selfless captain to ever sail the infinite sea? His name was Getty Starheart, and you'd do well to know it.
Still, the moment felt bittersweet, tainted as it was by the fact that the Penetrator, the precious and singular vessel he and Eli built together, was a direct casualty of his actions. He knew she was a tough ship, but it ripped through the auctionaut like a bullet through flesh, and came out the other side. Such a delicious moment for it to come through unscathed, only then for it to be swallowed by Bebit Tompanov and the Red Raven. He certainly got to see that ship jump away to God knows where. Anything would have been better. Exploding with the auctionaut, tumbling into Kigantu's atmosphere and burning up. Not becoming someone's salvage. But man, if there was ever a time to let go of shit you couldn't control, it was right fucking now. It briefly occurred to Getty that he should pull up his pants, but celestial beings had little need for such things. Now that the Physmo had escaped Tretiak's ship and the Penetrator was swallowed up by the rival trawler Red Raven, there was nothing left to do but enjoy the uncluttered view of Kigantu and its nearest moon, Balox. Exposing himself to such stark beauty just felt right, like he was saying, "This is me. This is my body. Human, fragile, balls half frozen." It was much warmer now inside the morpho bubble, though that was a low bar. Somewhere in the vicinity of -20, he guessed. Whatever process his biosynthetic savior used to convert electromagnetic radiation to convective heat had reached equilibrium with the punishing cold of space. Crystals of frozen urine surrounded him like a cluster of sparkly yellow stars. Somehow, peeing out into the vacuum was among the least interesting things he'd done that day. For a guy who wanted nothing more than to be forgotten, this should have been the perfect exit. But all he could think about was Eli, his longtime companion, and Morpho, the Zelnad booger that had saved his life several times over. A very weird little family of three, alone together at the end. Will I freeze first or run out of oxygen? Normally, he'd talk out loud to Eli if they were alone, but his tongue had swelled to where he had to breathe through his nose. They'd chat in their quiet way, the only way for Eli. Don't trouble yourself with such thoughts. Not like I can save them for later. This moment is about acceptance, Getty. I reject that theory. Want a story? During those first several weeks after Eli revealed himself as a literal voice in his head, Getty fought it. He had more than enough internal conversations, thank you very much. But as he came to see that Eli meant him no harm, and that his plight to return to Sagacia was now Getty's as well, they reached a sort of truce. Eli enjoyed providing color commentary on Getty's sad little life on Earth, too. but building the penetrator together focused their interactions on the task. He knew the broad strokes of Eli's homeworld, but precious few details. It was at the center of the universe, wherever the hell that was, and his race had existed since the Big Bang. Its mission was to disperse the seeds of intelligence far and wide, giving any number of species the insight and inspiration to evolve into civilizations. It now appeared that the Zelnads, the shadowy cult that spread faster than Vieffian blue fever, were little more than disgruntled Sagacian spores that decided to go way, way off book. Eli could, and did, talk for hours about Sagacia, and all the questions he thought about while floating through space for 17 million years. But to that point, he'd never heard Eli tell a single story. "I'm kinda busy dying, but sure, let's hear it." Once upon a time, an immortal being named Neil Armstrong found himself alone, the only one of his kind. Wait, as in the Neil Armstrong? The being's name is irrelevant. I thought it would make it easier to conceive if I used that of your favorite historical figure. Neil Armstrong it is. Apologies in advance if I die before you get to the end. Neil became so lonely that he forced his soul to split in two like a cell. Can we call that one Armstrong? Of course. This other half of him, Armstrong, was an exact copy. For a time, Neil and Armstrong were very happy. But as the years rolled on, Armstrong turned bitter and resentful, opposing Neil at every turn and belittling him. What began as simple disagreements degraded into spite, and finally to cruelty. And so it went for all eternity. Great story. Ending needs work. Don't you see? Rather than accept his circumstances, he split in two. As a result, he was forever at war with himself. Getty paused, considering the story. There were worse things to occupy your mind at the end, but it was asking too much of his oxygen-starved brain. He kept losing the threads. Oblivion beckoned. Gigantu and Baylox were little more than blurry shapes now, frozen in the ether like ghosts. His eyes were useless, so he closed them. It melted the crystals forming on his eyeballs and helped focus his thoughts just enough to understand why Eli shared this particular parable at this particular time. The other half of Getty Starheart was little Eddie Kepler. That doe-eyed kid who loved spaceships and old Earth stories was still in there somewhere, but Getty felt no more connected to that boy than a bird to its eggshell. Nothing about his ridiculously easy, absurdly happy life before his parents died struck a chord. His long and distinguished career as a henchman wasn't a path. It was a retreat. But he didn't leave it behind because he wanted to. He left because he needed to. Somehow that kid from Earth 2 reached clean through time and shook Getty awake. "Come back," he said. "You're better than this. Let me help." And so that's what he did. What the boy with the pilot dad and docent mom wanted more than anything was a best friend, someone worthy of trust and fully in sync with him. There were kids at the Planetary Defense Force base, of course, and he made a lot of friends, but never like he imagined a best friend being. Eli became that friend. After all this time, the kid finally got what he wanted. Getty Starheart would still be fighting the voice in his head, but Eddie Kepler? Eddie was just grateful for someone to talk to. "I'm not at war anymore." Nice feeling, isn't it? That was Eli's point all along. Of all people, Getty motherfucking Starheart was going to rest in peace after all. Who'd have guessed? His right cheek pressed against the morpho balloon. The warmth felt luscious. A tingling electric sensation pulsed through it, and again Morpho joined the party in his head. "You're too late, Morph. I don't have any energy for you." "I have all I require." "Then why are you here?" "To get your attention." "Sorry, but
It's important I let go. That's how my journey ends. Thanks for everything.
Open your damn eyes. The same electric tingle in his cheeks surged through him with increased power, a jolt of adrenaline that made him gasp as his eyes popped open. At first, all he could see was the dim outline of Kigantu and a nearby chunk of Tretiak's ship. But a tiny puff of air from Morpho pivoted the balloon around. Morpho released him, and the flow of energy stopped. Lights, not stars, in a symmetrical pattern. Getty, what is the... From the center came a supernova, a brilliant and blinding explosion of light that burned a hole through his foggy eyes. Either he'd just witnessed the death of a star, or this was the light, as in the light. The closer it drew to him, the more he wanted to be in it. He was ready. This is the end, pal. It's finally here. I'm not so sure. Quite suddenly, the light disappeared. Something was blocking it. But what? Had it judged him unworthy, or was it just another piece of debris from the auction-out? A moment later, the shape obscured all lights in the pattern, allowing it to reflect the bright glow of the moon. It was a chunky, artificial object that moved, one claw closing around the Morpho balloon. And atop its strange form was a shiny bubble with a face inside that, at least to Getty's addled brain, bore a striking resemblance to Oz. Chapter 2. Getty Up. Everything hurt. His throat burned, his eyes were raisins. And his dick? He couldn't bring himself to look. If they'd jumped away after plucking him out of space, he hadn't felt it. Not that he would, considering his condition. Either it was the darkest place he'd ever been, or he was blind. He swore his eyes were open, but got nothing. Nothing! Living totally ruined his honorable and legendary death. And what kind of life would he live now? Begging for credits on Kaloth? Drawing disability on Earth 3? I shouldn't be alive. This is bogus. But that means we both are. Fair point. Maybe he needed to feel a little sorry for himself. Are we on the fizz? Yes. Wait, slow down. I can only keep track of so many details. Not 2 seconds later, a voice, clear as a bell, met his grateful ears. Getty, this is Dr. Tardigan. If you can hear me, move something. With tremendous effort, he lifted his left hand and extended his middle finger. It was too perfect a setup. Doc chuckled. I'd call that a good sign. Still, not a single photon had gotten in. Am I blind? We won't know for sure until the bandages come off. Getty felt a warm hand slide under his shoulder, lifting him up slightly. Here, drink some water. A plastic straw passed between his lips, and he took a grateful pull. He launched into a coughing fit as soon as he tried to swallow. Whoopsie. Let's sit you up. From behind the small of his back came the whine of a motor, and the bed pivoted under him. All right, this should be better. The straw brushed his lips before sliding between them. This time he took a tentative pull from the bottle, making sure he could swallow. It. Only partly doused the fire, but he'd take it. You have some frostbite, including the inside of your nose and throat, and your tongue is still swollen, so it may be difficult or impossible to speak, but I'd like you to try. Getty tried to talk, but his vocal cords were too thick to vibrate. A whisper was all he could manage. Does this count? It sounded like Biff Comp? No, but at least I can hear you. How are you feeling? Like Silver Surfer just shot my curl. I don't know what that means, said Tardigan. Getty smiled. Some things never changed. How long have I been here? 2 days. It was touch and go for a while. He'd been unconscious plenty of times, but only ever for a few minutes. It would make one hell of a story someday. How'd you find me? He rasped.
Denk circled back after the explosion to search the debris field. At some point he detected Morpho's signature. Another minute or two and... Trediac. Sent out a search party, yes. We hid on the dark side of Gigantu's largest moon, where we still are. And... Balox? A patrol is still in the area. We're running on life support to avoid detection. Getty wasn't the one to hide and wait, but sometimes playing dead was how you stayed alive.
The key, Getty. Ask him if he found it.
Listen, Doc. I had this metal piece.
Ah, yes, Tardigan said. I didn't know what it was, so I've kept it in my pocket. What is it? He pulled out the key, and Getty and Eli breathed a sigh of relief at the same time.
The key to my ship. What about the crew?
Everyone's fine, thanks to you. Did you honestly jump out of a spaceship?
Yeah.
Why were your pants around your ankles?
Because I needed the key.
Where was it? Getty flared his eyebrows. Ah, I see. Perhaps I'd better wash my hands. Dr. Tardigan's hands unwrapped the bandage slowly, each pass making his head feel less constricted. The Physmo's pathetic medkit had plenty of gauze, but little else. Eventually, only 2 pucks of soft material separated his eyes from the light.
Okay, said Tardigan. Moment of truth. Hold on to these sunglasses in case it's too bright. We should hope it is.
He guided Getty's hands to a pair of plastic sunglasses. Getty fidgeted with them as Doc gently removed the pads. Even with his eyes closed, the light of the tiny infirmary assaulted his senses like a million needles. He slipped them on, hot tears streaming down his cheeks, and opened his eyes. Closed them. Opened them. Each time they adjusted a bit more. Once he could handle the brightness, he kept going until he could make out shapes.
Well? Getting better.
His voice was rough, but stronger than it had been.
You're lucky your eyeballs didn't burst, Tardigan said. There's always a bright side.
A rap came at the door. Oh, you took off the bandages already? Asked Oz, leaning in for a closer look. She recoiled. Ugh, put 'em back on.
What's the good of being half blind if I can still see Oz?
Getty croaked. She plunked down on the edge of the bed next to him, laughing and jostling his tender limbs. Nice shades. I think Denk won those at Underground Days on Durandia.
Oh, God, what are they?
They have, like, a beach scene on the lenses. They're ridiculous, she said, sniggering.
We use what we have, Doc said. It's practically our motto.
That was already enough humiliation for one day. Back to business.
I don't imagine you saw where the Raven went. It jumped in the direction of the outer systems, but that's all we know. Sorry.
Great. Now he only had to search half the galaxy for it. The rusty machinery of his brain sputtered briefly to life. Where might an opportunistic salvage ship take it, besides the AA on Gigantu? Dozens of possibilities came to mind. Virtually every developed planet had a market for such rarities. Could Tompanov have known you took it from Trediac?
It's not crazy talk. Who does your old pal Beebit sell to? Getty asked.
Hard to say. Next to Kaloth, Aku's got the biggest black market. Aku, home to the Scrivari, a fearsome race with known ties to the Zelnads. The Ring War cost them dearly. 3 generations of Scrivari had grown up wanting revenge. Were they doing more than just supplying them with Tucrium?
Then that's where we need to go,
said Getty matter-of-factly. Oz's eyes drifted down to the bed. About that.
I'll give you 2 a minute,
said Tardigan, then disappeared through the door. A sinking feeling gripped his stomach.
What's wrong now?
Right about the time we were picking you up, 6 fighters took off from Akeba. Before you blew it up, that interceptor took out our rear shield. One more direct hit and we'd be toast. But life support power's running low. Had they not come for him when they did, Baylocks would have been the last thing he ever saw. Now they were trapped there, pinned down by determined patrols.
"It's been 3 days," said Getty. "They can't still be looking for us."
She shrugged. "They know we couldn't outrun them. There's only so many places to hide."
"This is about me, not the fizz. I'll surrender."
"Like hell you will. But without repairs, novospheres, and supplies, we're not going anywhere. Say nothing of this clusterfuck." As usual, the Fizmo had no prospects and no money, other than what they'd saved from their winnings on Kaloth and Kriggy's meager advance.
"What's our food situation?" he asked.
She blew air out of the sides of her mouth. "Not great. When it was just 3 of us, we could make it a couple months easy. But with 6, we're looking at less than a month." He wasn't all that good at math, but if the crew doubled, wouldn't food be cut in half? Also, weren't there 5 of them? Oz, Dank, Morpho, Doc, himself, and... oh, hell no. Tell me you didn't take in an 8-foot-tall lizard who talks like Tarzan. She threw up her arms. "We barely got back to the ship after you punched out of Trediac's compound. What were we supposed to do? Leave him to the Serex?" Part of him wanted to scream, yes, that is what they should have done. But they had bigger problems now. Their scanners would only pick up those fighters if they were on the same side of the moon. So if they weren't there, they might be far enough away to make a run for it. "What are you thinking?"
"It's a risk, but we sure as hell can't stay here."
He shook his head as though to clear it.
"What's our weapons situation?"
"Same as before. 1 working disruptor bank on the starboard side. No torpedoes, no mines, no nothing. Our assets are Nutrimush and recycled B."
"We could always shoot Voprod at them. What about the Dom?"
"Disruptors and an antimatter cannon. Oh, and a couple of plasma missiles. Why?"
Getty flared his eyebrows. "Because we've got to get out of here, and I've been spoiling for a proper fight."
Chapter 3. The Dapper Gentleman. Recovering from a half-naked spacewalk took more out of Getty than he expected. The blotches of frostbite healed quickly enough, and the ache in his joints eased a bit more each day, but the fatigue drove him into the ground. Because he spent most days in bed, his input-starved brain would take him on random journeys into the past, punctuated by fitful bouts of half-sleep. It gave him lots of time to think. Anyone could think, but to do it properly took discipline. Being stuck on the deuce all those years taught him that. Unguided rumination was the ultimate enemy. Revisiting his many, many mistakes only gave them the power they needed to become regrets, and regrets drove people mad. Not every experience working for Trediac was bad. True, he'd made a lot more enemies than friends, but he only appreciated his friends all the more. One such friend, and an unlikely one at that, was Zerhoff of Zor. Zerhoff was a cordial but ebullient businessman who had frequent dealings with the AA. Getty rarely dealt with buyers, instead either taking possession of items from sellers or, in some cases, stealing them when they weren't for sale. But Zerhoff didn't fit the typical mold. Most people in the AA's broader network were brokers or small-time dealers who occasionally wound up with something exceedingly valuable but dangerous, like weapons or ships. But a few times a year he got to deal with collectors like Zerhoff. If the galaxy had a historian, it would be him. And if it had a museum, it would be his palatial home above Nova Oris, Zor's legendary capital. He collected artifacts from any number of worlds and dedicated himself to learning their history. The rarer the better, it seemed. Visiting him was a welcome respite from the backstabbing, violent, and criminal world surrounding the AA. In Zerhoff's world, old Earth arcana were the ultimate scores. Very few material items of historical significance were important enough to make the journey from old Earth. Considering the eye-watering cost of bringing anyone or anything to another galaxy, it's a wonder any of it was saved. For that reason, practically everything on display at the Museum of Space Exploration where his mother worked was a replica. She'd always maintained that Neil Armstrong's suit was the real deal, and may have been told as much herself, but even that turned out to be fake. Originals were kept in a climate-controlled vault at the back that she let him see only once, on his 10th birthday. Most of it was either small, like a collection of crew patches from the Apollo missions, or quantum cubes containing hundreds of years' worth of scientific research and data collected from the space programs. A handful of these authentic items had gone missing over the years, including the patches and at least one of the quantum cubes. If there were backups, his mother never said. The last time he saw Zerhoff had nothing to do with the AA. He'd reached out to Getty to see if he was interested in doing a job for him. The money was good, and he had no obligations, so he agreed. Zerhoff welcomed Getty to his villa and led him to the enormous room where his many, many pieces were on display. He went to the safe in his office, unlocked it, and handed Getty a small, latched metal case. "Open it." Ordinarily, he never questioned the provenance of any item. It was rude or even dangerous to inquire, and usually better to not know. But this wasn't a typical job. Getty hesitated. Was he being for real, or was this a test? Zerhoff nodded encouragingly, so he undid the latch. Inside the foam-lined case was a quantum cube. He had a pretty good idea where it came from, and it must have registered on his face. "You know what this is?" "A quantum cube, a mass storage device." Zerhoff seemed genuinely impressed. "Very good. You must be steeped in old Earth. The planet, I mean, not the whiskey." "You might say I'm steeped in both," Getty replied. "I was unable to break the encryption. Given your unique connections, I thought you might be able to help." Getty's ears twitched. He knew a guy who could probably open a quantum cube like a book. "What's supposed to be on it?" "Research. I'd hoped it could solve a mystery." "Oh?" Zerhoff paused a moment before replying. "Some students of old Earth history doubt the account of how humans came to our galaxy." "Oh?" "Growing up, that was unchallenged gospel. A fleet of transports left old Earth in 2129, carrying 100,000 humans ostensibly chosen by lottery. They drifted through space for 82 years before discovering an anomaly in space-time and sent a probe through. The data it sent back suggested many habitable worlds, so the whole fleet went through, and found themselves in a whole new galaxy, eventually settling, and that certainly was the word, Earth 2. The chances of running into a stable natural wormhole are beyond astronomical, Zerhoff explained, let alone one that led to multiple star systems capable of sustaining life. As far as stories go, it's a fairy tale." "Okay, so what do you think really happened?" The old man's eyes glinted with excitement. Boy, did he love a good mystery. "Some believe the technology to create artificial wormholes originated on old Earth." Getty stared at him for a moment, blinking. "You mean novospheres were created on Earth?" He dismissed the thought with a wave of his hand. "Novospheres create jump gates through brute force. I'm talking about something far more elegant." His mind raced to decipher Zerhoff's meaning. "So, like a beam? Even now, we don't know the way to old Earth. Hell, we wouldn't even know where the Milky Way was if humans hadn't shown up. But they couldn't have known the way to ours either. The only logical explanation is that they learned how to manipulate space-time at a level we have yet to achieve." Getty stopped in front of a painting that depicted an early Sumbach, a famous Zoran holiday. Villagers in loincloths pointed at the sky with their mouths open, freaking out at the perfect alignment of the three suns. How's that possible? I don't know, but the idea that they simply stumbled upon a wormhole that dumped them out here doesn't hold up to a moment's scrutiny. Getty blinked, incredulous. Humans couldn't have figured that out. We only got rid of pennies because there wasn't room for them on the ship. Even then, the vote was 52-48. He shrugged, as though acknowledging the idea was fundamentally silly, the fanciful indulgence of an old collector. Like I said, it's just a theory. But you must admit, it's a tantalizing one. I'll see what I can do, Getty said, patting the case in his hand. I know you will, Zerhoff said, gesturing toward the door. Behind him, Nova Oris's endless crescent of slim white buildings curled around the purple-tinged ocean like a beckoning finger. Except for Sumbach, its three suns formed a triangle of orange, red, and blue. He nodded and headed out to his ship. His girl on Zilara was able to decrypt the cube, though it wasn't as easy as he expected. Per their agreement, he delivered the data securely back to Zerhoff and immediately received payment. But while he was at it, he saved a copy for himself. It did, in fact, contain references to NASA research on Einstein-Rosen bridges, aka wormholes, but nothing very concrete. Even so, he occasionally indulged a little fantasy that someday, after he brought Eli to his ancestral home, Getty might try paying a visit to his. Chapter 4. I'm the captain now. The morning after Getty's little trip with Zerhoff down memory lane, Dr. Tardigan cleared him to move about the ship. Everyone had made time to stop in and keep him company, which he appreciated. But no one deserved his gratitude more than Morpho, who was inexplicably dedicated to keeping him alive. But that was only part of the story now. Morpho had plugged himself into Getty, ostensibly to borrow a bit of energy, and in the process discovered Eli. In the heat of the moment, there was no time to explain, though he seemed to understand. All of which led back to whether the crew needed or deserved to know about Eli. If they did, would they even believe him? And what if they knew about the link between Eli and the Zelnads? Right now, they had bigger fish to fry. Between the three crew members and the very capable Dr. Tardigan, they had the foundation of a proper working ship. If only the ship worked. Having only seen the inside of the infirmary for the past several days, it struck him how unfamiliar everything looked at first. If anything, it was dingier than he imagined. He kept his steps small, almost at a shuffle, with Doc right beside him in case he lost his balance. "Hey!" said Denk, turning in his pilot chair as Getty entered the bridge. "It lives!" "I see no one bothered to clean," he said, his eyes roaming over the walls. Oz rose from her chair to give him a hug. Whether she'd just cleaned up or emanated some natural Temerarian musk, he couldn't have said. Either way, it was nice to have her arms around him. "Glad you're upright. Feeling better?" "Mostly just sore. My eyes are a lot better, though." A thin, slurpy sound came from overhead as Morpho swung into view. He landed on Getty's shoulder with a wet plop. "Hey, Funky Gunky." Seeing him stirred surprisingly strong emotions. For a little tarball, he had a big heart. "Last time I saw you, you were stretched pretty thin." Getty laughed at his own joke, but his reverie was interrupted by a sound from behind him. The door to the hold had slid open, and a sinking feeling sprouted deep in his stomach as he slowly turned around. Their giant Gigantian friend was hunkered in the doorway, looking for all the world like a T-Rex with scoliosis.
"Hi, Getty,"
he said, awkwardly extending his arms as he lurched forward. Oz took a couple steps back, leaving room for Getty to be wrapped up in his scaly meat hooks. He smelled as lizards generally did, which was to say, vaguely rotten. Yes, he'd proven himself a powerful ally in their fight with the Cerex, but he was supposed to get on another ship. Any other ship.
"Hey, big guy," Getty muttered. "I can't breathe."
Voprot released him and pulled back, his eyes glassy.
Sorry. Voprot excited. Forget immense strength.
Getty pleadingly searched his friend's eyes for some indication that Voprot's presence was only temporary, and that dropping him off was the next priority. But none came. He heaved a sigh. "Look, none of you would be in this situation if it weren't for me, and I'm sorry about that. But we can't hide out here forever. Looks like we've only got about 3 weeks of food and water, probably less. Denk, what systems are within that range?" "Only one with the supplies we need," Denk replied. "Thegus." Thegus was the most remote planet of the former Alliance, and closest to the center of the galaxy. It was originally established as a jumping-off point for deeper exploration of the core systems, but in the wake of the Alliance's collapse, the spaceport was sold off to private investors who wanted to make it a tourist destination. They'd likely have everything the Fizz needed, but it wouldn't come cheap. He hadn't been there in 13 years. For all he knew, it could be abandoned or even Zelnad Central by now. But what choice did they have? "What's the plan?" asked Oz. "Plan? This is just a discussion." She rolled her eyes, shaking her head. "That's not how a ship works, and you know it. The captain leads, the crew follows." "But I'm not the—" The look in their eyes said Getty didn't have to finish that sentence. For good or ill, they looked up to him now. Charm and charisma were such burdens sometimes. "You are," said Oz, smiling. "You're just the last to know. Told you." "What say you, Voprot?" asked Denk. "Voprot?" Getty asked. "What does he have to do with anything? No offense."
Voprot understand,
he muttered. Getty looked at him askance. "Can we, drop you off somewhere? Maybe Thegus?" Oz cleared her throat. "Look, Ged, between us getting away and you being out, there were some conversations."
"Oh, God, don't tell me. Please don't."
"We invited Voprot to join our crew," she finished. "He is very strong. Maybe we could use some muscle. You saw how he handled himself with the Serex."
"Yeah, but Voprot."
"What about the penetrator?" inquired Oz. After their earlier conversation, Getty gave that a good long think. The Red Raven was in the wind, and so was his ship. Even if he knew its precise location, getting there was out of the question. The same patience that got him through 7 years on the Deuce with only Eli as company would have to serve him now. He forced a pained smile.
"Looks like she'll have to wait."
"Your orders, Captain?" Denk asked. Getty took a couple steps closer to the front display, which provided the only light in the bridge besides the emergency lights along the floor. The scans appeared to be empty, but that meant nothing. Trediac's Hunter Patrol could show up at any second, and they couldn't outrun them in the Fizz.
"Well, we're almost out of food and power. We can't stay, and we can't run. Luckily, humans have a time-tested method of dealing with these situations."
"What's that?"
"We shoot our way out."
Chapter 5. The Dog in Dogfight. Most dropships were glorified personnel carriers with minimal defenses, designed for atmospheric entry. Some freighters had room for a light one-man fighter in lieu of escape pods, but the Fizz wasn't half the size of your average freighter. It had been heavily modified to accommodate the Dominic, in which the late Captain Bykites had deserted the Kylorian army. That made it old, but old wasn't necessarily bad when it came to starships. In the Alliance days, certain weapons were banned by treaty, so newer ships weren't as well armed. The Dom had dual recoilless KSA quasi-taser disruptors on its stubby wings, and a bright-breaker antimatter cannon in the nose. 2 banks of guided plasma missiles were mounted on top. Though he'd piloted the Dom through the difficult approach to Earth-3, he hadn't examined it up close. Numerous blaster marks were buffed away but still visible. A few rivets were missing, and the left rear engine's finish was a different color. Even so, he could tell it was innovative in its day. Now it was just cool.
"They don't make them like this anymore, Dank," he said, running his fingers along the top of the blaster barrel. "She was made for an honest fight."
Old Cap took pretty good care of her. You're sure you don't want a crash course on the weapons controls? They're not exactly intuitive."
Getty couldn't help but smirk. Fighters were fighters. The kid just wanted to be helpful.
"How's about we go over the plan one more time instead?"
"As soon as we dust off, I'll do a full burn toward Thegus while you guard our tail. If they come after us, we'll hit them with the starboard disruptors."
He gave Dank a reassuring pat on the shoulder.
"See? We've got this."
"Yeah, but I really think you should—"
"Relax, kid," Getty interrupted. "You'll do great. Now, let's get the fuck out of here."
He ducked under the wing and moved around to the rear of the craft, only to realize he didn't know how to open the door. Confusion must have registered on his face because Dank hurried over to tap an unseen button that lowered the steps.
"Well, this doesn't bode well."
"Geez, you two? Why won't anyone trust me?"
The Kyloria's reputation for elegant design was on full display in the Dominic. The fit and finish oozed class, from the combination of materials to the ergonomic controls. Though everything was designed to fit taller, thinner Kylorian bodies and hands, Getty still felt it could have been custom-made for him. In his anxiousness to get off Balox and away from Gigantu, he'd downplayed the risks of this plan. Tretiak would be livid about the stunt they'd pulled and out for blood. If the squadron searching for them were Scrivari-made like most Merc ships were, then he would have his hands full. He settled into the pilot's chair, powered her up, and surveyed the control bank. All he'd used to fly her into Earth 3 was the stick and the throttle. The smooth buttons and front display were all marked with Kylorian symbols he didn't recognize.
"You ready to roll, Chief?"
asked Dank through the comm.
"No sign of the squadron yet."
"Good. Let's fly the unfriendly skies," he affirmed,
fastening his restraints.
"I don't suppose you know any Kylorian."
"Seriously?"
"Forget it. I'll figure it out."
A low whine came from overhead as Dank restored power to the fizz. A second later, the engine shuddered as it lifted off, sending up billowing clouds of moon dust as it pivoted toward Thegus. He already had an idea how to dig them out of the financial hole they were in, but the first order of business was making it out alive. The rumble of a full burn pressed at his back as the fizz accelerated. A typical fighter's scanners could only reach a tiny fraction of a parsec into space, so he figured they had about 20 minutes to get clear, maybe less if they could put one of Gigantu's moons between them and the Hunter Squadron. His eyes fixed on the front display, a translucent blue sphere indicating the outer limit of the Dom's scan range. 5 minutes passed without incident, but then the sphere flipped to red. Bright, diamond-shaped contacts appeared in the lower left corner, and were closing fast. The system automatically zoomed in and revealed the Merc Squadron. 6 ships flying in a tight V.
"We've got company,"
Dank said.
"I see them. Let me show you how it's done."
Underfoot motors engaged and retracted the doors.
"Remember, keep the pedal to the metal. I've got your back."
"Give 'em hell, Chief. Releasing dropouts in 1, 2...
From overhead came a sharp clank, and the Dom dropped free of the fizz. Getty tapped the stick to spin her around the other way and hit the thrusters.
"I really hope you know what you're doing."
"Watch and learn, my friend. Watch and learn."
Comms were open, but the Merc Squadron didn't bother to hail him. They knew what this was.
"All right, let's see what these buttons do."
He pulled the trigger on the stick. As expected, bright green bolts fired from the wings in the general direction of the approaching fighters.
"Blasters, okay."
A button next to the stick looked like an upside-down U that flared out with a circle on top. It looked vaguely like a cannon, so he pressed it. Immediately, a blast shield slammed down over the front display, and the interior lights turned red. Definitely not the cannon. He pressed it again, expecting it to toggle back, but it didn't work. He scanned the controls looking for another similar symbol, perhaps flipped the other way, but no such luck. The button right next to that one resembled a letter K, but with 2 lower slants and a curly top. He pressed it, and the whole ship powered down. I knew this would happen. Dank, do you copy? But Dank didn't reply because comms were powered down too. Why would the off switch be so far from the on switch? Maybe Kylorian design wasn't all it was cracked up to be. At least he knew where the on switch was. Of course, he couldn't discern it from the others in the darkness. I don't know which one to hit. Then hit them all! He opened his hand and started just mashing buttons with his palm like an idiot. At once, the ship powered up, the blast shield retracted, and one of the missiles launched from underneath. Getty looked up in time to see it streak toward the rapidly approaching ships. They scattered, and it missed, sailing off into the void because it didn't lock.
Getty, do you copy?
Denk asked frantically. Loud and clear, kid. Just, working through a slight malfunction.
What are you shooting at? You just wasted a missile.
It's, an advanced tactic. Leave it to you to shoot prematurely. The advancing squadron returned to their formation and launched their own missiles all at once. All right, he muttered. Let's see what this puppy can do. He lined up with them and punched it. Alarms blared. The display flashed a recommended evasive maneuver, but he wasn't about to do that. He put the Dom into a wobbly roll and squeezed the trigger, spraying a cone of blaster bolts in front of him that took out all but one of the missiles. At the last second, he dove right under it. As expected, it did a hard U-turn and followed him. Dank, countermeasures?
Are you serious?
Asked Dank.
You said...
No time to argue.
It kind of looks like a stick man taking a dump.
His eyes raced over the buttons until he saw a zigzag shape with a dark triangle under the bend. Wow, it really does, he said, and pressed it. Pop, pop, pop. A staccato knock sounded from behind, and he banked hard up and left to see what happened. A ring of softball-sized spheres had deployed from the rear, activating lasers that spun at high speed. The laser wall turned the last missile to space dust. Very nice. Half the squadron stayed on the Fizz, but the others broke off to attack him. Dank, sorry to bother you again, but which one's the cannon?
Oh God, they're coming straight for us!
The cannon, Dank!
2 snails playing catch with a stick!
Getty spied a button with 2 spiral shapes and a short horizontal line between. Wow, you are weirdly good at this. But how in hell could that possibly mean?
Just get these guys off me!
He pleaded. Right. Be there in a jiff. He angled toward the 3 fighters and pressed the button. A haunting sound like the gathering of a storm came from directly above, as the enemy unleashed a barrage of disruptor bolts at him. A pulse of yellow light bright as the sun fired from the cannon, boring a hole through the red streaks and slamming into the lead ship. It exploded with such force that it sent the other 2 spinning sideways into space. Ha! Now that is some old-school shit right there. Woo, boy, it's like riding a bicycle. He punched it and got one of the disabled fighters in his sights just as it righted itself. The hapless pilot looked up just as Getty squeezed the trigger again, the bright yellow flash lighting up his terrified face like a firework, right before it exploded. Getty giggled to himself. I haven't seen that look in ages. Of all the noses in all the worlds in all the galaxy, I had to go up yours. Getty accelerated again and swung wide to take out the other disabled fighter, flying straight through the debris as he raced to catch up to the Physmo. Hey, Dank, quick question about that missile I fired. Can it still acquire?
As long as it has enough fuel.
I don't suppose you...
A bird beak flying into the sun!
He found a hook shape inside a circle and pressed it. The nearest ship to him flashed red, and the missile he'd fired earlier came back on screen. Again, he gunned the engine and rocketed off toward the Fizz, which was taking heavy fire from the Merc ship. When the reticle at the center of the screen settled on the rearmost ship, a spiked ring spun around it. A moment later, the stray missile zipped by overhead, slamming into the back of the fighter and turning it into a brief fireball. Another alarm blared, and 2 more ships entered the sphere from behind him. Apparently, the 2 knocked off course by the first blast weren't out of commission. They reformed and made straight for the Fizz. He spoke into the comm.
Dank, I need you to shoot Voprod out the cargo hold. With any luck, these guys take the bait. What? I'm not doing that!
He's been nothing but nice to you.
Worth a try. Are your weapons hot? Getty asked. They are now, Dank replied.
He glanced up at the display long enough to see the fighters bearing down on them and preparing to unleash on him.
When I give the word, hit the brakes and square up to them. We'll both fire at the same time. Roger that.
Dank had the Fizz wide open, but Getty barely felt like he was moving. The fighters had accelerated and would be in firing range in a few seconds.
Okay, buddy, let's see what that hunk of junk's got for a battery. 3, 2, 1, now!
Dank hit the retros and pivoted the Fizz 90 degrees right at the same time Getty looped around and leveled out. As soon as they were in position, Getty pulled the blaster trigger, sending the last missile into action. The Fizz's disruptor sent a bright orange volley into space. The enemy ships fired at the exact same time, uncorking a red torrent of laser bolts. But the Fizz only had rear shields that appeared to be held together with duct tape. Getty darted in front of the ship and sped toward the hail of fire, unleashing the antimatter cannon. It swallowed the bolts while their barrage connected with the enemy targets, turning them into fireballs that flashed once, then went black.
Yeah!
Shouted Dank. Getty could hear the others cheering in the background.
We got them all!
He had to smile.
We sure did. Now let me back in so we can get the hell out of here.
He maneuvered the Dom under the trawler and waited for the dropouts to open. An ear-to-ear grin plastered across his face. It had been a long time since he'd gotten in a fight with anything but his fists or a blaster. That only came with practice. But this? He'd always been good at this. Like his old man.
Dude, you don't know how good that felt.
I don't think I want to know. So, what happens now?
I think it's high time we changed our fortunes.
Chapter 6. Closed for inventory. What would it take to go after the penetrator, and, after he and Eli were gone, to set up the crew for the next several years? That was the question. To answer it, Getty took a slow walk through the whole ship, with Dank taking notes. All the autopilot had to do was keep them on a straight line for Thegus, but even that was nerve-wracking. New nav equipment went on the list. He'd already ordered Voprot to pull every last piece of dusty old scrap from the shelves and arrange it on the floor of the hold, while Dr. Tardigan took careful inventory. Oz was below decks helping Morpho with the shield repairs. The bridge looked like a frat house on Saturday morning. The late Captain Bykite's chair was closer to a throne and raised unnaturally high, especially considering his height. It might have given a Gruck captain an ego boost, but Getty didn't care for it at all. At the same time, it was weird to not sit in the captain's chair, not to mention mildly disappointing.
Let's get rid of that stupid platform, Getty directed. New upholstery, too, while we're at it. Synthetic, of course.
He ran his fingers along the greasy, dingy arm of the captain's chair and wrinkled his nose.
This looks like it came off a hobo's corpse.
Hobo corpse, Dank said, writing furiously.
Got it! Don't write that down.
No, hobo corpse.
All these buttons and gauges need a good cleaning. Get in there with a toothpick if you have to. I like my buttons clean as a Zalaran girl's areolas. How many don't light up anymore?
Dank's eyes got big.
They used to light up? Their boobs?
Getty gave a close-mouthed smile over his gritted teeth.
The buttons, he said, looking down at the console. How many buttons don't light up anymore?
Dank's face fell.
Around half, at least, of the ones I use.
Getty cocked an eyebrow.
How many don't you use?
Most, I'd say.
How come?
How did this kid become a pilot?
I was thinking the same thing.
I don't know what they do. Captain Bykite lost the manual before I even got here.
He didn't show you?
Getty asked. Once again, he was reminded of what a shit show the Fizz really was.
All he'd done was get ejected into space with a bunch of trash, and now he was somehow in charge. How did that happen? I'm not sure he knew either. Well, shit, Dank. For all we know, this might be a warship. Before we get to Thegus, you're gonna learn what they all do, Getty said. How? The fun way, obviously. Just give yourself plenty of space. He took a few steps over to the weapons locker at the back of the bridge and opened the creaky door. A musty metal smell hit his nostrils. The antique blaster he'd taken with him on Kigantu still hung on its hook, but otherwise it was bare. We need blasters. Rifles, pistols, grenades, the whole shebang. Armor. There are pirates everywhere. Dank wrote it down. Weapons. Love it. To the galley. They proceeded out of the bridge and took a left down the short hallway that led to the galley and the infirmary. A hexagonal metal table with built-in seats sat in the middle, with a bank of aluminum cabinets along the wall, only a few of which still slid open. The Nutrimush dispenser sat at the end, essentially a spigot that disappeared into the wall. The storage tank was under the floor. Vopra could only fit inside the galley if he crouched at the table and let his tail extend into the hallway. Since he couldn't get to the dispenser without knocking everything over, someone had to fill a bowl for him as though he was a pet. The Nutrimush tank could hold 6 months' worth, although a good deal less with Voprot. However, Getty could stomach no more of the stuff. It was originally made for people coming out of a long hypersleep in the pre-Novosphere days because it was nutritious, hence the name, and easy to digest. If it were him, he'd have remained in hypersleep. A good food recombinator vaulted to the top of the list. Otherwise, the galley was adequate. Dr. Tardigan had made it very clear their medical supplies and equipment were lacking, so those went on the list too. But nothing else in the infirmary desperately needed replacing, so they moved across the way to the crew quarters and the bathroom. Think we need uniforms? Asked Dank. Screw uniforms. What we need are real clothes and softer beds. He dutifully wrote them down. Where's Voprot gonna sleep? Is outside the ship an option? Be nice. I'll figure something out. Come on, let's check out the latrine. Dank was the only one who could stand fully upright in the weird Grook shower, so that too went on the list. Ditto for the water recycler, which left their water looking and smelling so much like piss that no one could say for sure it still worked. New shower, new recycler. Got it. All right, Getty said, excited at the prospect of replacing all this stuff and turning the Physmo into a proper starship. Now to the hold. Empty, the hold resembled the basketball court at a rural elementary school. It was 25 meters wide, 40 deep, and 10 high, with stacks of shipping crates on the starboard side and tall shelves on the port side, essentially making it a flying warehouse. An empty flying warehouse. Apparently Voprod and Tardigan had made quick work of things, because the shelves were bare and everything was neatly arranged on the floor. Dank's private stash still appeared to be behind the ratty old blanket on the bottom shelf. He narrowed his eyes at Voprot. You better not have touched my stuff.
Voprot, respect personal boundaries, said the Gigantian.
Captain, there's something you should see, said Tardigan.
He led them over to a corner of the shelving just below a vent. Even empty, it was hard to see all the way under. When he crouched beside Doc, he discovered a desiccated skeleton, slumped against the wall, still wearing a ratty set of gray clothes. Dank joined them, and his eyes widened. Yikes! So that's where that smell was coming from. He shook his head and chuckled at the memory. And here we thought he hopped off at Doc's Mora. Wait till Oz sees.
You know this guy? Getty asked.
Some hitcher. I don't remember his name. It was years ago now.
When Getty came on board, they were giving a lift to 3 rough characters who would have been put to work if there was any. One got sucked out through a cantaloupe-sized hole, and the other 2 took off running the instant they reached Kaloth. Considering how many nooks and crannies were on the shelves, it wasn't hard to imagine some poor bastard getting stuck. Kind of a bad look, though. Deal with him,
said Getty, rising to his feet.
Target practice?
He asked hopefully.
Good idea.
He sauntered between the metal pieces with his hands in his pockets, frowning.
Is it just me, or did most of this crap come from the same ship?
I had the exact same thought, Captain, said Doc, arms akimbo.
Can you tell what kind of ship?
Kylorian, I believe. Roughly the same vintage as the Dominic, if I'm not mistaken.
Getty and Dank exchanged a long look, just as Oz came strolling in with Morpho on her shoulder.
What's up?
She asked.
All this is from the same Kylorian ship,
said Getty, nodding at the assorted pieces of fuselage and bent control panels. She paused briefly.
You don't think Captain Bykite?
The ship's late captain was a world-class weenie who had no business running a trawler, but he may have been trying to find parts from some old ship. Was it his or someone else's?
He must have been hanging on to this stuff for a reason, said Getty.
Maybe he and Bykite weren't so different after all. He took it as a sign that this was the right ship and the right crew to help retrieve the penetrator.
Whatever it meant to him, it isn't worth jack to us, said Oz. How's the list coming?
Long and growing,
said Getty, holding her gaze. Oz smirked at the double entendre, which was entirely accidental.
And I wasn't even trying. The shields?
Gonzo.
Dank went line by line through the list of stuff they needed, batting estimates back and forth with Oz until they settled on a figure. Conservatively, they were looking at 800,000 credits, and that was at a place like Kaloth. Thegus would have half of what they needed and cost half again as much, at least $1 million. A heavy silence descended over them. That was a boatload of money, AA-sized money. Even with a run of good luck, it would take years to fix everything. No wonder she was practically held together with twine.
What are we going to do? If we wait too long, we'll never find out where our ship is.
I don't know, pal. It's a pickle.
What's a pickle?
Something you rip off a sandwich and throw in the trash.
What's it have to do with?
Never mind.
Oh, man,
lamented Dank.
We'll never get that kind of money, especially not way out here.
Not out here, Getty said. But maybe on Thegus. Thegus's lone claim to fame was a legendary race that he'd always dreamt of running. It felt like kismet.
There's good salvage on Thegus?
Dank asked, clueless. Oz knew exactly what he meant.
Oh, hell no.
What?
Dank asked eagerly.
What's on Thegus?
A sly smile crept across Getty's face, and he flared his eyebrows.
Ponley Point.
A race where rich assholes go to die,
Oz said gravely.
Winner takes all.
There are frequent accidents, yeah, but the pot's usually a couple million credits at least, Getty explained. I think the Dom could hold her own.
He'd never seen Oz's lily-white face redden until now.
A word, Captain?
Excuse us a moment. He backed up as she approached, her arms folded tightly. Once they were out of earshot, he said,
I suppose you're going to tell me this is a dumb idea.
It absolutely is.
But
I don't have a better one.
So what's the problem?
Who's going to fly it?
She asked.
Me, obviously. I know the course and I'm the best.
She rolled her eyes so hard he could almost hear it.
You're the captain now. It pains me to say it, but you're no longer expendable.
His eyes narrowed.
We can put Voprod in the Dom.
She huffed and looked away, exasperated. He glanced past her at Dank, and his chest tightened. The kid was far too nice for Ponley Point. But they could work on that. And he needed the confidence boost. The question was, could he live with himself if things went sideways? He heaved a sigh.
Think we can teach him how to race between now and then?
She cracked her knuckles and shrugged.
What the hell else are we going to do for the next 3 weeks?
Chapter 7 Dank the Daring. Ponley Point. Last stop on the midlife crisis express, at least for a certain type. Desperate, lonely has-beens with a fat wallet, a fast ship, and an itch to stare death in the face. Winner take all didn't mean everyone else died. Some races never recorded a single casualty, but those were bad for business. Ponley Point was all about the carnage. People still talked about the 42-ship pileup at the bottom of the plunge, and that was 60-odd years ago. Getty had never actually raced there himself, but he'd grown up playing the video games and always went to the race when he had business on Thegus. He knew every turn, every gate like the back of his hand. He used to know all the racers, but not anymore. Even if you could run it alone, the course was fiendishly difficult. Throw a few dozen racers in the mix and it turned into a meat grinder. Big circular gates registered your ship as you passed through, but they were only wide enough for 2 small ships wingtip to wingtip. If you weren't among the leaders after the first 3 gates, you'd be playing catch-up for the last 3. The Fizz didn't exactly have a library of games, so they improvised a course in the hold. Using Bykite's ship parts, Getty lovingly laid it out from memory and walked Denk through it over and over until he knew it cold. When the time came, he plopped Denk down on a chair beside the breakdown bench wearing a blindfold, a wrench in one hand and an electric screwdriver in the other. He looked for all the world like a raccoon, but the course had many blind spots, even if you weren't eating someone's dust. Denk assured him he'd do well, because games were big on Durandia, like, where does this tunnel go? And who chewed the root? He's gonna die. I'm reserving judgment. Let's see how he does with a little pressure. Oz and Tardigan were racked out, leaving just Voprot and Morpho to watch this little scene. Voprot had no earthly idea what they were doing. "Okay," Getty said, hands on his knees as he crouched beside his young protege. "You're crowded behind the starting line. Every ship looks faster than yours. Every pilot looks better. Where's your head?" "On top of my neck?" "What are you thinking about?" "Oh, I'm thinking about the first corner, the razor." "What about it?" "I need to set up high and left." Getty smacked his forehead. "High and right." High and right was what I meant. Sorry, I'm nervous." "Forget it. Talk to me about the curve." "It looks like a right turn until you're almost on top of it, but it's a left. You're playing for position," said Denk, his rodent-like face puckered with determination. "That's right. But what happens if you set up too high?" "I might hit the wall." "Good. Then what?" asked Getty. "Set up low through the crotch gate where the canyon pinches off, then start climbing for the moonshot." "And what's most important in this section?" "Steady acceleration," Denk said, pushing the faux thruster forward and pulling back on the stick. "Don't get too anxious. Start looking for the gate once you hit the ionosphere." "Exactly. You can't use any scanners, so rely on your eyes. It's hard to see. What's after Moonshot Gate?" "The suicide plunge," he said reverently. "A 10,000-meter asshole-puckering dive straight into the mouth of a dormant volcano that tends to erupt at the most inopportune moments, like thrusting a dagger into the black, oily heart of hell." He flashed back to that part in the game, far and away the most dangerous, where he'd crashed about 500,000 times. You eased through the moonshot ring so slowly you almost came to a stop. But then you nosed her straight down and punched it like you intended to die. "Ooh, I like that," said Denk. "No, you don't," Getty barked, his adrenaline building. "You'll be pulling so many G's you'll think it's an H. Your eyeballs suck into the back of your skull and there's nothing to do but scream. But you can't because your tongue's stuffed down your throat, and it feels like Voprot's sitting on your chest. Meanwhile, you've got to nail the volcano dead center." "I thought you only played the video game." "I said, focus, Denk." "Okay, sorry," he muttered. "You're flying blind through the dark at 4,000 kilometers per hour. Your lights won't pick anything up until it's too late, so you count. A 1, and a 2, and so forth until you hit 6. Then what?" "I hit the brakes, choose my line through the ship pile, then pull up and punch it straight through the DTC." The devil's transcending colon. How many ships had bottomed out where suicide ended and it began, exploding in flames? He'd died there 1,000 times. But if you made the transition from vertical to horizontal, the DTC was a great place to make up time. The old lava tube was big and smooth, with basically no obstacles save for the odd rusting wreck from a long-ago race. If you were good at flying upside down, you could pass a dozen competitors before you came out the other side, into the most famous stretch of all. You've passed a few ships in the DTC and you're feeling good about yourself. It's a barrel and you're a bullet. What's the next thing you hit?
Shoelace Canyon.
Denk's voice went low and hushed, as though speaking a forbidden curse. The DTC shat you out into a deep canyon thousands of meters above a winding river. Over eons it carved sheer walls in the rock that took a circuitous and treacherous path back to the home stretch, each corner sharper than the last. To slalom through it was exhilarating, but slow compared to the second, more tantalizing option, whence came the canyon's name. Holes called shoelaces were bored through each fold in the canyon, creating an alternate and nearly straight route that could shorten the distance a good bit. But the holes were tight, even for ships smaller than the Dom, and there was no room for error, because the two routes crossed 5 times. The penultimate gate was perched atop the canyon rim. "You're third coming into Shoelace," Getty continued. "Do you try to outmaneuver them in the curves or take the straight route?" Almost no one ever took it, but those who did became legends. If you had the skill, it was a heroic way to pull ahead before the final, wide-open stretch to Ponley Point, a former military outpost whose entire economy was built around this race. The winner got 80% of the purse, a big celebration, a commemorative mug, and a coveted 2-for-1 coupon to the Ponley Point Heritage Museum. "I'll follow my gut," Denk growled. "Either way requires perfect execution just to survive, let alone triumph. But if you pull it off, they'll sing songs about you." Denk took off his blindfold and wiped the sweat beaded on his small nose away, before looking hopefully up at Getty as though awaiting praise. But champions didn't need praise. They needed to hate losing more than they hated themselves, and he doubted Denk could ever get there. Again. After a few more trips around the track, Getty sent Denk to rest. Morpho went off to clean the CO2 scrubbers, and Voprot had found a spot in the shelves, lying on his back and looking for all the world like he might be dead. The 2 chairs next to the breakdown bench were bolted to the floor but rotated freely. Knowing he couldn't possibly sleep, he leaned back and placed his feet against the bench, then spun himself around, reversing direction each time and thinking how this whole predicament was his fault.
"I rarely find you lost in thought."
"Haven't heard from you in a while."
"I was watching Denk's training."
"I'm guessing you don't approve."
"You must know he can't do this."
"I know. I just really wanted him to think he could."
"Captain Starhart!"
Oz's voice echoed through the large open space. He spun himself toward the bridge door and found her standing in the threshold, arms akimbo.
"Why are you yelling at me?"
"You were in some kind of fugue state. I was practically screaming your name." "Oh, God, don't make a joke about her screaming your name. Resist the urge just this once."
"Relax, pal. I'm practically a feminist icon."
"Sorry, I was thinking about the race. Denk says we're 2 days out from Thegas."
"I want real food and a real drink," she said, eyes closed. "And a hot shower with clean water."
"I want that for you, too. The shower, I mean."
He sniffed loudly in her direction, then grinned as she rolled her eyes.
"What's up?"
She plopped down on the other chair and started spinning herself around in the opposite direction. Their feet occasionally bumped when they passed, and not entirely by accident.
"It's about Denk."
"What about him?" Getty asked.
"He's a kid."
26 in Durandian years," he reminded her.
She barked a laugh.
"You believe that line? He's been saying that since I met him."
"Then how old is he?"
"In human years? 19, maybe? Like I said, a kid."
"Don't worry. He's not going to race, even if he wanted to." Her eyes drifted down to the floor.
Which means you are.
Was Oz only worried about him racing because he was the captain, or because she cared about him? I promise I won't die. She smiled warmly.
Well, it was a nice thing to do. He needs the confidence. See?
Yeah.
There you went again, she said, studying his face. I don't know. Maybe you ought to get some sleep.
Eventually, he would have to come clean about Eli, but it never seemed like the right time. She'd given him an off-ramp from this conversation, and he'd be a fool not to take it. After Thegus, he'd tell her everything. You know, I think you're right. I am kind of tired, he said, rising from the chair. Guess I'll see you in the morning? She nodded. Thanks for the spin. He hurried away, berating himself for being so careless when talking to Eli. Going forward, he'd have to only do it when he was alone, or at least when she wasn't around, since she was something of an empath.
I'm gonna figure you out, Starheart. One of these days, I'm gonna crack you wide open.
Can't wait, he called over his shoulder. Chapter 8 Zareth Tin. Dank's voice came over the speaker to announce they'd reached Thegus's outer marker, just as the last of the Nutrimush spattered out of the clear tube into Getty's bowl, ruining the perfect little coil he'd formed. He forced it down in 3 huge spoonfuls while standing up, and hurried into the bridge. The control tower at Thegus's station cleared the fizz for landing on Platform 6B. There was a brief debate about whether she could handle the entry, but it was nowhere near as rough as Kaloth or Earth-3. Dank and Morpho expressed confidence she wouldn't completely break apart, which would have to be good enough. Off in the distance, just a tiny speck from where they were, was the glowing ring of the Moonshot Gate. With their approach vector loaded in, they began their descent through the atmosphere. There was no way to buckle Voprod in, so he simply got into a low crouch at the back of the bridge and braced himself between the walls, remaining surprisingly steady while the ship shuddered and creaked. The same couldn't be said for Oz, whose tightly pinched face formed a sweaty sheen as Thegus opened up through the clouds. Getty sat in the jump seat beside her, just as worried about the fizz breaking up, but better at hiding it. Instead, he focused on the pleasures of terra firma. They'd left Kigantu almost a month ago, and that wasn't exactly rejuvenating. Thegus was a small, arid, rocky planet with a slowly dying sun that bathed the mountains and plateaus in a blood-orange hue. He'd always felt very much at ease there. He hadn't racked up any debts or pissed off anyone as far as he knew, so maybe he could relax and get a good night's sleep before tomorrow's race.
Would the Penetrator do well here?
I hardly got to fly her, but I'd like to think so. You doing okay over there, Mr. Junt? He adopted a look of phony bravado.
You bet, Cap. Can't wait to mix it up with those dozens of giant racing ships.
Getty glanced over his shoulder at Oz, who had loosened her restraints. She gave him one of those really looks, but he wanted to jerk Dank's chain a little. The kid needed to lighten up. I wonder if they'll run it forwards or backwards today, he mused.
What?
Dink asked nervously.
Well, sometimes they start at Shoelace and work their way back. It's not a big deal, you just have to think in reverse.
Watching Dank squirm shouldn't have delighted him as much as it did.
You never said anything about that?
Geez, I'm sorry, it never occurred to me. Did we talk about beneficiaries? His eyes widened.
What do you mean?
Who gets all your stuff if you die? Better give some thought to that, because they'll ask you at check-in. I've got dibs on that old spacesuit. Dank lowered the gear and pivoted the ship to line up with Platform 6B, his hands shaking on the controls. He looked like he might hyperventilate. Oz gave him a final cautioning look over the tops of her eyes. A bit more clumsy than usual, Dank set the fizz down and killed the engines, his eyes fixed straight ahead, his face pale. Getty rose from his chair, stretched, and patted him on the shoulder. Relax, Dank. I'm just messing with you.
What do you mean?
He asked hopefully.
Which part?
I got us in this mess. I'll get us out of it, Getty said, smiling. Besides, I've been wanting to mix it up again. All the air escaped from Denk as he relaxed, folding over and burying his face in his hands.
"Oh, thank God!"
After pooling their remaining cash from the fight on Kaloth, they had 96,000 and change left. Back in the day, the entry fee was 50 grand. Getty had no idea what it was now, but either way, there wouldn't be much of a cushion. Plus, they still had to eat and sleep. He stuffed a handful of credit squares in his inside jacket pocket and tucked the antique blaster into its holster. Voprot, Morpho, and Denk were going to see about parts and prices, while Getty, Oz, and Doc went to secure a spot in tomorrow's race. The plan was to reconvene at the Fizz around noon and go from there. The spaceport was perched atop a mountain, much closer to the city than most. A long, wide set of steps led down to the main drag, which was distressingly uncrowded. Once you'd be shoulder to shoulder with huge crowds, but still spot the racers just by the hungry, slightly unhinged look in their eye. Now, everyone looked like they were on their way back from yoga. Oz took a deep breath with her eyes closed, a satisfied grin decorating her smooth face.
"I never get tired of fresh air."
Tardigan inhaled deeply himself, nodding.
Truer words were never said.
"What's your longest turn off-world?" Getty asked Oz.
11 weeks and change,
she said, her smile disappearing.
"You?"
"Less than half that," he admitted, recalling the longish haul from Zilara back to Gigantu. That was only because Tev lost all their blue balls betting on Wook-Wook fights. They delivered a huge load of rifles to a crime syndicate and spent the night celebrating. Not until they were nearing their jump vector back home did Tev remember he gambled away their shortcut. It took 4+ weeks to get to Aku and purchase more, during which they had to live on half rations.
"Where do you register for the race?"
asked Tardigan. "It always used to be at this bar called Lil Ern's. Not sure if that's still the case, but someone there ought to know."
"Can't you just ask around?" Doc inquired.
"Yeah, but it doesn't seem like you should have to." But by the looks of things, nobody here needed more cash. As they headed toward the entertainment district, Getty noticed that a lot of the old shops and food stands were gone, replaced by stuffy art galleries and spice emporiums. Even the pedestrian street was nicer, dotted with nattily dressed tourists carrying bags of freshly acquired merchandise. Had Thegus been gentrified? A few minutes later, they stood in front of where Lil Ern's used to be. Now it was some white tablecloth place called Nouveau Bistro. "Well, shit," he muttered.
"You're sure this is where it was?"
Oz asked. Of this, he was certain. Clinking glasses with strangers and watching the race projected on a giant wall was a pretty fresh memory. Panic seized him. If there was no Ponley Point race anymore, then they might be in a world of hurt. Tardigan spotted an older couple of Orneans strolling together arm in arm.
"I'll see what I can find out."
Doc approached them respectfully and gave a little bow, as was customary on Ornea, while he and Oz studied a numbered map of Thegus etched into the marble plaza. There were 4 candle shops, but nothing about a race. The Orneans chatted amicably at first, pointing this way and that. At a certain point, though, the couple's faces pinched in disgust, and they hurried away as though Tardigan was radioactive. He returned with his head lowered. "What the hell was that about?" Getty asked.
"A condition of my exile is that I must confess my crime to fellow Orneans," he said, referring to the so-called academic misconduct that got him booted off the planet. They were appropriately disgusted.
"What did they say?"
Oz asked.
"That they didn't know anything about the race, and that I should leave before they called the authorities."
He patted him on the back reassuringly and gestured toward Nouveau Bistro. "Come on, let's get you a drink." As it had appeared from outside, Lil Ern's was now a high-end restaurant with a big piano bar. Maybe someone would know where to send them. Back when it was Lil Ern's, it was the only place to be. It was much too spacious to be called a dive, but too small and utilitarian to be a proper sports book. Long tables that weren't at the right height for anyone were arranged in 4 parallel lines in the main section, useless for anything but setting your drink on. There were no stools save for the bar itself, probably so no one could use them as weapons. The race was simulcast from a series of drones set along the route that had wide angles on all the gates, where most of the mayhem happened. Enthusiasts would arrive the moment they opened, sometimes 4 or more hours before the race started, to claim their spot. By the time countdown commenced, everyone was packed in so tightly that you could have died and never fallen over. Now, it was just another fancy restaurant filled with fancy people. A mishmash of Orneans, Soturians, and even a couple Temururians, races often associated with wealth. It was tastefully lit, and there were tables where the long bar used to be, but the bones were still there. Piano music drifted over from a platform near the new cocktail area, where a debonair older man in a sports coat was playing with his eyes closed. The dining room was practically empty, but the bar was full, and a significant crowd was gathered around the piano. They found a little space at the end, and Getty signaled the bartender, an attractive young Zalaran woman who flicked coasters down in front of them like Ugwinok cards. Her skin was a paler green than most, and her long white hair was stacked in an elaborate conical braid. Once upon a time, he'd be putting every move he had on a girl like her. Now, she practically looked like a kid.
"Greetings, weary travelers," she said. "What's your poison?"
"Ale," Getty said. "Whiskey back."
"Kylorian gin," said Oz. "As cold as you can get it. The good stuff."
The bartender gave a tight nod and turned to Doc.
"How about you, Professor?"
Just water, thank you.
The girl darted off to make their drinks. Getty smirked. "We're gonna have to work on you."
Alcohol dulls the mind, he said.
"That's the whole point." He and Oz shared a laugh while the bartender returned with their drinks. Getty slid 100 credits across the bar so she could see it, but left his hand, motioning for her to lean in. "For a little information, you can keep the change," he whispered. She raised one eyebrow conspiratorially.
"You think I work here because I'm plugged in?"
"You want it or not?"
"What you got?"
she asked. "Pondley Point." She chuckled to herself.
"You must not have been here in a while."
"Does it still run?" he asked eagerly.
"Yeah, but it's this skeezy underground thing now. You've got to know the right people."
"And do you?"
"No."
She nodded at the piano player.
"But he does."
He turned to regard the dignified musician, still playing away in some sort of flow state. "Who's he?"
"That's Zareth Tin, the all-time record holder for most wins. He'll know what's up."
She looked expectantly at him. He gave the credit square a flick before her slender fingers closed around it. Then she left to put some glasses in the dishwasher.
"That was money well spent," chided Oz. "You know who that guy is?"
"No, but I haven't been here in a while." The gentleman at the piano finished his set and nodded to acknowledge the enthusiastic applause. "Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen," he said, his voice silky and sure. "You know, I've been knocking around this old town a long time, but I've never had such a generous audience. I like to think all the music that ever was is out there, just floating through the universe. All I am is a conduit, a medium for those celestial melodies, which will return after a short break."
"Ugh,"
said Oz, taking a sip of her gin.
"What a bunch of malarkey."
I think it's a beautiful thought,
said Tardigan, with misty-eyed solemnity.
Imagine every combination of notes just floating through space.
The piano man made a beeline for the bar and bellied up near them. The bartender reflexively poured him a finger of a faintly orange liqueur. He'd just taken possession of it when Getty slid over to him.
"Sorry, no requests," he said,
quartering away to make it clear he didn't want a conversation. But it couldn't wait. If there was a race the next day, he wanted to be in it. The sooner he got the fizz squared away, the sooner he could look for the penetrator. "I hear you might know something about a race." He paused mid-sip, then swallowed and set the glass back down. "Who's asking?" "Captain Getty Starhart." They shook hands. "Is it true you have more wins than anyone?" He gave the pretty bartender some stink-eye, but she just shrugged. "About 1,000,000 years ago. Why?" "Do they still run it?" Getty asked. Zareth Tin studied the three of them quizzically. "The entry's 100 grand, cash. You don't have it, you don't race." Oz glanced nervously in his direction. They were just shy of that, but what could he say? "That's not a problem." Zareth Tin tossed back the last of his drink, then paused on his way back to the stage. "Then sure, Starhart. Meet me back here after the next set, and I'll take you there."
Chapter 9. 4 grand. After Zareth Tin's set, he loosened his tie and led them outside. Like Samoyan, he was Soturian, a symmetrical branching pattern etched into his forehead that resembled scars. Every Soturian had such markings, and they were as unique as fingerprints. His hair was graying at the sides and thinning on top, suggesting he was older than Samo, but he had the same steely blue eyes. By the way female patrons watched as he made his way to the back, it was clear he still had game. As they followed out the door into the pedestrian mall, Oz leaned in and whispered,
"We've only got 96 between us. Where do you plan to get the other 4 grand?
He gave a passive shrug. "One of us could give GQ here a rub and tug."
"Be my guest."
"Just let me do the talking." She rolled her eyes.
"Because that always works out."
"What happened to this place?" Getty asked. "I remember it being a little more festive."
"Oh, the same thing that always happens when there's money to be made. Investors swoop in, and suddenly everything is more expensive and less interesting."
"Man, that sucks. Damn vultures."
"I was among the investors."
"It's very nice, though," he hurriedly added.
"Good save. Very smooth."
"Shut up." "What happened to the old LB?" As might be expected for a barkeep named Lil Bash, the name was entirely ironic. No one, including Getty, knew what race he was or where he came from, but his slug-like body barely fit behind the bar. It didn't matter, though, because his unusually long arms reached every bottle from a stationary position, and he was incredibly fast.
"He got stuck one night after closing time and died. They had to cut him out. Just as well. It would have broken his big, greasy heart to see this place become nice."
The ground-level shops and restaurants ended at a stairway that climbed to the second level, but they walked right past it into a narrow alley. Someone had scratched PP into the old stone with a small arrow to show the way. As though walking back into time, the fancy paint and stonework tapered off, and they spilled out into a narrower and even busier street. Once Getty got his bearings, he realized an entire city block was raised to form the pedestrian mall, and that the alley led to an even older part of town he didn't know existed. At first he was heartened. This was more like the Thegas he remembered. Street vendors handed out sticks of non-specific meat through clouds of grill smoke. Desperate restaurateurs and shopkeepers alike goaded passers-by to come inside, while music wafted through open doors. But as his eyes lingered a bit more on the facades and patrons, he realized even this was artifice. The buildings and street looked old, but they really weren't. Moreover, the people walking around were a pretty even mix of men, women, and children. Children? Zareth Tin gestured grandly, ending with air quotes.
"Welcome to Old Thegas."
A narrative began to form. As so often happened, something fun and awesome had been co-opted by the rich and therefore ruined. Someone decided they should keep the flavor of Old Thegas alive in what amounted to an amusement park.
Essentially, they destroyed its old charm and tried to reproduce it at considerable expense. Where had all this money come from? "You've got to be kidding me," Getty remarked with a scowl, his voice heavy with disappointment. "What's wrong?" asked Tardigan. "Everything." Zareth Tin gave him a knowing look. "Yeah, the race used to be the only reason to come here. Now they buy overpriced jewelry and T-shirts that say, 'I survived Ponley Point.'" Getty turned haplessly to Oz. "What's the world coming to?" "Dank's gonna want one of those," she said with a smirk. Their guide surveyed the sad little scene and jutted his chin toward a shop called the Ponley Point Experience. A sign in the large front window read, "Race Ponley Point. Win 100,000 credits." "Tourists believe the real Ponley Point hasn't been run in years. We aim to keep it that way, if you get my drift." Getty stopped and pivoted toward him. "What do you mean, believe?" Zareth Tin tucked his hands in his pockets and strolled toward the building. When they didn't follow, he looked back over his shoulder. "You said you were here to race, right?" "Not in some lame simulation." "Come on. There's someone I'd like you to meet." They entered the Ponley Point Experience to find 2 long rows of fully haptic pods molded to suggest racing ships. About half were occupied, mostly by men and kids. One near the door was tilted straight up, shaking violently, then leveled out briefly before swinging straight down. "Ah!" screamed the young Ornean kid piloting the virtual craft, who had clearly just made the moonshot gate and went into the suicide plunge. Getty couldn't help but smile at the kid's enthusiasm. "Moonshot to suicide. At least the game hasn't changed much." "Looks like they're playing Ponley Point Classic," said Zareth Tin, indicating banks of holoscreens above the pods. "There are 32, I believe, but I say the original's still the best." "That's the one I grew up playing." He fondly recalled playing with friends for hours, learning every trick to running the course. Zareth Tin made a beeline to a door at the back marked Employees Only. A greasy-haired young man behind the counter leaned on his elbow, bored, barely looking up as they went through. "What's happening right now?" "I'm not entirely sure." A narrow set of stairs led into a smoky, dingy basement, the sound of a muffled conversation wafting up to their ears. "That bartender wasn't kidding about the underground part." He fingered the stack of credits in his pocket, hoping whoever they were about to see would give them a break. The space was unglamorous even for a basement, with a smattering of crates and promotional banners lined up along the wall. 4 men were playing Ugwinnock, 2 Scrivari, an Udser, and a giant Basoan in a double-wide chair who looked eerily familiar. A pile of credit squares sat in the middle. It had to be high 6 figures at least. The Basoan looked over his cards at Zareth Tin and gave a little nod before laying them down with a self-satisfied grin. Ugwinnock. The others groaned and threw down their cards.
"How about that, Z?"
said the giant, blubbery Basoan, a wide grin playing across his plump, glossy lips.
"You must be good luck."
Oz, who was bringing up the rear, slid into his view just then, and the slits of his yellow eyes traced a lazy outline around her.
"Speaking of luck."
"More like yuck,"
she muttered under her breath. His spindly arms reached across the table and raked the pot toward him, bemusedly looking over Getty and the others.
"What brings you by, thee? These 3 wander off the walking tour?"
"They want a race,"
said Zareth Tin. The fat man tapped his bony fingers together thoughtfully, his eyes still locked on Oz.
"I sure hope it's you."
"Yeah? Why's that?"
asked Oz, wrinkling her nose.
"'Cause you look like you're built for speed."
"And you look like you're built for remaining stationary,"
she retorted. Getty put a cautioning hand on her shoulder.
"Now, Oz, I have a feeling we might need Mr.
"Party,"
he growled. "Mr. Party to help—" Getty cut himself off, blinking. "Wait,
Your name's Party?
Not Party, corrected Zareth. Pardee, a.k.a. Big Party.
Suddenly, Getty realized why he looked so familiar. Basoan's skin came in such different shades and hues that he hadn't connected the dots.
You're Lil Bash's kid?
Lil Bash and Big Party? Really?
Lil Bash was a galactic treasure. I don't like this guy's chi.
What's that?
Life force, I suppose. It's Chinese. It's something my mom always said. How's your chi today?
Fascinating. And how is your chi?
Better than this yutz's.
The only one I know about, he said with a self-amused grin. And who might you be?
Name's Getty Starheart. I'm here to race. Lil Bash was pretty well known in racing circles, but other than the novelty of his outsized body and above-average skill at mixology, Getty knew nothing about the guy. At least, not enough to imply they were pals.
I knew your old man. He was, big presence.
Party's smile vanished. He was lazy. He could have owned this town if he wanted. Too late now.
He's gone then?
Getty asked, feigning sympathy for the sake of decorum.
Thank the old gods, yes. Half my life's been cleaning up the trail of shit he left behind. Geez, no love lost between those two?
I'm sorry. I can tell you were close.
Oz shook her head. Why are you kissing this guy's ass?
Enough about that.
The vertical slits of his eyes widened.
So, you want to race the famous Ponley Point?
I take it you're the man to see.
It seemed impossible for Party to lean back, but somehow he did. His back pressed against the wall, spreading like a stain as a self-satisfied grin spread across his weirdly glossy lips.
The investment group wanted to shut the whole thing down, liability and whatnot. I convinced them not to.
Good for you, said Getty, unimpressed. The universe didn't want for opportunists.
I could use a little windfall myself.
Big Party guffawed.
Heard that 1,000,000 times, haven't we, thee?
Getty frowned and pivoted his head back and forth between Party and Zareth.
Wait, you two are partners?
Managing partners, clarified Zareth. At least for this little operation.
You don't race anymore?
Oh, once in a great while. There's no real competition anymore. Guess I got tired of winning all the time.
That explained why he was so willing to escort them there. This cloak and dagger stuff was all part of some big act. As far as these were concerned, they were just tourists eager to drop a load of cash to compete and quite possibly die in a legendary race. It was fantasy fulfillment for anyone who had the money.
What's the payout these days?
Getty asked, his ire rising.
50%,
replied Zareth.
50%?
Getty asked, incredulous.
It used to be like 90. The rest went to clean up the wrecks.
A smaller slice of a much bigger pie,
Zareth said, moving from beside them to stand next to Party, his arms crossed.
How much bigger?
Party tapped his thin fingers on his corpulent chin.
The winner of a typical race walks away with 2 to 4 million.
Getty went white as a sheet. He'd seen 1,000,000 times what greed did to people, but damn, that would set up the fizz for a long time. Hell, that might buy most of a new ship.
That's a big-ass pie.
Oz wore a shit-eating grin he mirrored, because he knew she was thinking the exact same thing. That's what he said.
Pay the entry fee and you're in, said Party.
How much?
Getty asked, suddenly not confident about negotiating his way out of this.
100 large,
Zareth reminded him.
We have 96, Getty said. That's all we got.
Gosh, that's awfully close, isn't it?
Party exchanged a smug look with his partner and looked up at Getty with a slippery smile.
Please,
Getty pleaded. "We came a long way." Party tapped his fingers together, clearly relishing this part of his sleazy job.
"Tell you what, Starfart," he pointed back to the stairs. "The fastest way to make a few grand is right up those stairs."
"What, the video game?" Zareth Tin said.
"You can bet if you'd like. It's double or nothing across the board."
"So just put down 2,000 and you could win 4.
I may suck at math, pal, but I managed that one okay. If winning was all he had to do, he was a shoo-in. They might as well just give him the money now. "And all I have to do is win it, what did you call it? Ponley Point Classic?"
"Possibly," said Party. "The course is random."
He'd have to see about that. In the meantime, Dank had spent hours training for a race he'd never get to run. Maybe there was a way to let him test his skill without risking death. "We'll be back later with the rest of the money." He turned on his heels and headed back toward the stairs. Chapter 10. After Party. Dank was beyond excited to race at the point without him or anyone else dying, and immediately agreed to accompany Getty and Oz back to the Ponley Point experience. Of course, Getty couldn't tell the kid there would be money at stake or he'd freak out, but he didn't need to know anyway. Tardigan stayed to go over the supply list with Voprot and work out what they could afford to buy. When they arrived back at the experience, Dank picked out the pod he liked best and climbed inside to await the start of the race. Other competitors had begun to trickle in, so Getty headed over to the counter before it got too busy. He greeted the dead-eyed kid and slid 2,000 credits across the table. He regarded it like a turd. With one more finger on each hand and round pupils, he could have passed for a human. Kinetosian, a long way from home, just like everyone else on this rock. "2 grand?" he asked, wrinkling his nose. "Is that a problem?" asked Getty. "Most people go bigger." The way the kid said it made Getty want to grab his long hair and slam his face into the counter. But maybe he had a point. Go big or go home, right? Besides, they still had to find a hotel room, and it wouldn't be cheap.
Don't do what I think you're going to do.
"What's your name?" He checked behind him to make sure Oz and Dank weren't listening.
"Effer," said the kid. "Look, the race starts in 5 minutes, so—"
Effer? Sometimes you went years in this galaxy and never hear the same name twice. "Effer? I don't know you, but I'll bet you like money." Effer perked up, but regarded him suspiciously.
"Doesn't everybody?"
"You could work at any of these 2-bit tourist traps, but you work here because of the juice. The action. Am I right?" Effer paled a bit at this, and Getty knew he had his number. Young men were easy to read. He looked down and pretended to pick something out from under one of his fingers.
"Betting's the only interesting thing in this stupid town."
He gave the counter a little slap to bring the kid's eyes back up to his. "Exactly. Problem is, this isn't your action. It's someone else's. What does watching somebody else's action make you?"
"What?"
"A bystander. A nameless, faceless schmuck. Did you really come all the way from Kanatos to the edge of charted space to be a wage slave?" Effer stiffened, drawing himself taller. "No, of course you didn't. Which is why—" He slid 20,000 across the counter and leaned in. "I think it would be very enterprising of you to put this 20 on my boy Dank over there. Keep the 2 grand for yourself." The kid glanced around and slid the money into his pocket, then wiped his sweaty brow on his sleeve.
"What's the catch?"
"No catch," Getty said, grinning. "Just make sure the next race is run on Ponley Point Classic."
"You're cheating."
"You want to be morally superior or get back to Sagacia?"
"I was thinking they weren't mutually exclusive."
He shook his head.
"It's random. I can't just—"
"Then un-randomize it. You can do that, right?" He sighed, now dabbing at his cheeks as he shifted nervously back and forth.
"It's just We just ran Classic in the last race.
I get it. There are 32 courses, and chances of running the same race twice in a row are astronomical.
Technically, they're 1 in 1,024, which isn't...
But it happens sometimes, right?
Getty asked, trying not to sound annoyed. Effer exhaled a long breath.
Classic it is. Who's your horse?
The Durandian kid standing by pod 6.
Yeah, all right.
Getty pointed a cautioning finger.
Classic. Don't let me down.
Effer nodded, and Getty returned to where Oz and Denk were.
What was that all about?
Oz asked.
Just getting clear on the rules.
He turned to Denk and rubbed his sloped shoulders.
How you feeling, champ? You good?
He glanced back over his shoulder, his pupils wide and haunted.
There are 32 courses. What if it's not the one we practiced?
You're a pilot,
Getty reassured him.
Go on instinct.
Okay, racers, said Effer, adjusting a little headset. Please enter your pods and remain still until the neural connection is established.
Denk climbed into the pod, running his trembling hands over the controls. Slinky metal tendrils with glowing blue ends extended from the headrest and settled on Denk's head, with dozens of other touch points on the rest of his body, making him squirm.
I don't know about this.
The snaky cables on Denk's temples lit up, making his eyes go cloudy. His jaw slackened.
Screen! Whoa, guys, this is crazy! I'm really in a ship!
The holoscreen flicked on, mirroring what Denk saw. He was in the cockpit of some dusty, battered one-seater with playful touches like a bobblehead of a cartoon alien and family pictures taped to the edge of the steeply raked window. The other ships materialized all around him, but there was no environment yet, just a grid.
We see you, pal.
Okay, said Effer from behind the counter. Time to select your course. Running the, randomizing algorithm.
A moment later, the grid faded out and Ponley Point Classic faded in. The original, rendered in loving detail. It began in the semicircular mouth of a dry canyon about 20 kilometers from town. Denk craned his neck to both sides, revealing far more ships than racers. The others must be AI-generated.
Your randomly selected race venue is Ponley Point Classic. Watch for the flag drop and good luck.
The tourist in the next pod over grumbled.
Again with the Classic? I don't think your randomizer's very random.
Denk sighed with relief.
Phew! Looks like we lucked out, Cap.
Getty winked at Effer, who seemed to relax now that the race was underway. When he turned back, he found Oz's eyes locked on him. They narrowed as she studied his face. What did you do now? What are the chances, I wonder? Asked Oz, flattening her lips.
1 in 1,024,
he answered, evading her withering gaze.
Just focus and trust yourself. You've got this.
His ship was positioned near the front and just right of center, which was good. Setting up high for the razor turn was easier without a big crowd in front of you at the starting line, and putting some distance between himself and the pack was crucial for everything that came next. Denk's stubby fingers closed around the throttle, and he took a deep, cleansing breath. Up ahead, a slinky Stemerian woman in a bikini sashayed out, carrying a bright red flag in her teeth and swishing her ass.
Oh, come on,
Oz muttered.
Why's it always some sexy babe?
She squared up to the racers and stuck her impossibly long tongue out, wagging it lasciviously back and forth before running it over her plump lips. From the right angle, she bore a striking resemblance to Getty's holographic girlfriend back on the Deuce.
I think it's tastefully done,
Getty said appreciatively.
Welcome to Ponley Point, she cooed. Are you ready to give it your all?
Yes, ma'am,
Denk answered, as though she were talking just to him.
Thanks for asking.
Remember your training, Getty murmured, leaning down by Denk's ear.
I won't let you down, Cap.
He liked that Denk called him Cap. It had a nice ring to it, and it seemed more like a nickname than a title.
Okay, let's do it,
teased the starter girl. Racers ready? She spread her feet, raised the flag overhead, and slid her bright eyes mischievously back and forth. Go! She brought it down with a sexy flourish, her tits practically spilling out of her bikini top and giving everyone a show. Getty hoped it was enough to distract some of the other racers. Denk shoved the throttle forward. The ship fishtailed briefly, throwing him off, and he angled straight for the girl. Getty assumed she would be immaterial in the game or simply fade out, but she just stood there, frozen in terror. Denk cut her off just below the waist, and her face slammed into the window, her cheeks sticking to the glass momentarily before she tumbled off to the side.
Huh, remarked Getty. That's a surprising inclusion.
Oh, geez, Denk said, his voice pained. Sorry, lady. Should I see if she's okay?
I'm sure she has good insurance. Punch it!
Denk zipped across the sea of jostling ships, trailing a pack that clearly didn't know what they were doing, because half of them misread the turn and set up left. Only a couple of other ships were positioned high and right. The others would immediately crash. Denk was in a perfect position to take an early lead.
Get ready,
Getty breathed as the huge turn approached.
Now!
Damn if it didn't feel good to have a little money in his pocket. Credits were all the same size, but he always thought he could tell the denominations just by feel. He picked one out that felt like 1,000 and took it out just far enough to see. Nope, 500.
Look who's back,
said Big Party, leaning back and turning his Ugwinock cards face down on the table. Again he leered at Oz as she reached the bottom of the stairs ahead of Denk.
If you're still short, I think we could work something out.
Not in his Zoran's age, she replied, unamused. Getty slapped down the squares.
It's all there.
He briefly glanced down and swept the little pile toward his side of the table with all the rest.
Looks about right.
Aren't you going to count it?
Getty asked.
He doesn't have enough fingers,
said Oz. Party's slimy grin fell. Getty coughed to cover his guffaw.
That's it, then?
He nodded to one of the other players, the Udser, who grumbled something under his breath and stood to reveal he wasn't wearing any pants.
Not altogether unusual for an Udser, but
certainly off-putting. He shuffled toward a wall safe, revealing that his seat was a bidet. Oz groaned and wrinkled her nose.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait, is that?
Guess you never have to leave the table, huh?
Getty asked after him. He muttered an incomprehensible response as he put his eye to a scanner and opened the door to reveal a metal bowl filled with coin-shaped devices. He took one out and shuffled over to them.
Who's racing?
Me. The Udser handed Getty the device.
Your token,
he said flatly.
For the gates.
Had this always been part of it? There was no way to know. He'd never been behind the scenes like this.
Great. Can we go now?
Oz asked, irritated.
Need a map to the starting line?
Asked Party, smirking, as the Udser settled unapologetically back onto his bidet. They shared a belly laugh and picked up their game where they left off. What a racket. Was it a rule of the universe that everything eventually got shittier and more expensive? These guys didn't take him seriously. As far as they were concerned, he was another tourist after one last pathetic grasp at glory. Getty turned on his heels and followed the others back upstairs, fully intending to have the last laugh. Chapter 11. Getting to the Point. After a long turn in space, nothing in the universe beat a hot shower and fresh towels. At Getty's insistence, they spent the night at the Thegus Excelsior, a fancy hotel right on the square. That first delicious moment when the deluge of hot water hit his head, cascading over his face and body, always sent a pleasing shudder down his spine. He stood there for several minutes as it dripped off his nose and chin, sending little whirlpools of grayish water down the drain. Being stuck in the fizz for weeks on end gave him fresh appreciation for the little things. He could hardly wait to spend some of his winnings to fix her up. With his token tucked deep in his pocket, he left at 10 to get the Dom out and told the crew to take the free shuttle out to the canyon to watch the pre-race show. The Ponley Point Participant Parade was a race day staple. The game's intro only showed it between brief, frenetic cuts, in which a wide spectrum of grimly determined racers processed between two grandstands so vast that they appeared infinite. They waved and smiled, and the impossibly large crowd cheered its approval. When he was a kid playing the game, he'd often fall asleep dreaming of winning at the point. "Getty! Getty!" They'd chant as one, and the other racers seemed to shrink before his eyes. In school, he would idly draw the ships he'd someday pilot there. A sinister-looking sliver of cockpit bracketed by BW-993 ionizing antimatter thrusters from an Alliance ASG-8 Ripsaw. A heavily modified ETB-44 skybike with dual Thoron injectors. There were prettier ships, but his was special because he built it himself. Like everything else here, the parade was a shadow of its former self. The grandstands at the finish line, near the canyon entrance, used to stretch for half a click on both sides. Now there was just one, maybe 100 meters long, and it was half full. There was a smattering of applause as the racers glided by. An indifferent announcer introduced them as they passed. "Piloting the Herneck XST is Zomed Klazak, a middle manager at an Icrian spice company. And there's Anya Dikarelko, daughter of Topyed Dikarelko, who has won twice at the point." The rest of Thegus should have tempered Getty's expectations, but the reality of it was so far removed from his childhood fantasy that it might as well have been a different race. Oh well, this was for the Fizz, and for Eli, not for him. "And here we have what looks like a Ring War-era Kylorian fighter? That's Getty Starhart, a first-time racer here. Let's give him a warm Thegus welcome." The crew was lined up at the front railing, hooting and frantically waving their arms. Dank wore the "I survived Ponley Point" shirt he'd bought with some of his winnings, and jumped up and down as he stretched it taut. It brought a smile to Getty's lips, and he waved back, though they likely couldn't see him through the glare of the window. "Well, Eli, it's not the crowd we hoped for, but I'll take it."
"Hope we see them again."
"Ye of little faith." Having passed by the mildly enthusiastic crowd, they entered the narrow canyon that led to the starting line, and all fell silent.
"Legend has it that if it's quiet enough to hear yourself breathe in the canyon, you'll have a good race."
"I can hear it."
"Me too." From the corner of his eye, he caught the wave of a hand, and turned to see a familiar face come up beside him. Zareth Tin.
"Why's he here?"
"I don't know." He was piloting a triangular craft that resembled a hybrid of a skybike and a short-range Grook fighter, though it was neither of those. He straddled a long seat covered in an iridescent green electro-bubble. The engines were hidden beneath the fuselage. Zareth Tin hailed him.
"Nice antique, Starhart. You here to race or to clear the dust off it?" he taunted.
Was he really talking smack? Getty figured the guy's racing days were far behind him.
It seemed he had too much to lose now. "I don't see any engines,"
Getty said, peering down at the underside of his ship.
"I'm guessing training wheels?"
He laughed and said,
"They'll be easy to see from behind me. I didn't know you were racing today. Something told me you might give me some actual competition. Plus, it's my day off. Where do you find these noobs?"
He shrugged.
"We don't have to. They find us. That's the power of branding."
An authoritative-sounding voice cut in on the local channel as the canyon widened. The Point's legendary announcer, Bromby Cream Cannon. At least some things didn't change. A glowing blue line suspended in the air represented the starting line.
"Racers, welcome to the point. Proceed to your starting positions."
A numbered column of light bearing his name and photo appeared in the worst possible place. Back left. There were just 20 racers, including him, so 1.9 million credits were at stake. Half of that was almost 1 million, which was a lot, but nowhere near the 4 or 5 he'd hoped for.
Whoop. Looks like I'm in the front row. See you out on the course, Starheart, Zareth Tin said, peeling off to the right. More likely, you'll see me. Getty maneuvered the ship into its starting position at the very back of the pack on the wrong side and thought through his strategy. The Dom was nimble and super stable on a descent, but not especially fast. It would be strongest on Suicide and the Razor and weakest in the DTC in the final straightaway. She wasn't fast enough off the line to get in front, but high and right was more important. Besides, he'd make up time later.
Y'all know the rules, said Bilby. No weapons, no AI, no scanners, and no object avoidance. Just you, your craft, and one rear camera. Your token must pass through each gate in order. The first token across the line at the end of Shoelace Canyon takes home half the pot.
Good luck, Getty. You're going to win.
I hope you're right. We're hosed if we don't.
Racers, prepare.
A chill slid down his back. He'd waited a long time to hear that for real. His fingers tightened around the controls and his pulse quickened. His eyes locked on the Razor in the far distance, and everything else melted away.
Go!
Chapter 12. Ponley Point. It took every ounce of discipline in his body, which admittedly wasn't a lot. But when the rest of the pack took off, Getty waited. Half a second after they jetted ahead of him, he veered hard right and floored it. Big though it was, the Fizz arguably had better acceleration from a dead stop than the Dom. It was technically a well-armed light personnel carrier and not a fighter, but it was only slightly bigger than one and looked almost identical. She needed a little runway to make top speed. The only way to get her into position was to inch his way toward the front from the outside of the pack. No easy task, considering everyone else was jockeying for the same position. By the time he needed to set up for the sneaky turn, he'd only made up half the ground he wanted to, and was so far outside that he'd slam into the rocks if he went straight. But the inexperienced pilots beside him slowed down a bit too soon, leaving a gap, and he slipped in behind Zareth Tin, who was in the lead, and the Icrian businessman in his brand-new SXT. He passed through the first gate a fraction of a second behind. A couple racers who didn't set up high enough for the sharp curve drifted through it, slamming into the jagged rocks. Ahead, the narrow canyon immediately veered right into a short straightaway. To his surprise, the SXT took a primo line and actually opened up space between them. 4 others were right on his 6. As the canyon became even more sinuous, he started to see old ships strewn about the floor here and there. Some were wedged and crumpled under massive boulders, while others lay in half-buried pieces at the base of the steep walls. By the time they began to climb toward open sky, he'd opened up a couple 100 meters on the 4 ships behind him, but the SXT was still well ahead. He pulled back and throttled up as the course tapered at the appropriately named crotch gate. Like everyone else, he dropped low enough to nearly scrape the ground to set up for it. Just as the gate came into view, he caught a glimpse of Zareth Tin veering quickly left, then nearly overcorrecting, sending a little pile of rocks tumbling down the canyon toward the SXT, which barely avoided them.
Was that on purpose?
Almost certainly. The first bouncing boulder dropped just under the Dom's stubby port wing, and he rolled right to dodge the second one. But Zareth Tin actually had swerved to avoid an unusually large ship on its side just in front of the gate. The SXT took the same line, so Getty leaned on the thrusters and went right, hoping like hell there was more room than it looked. Fortunately, there was, and he took a much straighter line, passing through Gate 2 just ahead of the SXT and carrying more speed than either of the leaders.
Nicely done.
Don't get too excited. The hard parts are still to come.
Once through, he immediately yanked back on the stick and punched it, climbing straight up like an old Earth rocket. Zareth Tin's engine cluster burned white-hot, apparently struggling a bit to make the climb. Getty was gaining ground fast, but this wasn't the place to overtake him. He'd advised Denk to be patient here, and he was going to follow his own advice. But according to the rear camera, the SXT was gaining on him again.
The dom just wasn't designed for steep climbs. The higher he went, the darker it got. He scanned the dark blue sky, looking anxiously for the moonshot gate. If you came in at the wrong angle, it looked like a faint blue line against an ocean of stars. He didn't see it at first, and apparently neither did Zareth Tin, because he reversed course, inverted, and rolled upright as he zipped past overhead. Getty did the same, expecting to see the gate just ahead. But just as abruptly as his rival's ship about-face, it looped around again and shot off to the left like a bullet. Zareth Tin threw a quick wave his way. A total fake-out. "You sneaky bastard!" He took off after him just in time to watch Zareth Tin slip through the moonshot gate, barely ahead of the SXT. By the time Getty got there, the other four had almost caught up. Why hadn't he seen it sooner? Just as well, because this was where the dom shone. He nosed down and dove into suicide plunge with the thrusters screaming. This was where smart racers were patient, because suicide was all about managing your speed. If you got going too fast, you couldn't pull up in time. Too slow, and you'd find yourself way back. 1,000 kilometers per hour was the magic number. About halfway to the forbidding black maw of the volcano, he rocketed past the SXT like it was standing still, and closed fast on Zareth Tin. They entered the volcano neck and neck at just under 1,100 kilometers per hour, and Getty started counting. 6.5 seconds before he decelerated. No way Zareth Tin would wait that long. A 1, and a 2, and a 3. The two ships plummeted into the building darkness and flicked on their lights at the same time. The faint glint of metal signaled the bottom was near. Hundreds of decrepit ships were piled there, so much that it took him a moment to find an opening. But he didn't slow down.
"What are you doing? You're going too fast."
"No, I'm not. And a 4, and a 5. Zareth Tin lost his nerve and fired his retros. He dropped back behind the SXT, which was still gaining on Getty and therefore screwed.
"Getty?"
"And a 6. And watch this shit." As the graveyard of ships came into view, Getty gave the stick a short flick back, immediately flipping him nose up. He hammered on the thrusters to kill his airspeed, pinning him to the seat to where he couldn't breathe. The stick slipped from his hands, leveling them out at the bottom of the drop. They scraped the top of a crushed ripsaw, and the last thing he saw was the SXT crash into the bottom in a yellow-orange fireball.
"Watch out!"
His eyes popped open just before he, too, crashed into the smooth left side of the DTC. Panicked, he overcorrected and nearly hit the other side. By the time he drifted back toward the middle, Zareth Tin had made it into the lava tube and was closing fast.
"Shit! What happened?"
he asked, panting. His heart felt like it had stopped altogether.
"You blacked out."
"How long?"
3 or 4 seconds.
"Damn it!"
"You were pulling 10 Gs. What did you think was going to happen?"
Getty gave his head a hard shake to clear it, and accelerated down the long, straight tube, his vision still blurry. Ahead, a pinpoint of light signaled the exit. The throttle was open all the way. Zareth Tin was even with him, smirking through his translucent green bubble. This was a 2-ship race now. They burst out of the tube like bullets into Shoelace Canyon. Getty banked hard right at the same time as Zareth Tin, approaching the harrowing final stretch. Straight ahead, the eponymous Shoelace route beckoned to him.
"What's he going to do?"
"He'll take the curves. Even if he gets behind, he knows he can beat me on the straightaway." Indeed, he was right. As Zareth Tin moved right following the first curve, Getty veered left to set up for the straightest line through the curves. When he leveled out, he lined himself up. How many times had he fantasized about this moment? There was zero room for error. A bird or a sudden puff of wind and he'd hit the sides. He took a deep breath and blew it out, then started accelerating. A satisfying whoomp sounded as he passed through the first hole in the cliffs. Zareth Tin crossed through the tubes just behind him.
"You're already getting ahead."
"Don't get too excited," he muttered. "We have miles to go before we sleep." He slipped through the second hole and the third, glancing up each time to see where his foe was. His lead had grown, though not as much as expected. Whoomp went the fourth shoelace, and the fifth. Zareth Tin was a good 2 seconds back now. but the shoelaces angled slightly down, and the final gate was level with the top of the canyon. He had to climb to get to it. He whizzed through just ahead of Zareth Tin, but not far enough. No gates remained, just the finish line. He urged the Dom on, skimming over the flat desert as billows of dust opened behind him. That gave him an idea. He dropped her down to just a meter above the ground to stir up as much of that dust and sand as possible. Zareth Tin had the faster ship, but Getty weaved back and forth, kicking up even more dust and blocking him from passing. All the while, his undermounted engines were sucking in that dust. He disappeared in the cloud for a moment, only to reappear quite suddenly at 2 o'clock high. One of his engines was trailing white smoke. The glowing red finish line was in sight, along with nearly 1,000,000 credits. "Come on, baby. Turn it up to 11 for me." Even with the distressed engine, Zareth Tin still inched ahead and was about to overtake him when the smoking engine flamed out, dropping him a length back. It was all Getty needed. The Dom rocketed across the finish line in front of the grandstand, which was immediately swallowed by clouds of dust. Getty eased back on the throttle, wearing an ear-to-ear grin. "Hell yeah! Take that, you cocky motherfucker! Woohoo!" "You did it, Getty. Aku, here we come." Zareth Tin pulled even and hailed him. "Good flying, Starheart. Sorry about your engine. And your face. I'm really not." "I didn't figure." He shook his head in disbelief as elation washed over him. "Ponley fucking Point." "Ponley fucking Point." Chapter 13. Celebrate Good Times. Ponley Point had always celebrated its winners in grand fashion, and Getty was happy to see at least one aspect live up to expectations. The surviving racers limped across the finish line, sometimes alone and sometimes in groups, while a giant projection against the canyon wall looped an in memoriam reel for the 3 racers who didn't make it back, including the middle manager in the SXT. A band had set up at the starting area, projecting music out over the revelers and across the flat desert expanse. Once they started playing, the crowd swelled to several hundred. Whether they were locals or tourists, Getty couldn't have guessed. Winning almost 1,000,000 credits in the actual race he'd grown up playing in a video game should have felt more gratifying. As captain, Getty was thrilled. The crew deserved an upgraded ship, and they would get it now. Oz was dancing with Dank and Hartigan, while Voprot grappled with the very notion of rhythm, swishing his giant tail back and forth and kicking up clouds of dust like he was having a seizure. Getty leaned against the Dom and took a sip from his mug of ale, bemusedly watching Voprot. "Is that what it means to dance like no one's watching?" "It must." "This is a happy occasion, Getty. You should be out there with them." "I'm not much for dancing." "That's not the point." No sooner had he thought this than Oz hurried over, clearly tipsy, and grabbed his arm, yanking him toward the others. "Come on, Mr. Buzzkill. Let's kick up some dust." His instinct was to refuse, but this wasn't just about him anymore. They were a team, and teams made little sacrifices for each other. A little dignity was a small price to pay for their help. Besides, the band was actually pretty good. He set his beer down and sheepishly let Oz drag him out into the gyrating crowd. Predictably, Oz was the only one who could dance worth a lick. Tardigan's moves looked more like calisthenics. Dank had some rhythm, but the way he stuck his butt out only added to his already comical appearance. Voprot, meanwhile, was down on all fours, lolling his head back and forth with his tongue flapping around as though in a religious ecstasy. To that point, the only time Getty ever danced was if he thought he might get in some floozy's pants. He honestly didn't know if he was any good or not, though he figured he wasn't half bad. "You've got a little shake in that can," Oz teased, effortlessly tossing her thick red locks back and forth in perfect time. So light and effortless on her feet. Before long, a silly grin was emblazoned across his face. Was it just the company, or was it that he just won Ponley fucking Point and was having his first bit of actual fun in 7 years? He hopped over beside her and bumped her with his hip. She opened her mouth in mock offense and bumped him right back, so hard it sent him skidding. He gave a laugh and fell back into the rhythm. Traveling the cosmos, you saw every shape, size, and color of alien species, sometimes all in the same place. You saw interspecies love affairs and businesses and sporting events. But in all those years, Getty never once found himself dancing in the desert with hundreds of them, all strangers. If he closed his eyes, he imagined a world where nobody wanted to destroy each other because of something that happened 1,000 years ago. But that wasn't reality, and his brief moment of reverie faded when he realized that every single one of these people knew he'd won and was nearly 1,000,000 credits richer. His winnings were locked in the Dom's small weapons locker, where they would remain until it was time to get the stuff they needed for the fizz and bounce. His building paranoia finally got the better of him, and he glanced over toward the Dom, which was parked with the others near the edge of the crowd. It was a good thing he did, because a pair of Kylorians were running their hands over the ship in a way he really didn't like. He broke away and strode toward them. Both were younger than the late Captain Bykite, holding drinks and talking animatedly. Reflexively, he undid the latch on his blaster. "Hey," Getty said. "Can I help you guys with something?" "This your ship?" asked the smaller of the two, intoxicated and incredulous. "That's right," he said, puffing out his chest a little. It was a habit at this point. Sometimes just being obviously unafraid was all it took. He sensed Oz just behind him. "How does a human acquire a Kylorian LPC?" inquired the drunk, an undercurrent of menace in his voice. "It came with our trawler, dealer incentive." The belligerent one's eye twitched at this indignity. He was about to spew invective when the other stayed him with his hand. "My father flew in the war. A fighter very similar to this, in fact." "My old man was a pilot in the PDF," Getty said. "See? Common ground." The big Kylorian harumphed. "Then he knew nothing of war." "You were saying?" Getty's cheeks burned. All these assholes were the same, just pushing buttons to see what trouble they could cause. But he wouldn't take the bait. He forced a smile. "Difference of opinion," he said, nodding at the asshole as he slipped his arm around Oz's slim waist. "Now, if you don't mind stepping away from my ship, we'll resume our bad dancing." "It doesn't belong to you," said the smaller in a grave tone, his face curling into an off-putting snarl. "He should really look into some orthodontia." Getty resisted the urge to roll his eyes, even though they both deserved it. "And here I thought I had a clean title." The inebriated Kylorian stumbled over and came chest to chest with Getty, huffing and wild-eyed. Their faces came roughly level, though his gherkin-shaped head kept going for another foot. Oz moved around to his side, her arms defiantly crossed. A moment later, the larger Kylorian did the same. "I'm curious, human. How did you come by this ship?" Getty opened his mouth to reply, but Oz cut him off. "Our former captain was Kylorian. He fled in the final days of the war." The belligerent one's face wrinkled in disgust as he regarded her. Not typical for Oz. "So he was a deserter and a coward. Only a Temerarian would stomach working for such dishonorable scum." Oz scowled and narrowed her eyes. She may have left her people, but that didn't mean she wouldn't defend them without a second thought. "What's that supposed to mean?" Even without weapons, Oz would probably turn these two into pretzels. Getty took a step back. Behind them, the band finished one song and immediately launched into another, sending the crowd into a frenzy. "Temeraria made its choice. It chose money." Oz scowled, confused, and was about to challenge him when Denk came up on Getty's left. "Hey, Cap, everything okay over here?" Tardigan joined them, forming a little wall between them and Voprot, who was still lost in the music. When Getty was much younger and always up for a scrape, it was usually just him. Having some backup felt surprisingly good.
"Our Kylorian friends were just congratulating us on the big win," he said. "Isn't that right?"
The smaller regarded Dank and Hardigan with a smirk.
"A human, a Durandian, and an Ornean? Is this some kind of joke?"
"Well, we did walk into a bar yesterday."
"Now is not the time. Oh, come on, it was a perfect setup."
"And where is your former Kylorian captain now?" he asked. "Hiding from justice, I'd imagine."
"Actually, he died battling a rance with his bare hands," Getty asserted.
Though in fact, Captain Bykite merely got in its way, after making the bad decision to capture the Myadan-bound zoo ship. "That's one way to look at it." He was about to say something else when both Kylorians' eyes drifted upward, fixed on something behind him. Getty noticed the shadow fall over the group, confirming Voprat had finally noticed their confrontation.
"What in blazes is that?"
asked the larger.
"A Gigantian. If you think my crew is a joke, well, I guess he's the punchline." He turned back to meet Voprat's eyes. "Isn't that right, pal?"
"Sorry, Voprat late to conversation,"
he said, still panting from his exertions.
"Voprat like dancing."
The bigger Kylorian's eyes remained warily on Voprat as he tapped his friend on the upper arm and led him away. "You're not late, pal. In fact, your timing was perfect. Come on, let me buy you a drink."
The Kylorians both looked back a few times as they melted into the crowd, but the situation was diffused, at least for now. Getty refastened the latch on his blaster and took a deep breath. "I'm proud of you."
"Don't be. If it wasn't for my friends, old Bullethead and I would have thrown down."
"Then I'm glad you have friends." Up to that point, he hadn't really felt like a captain, nor the crew a real crew. But he wasn't a lone wolf anymore. He was part of a pack, and they were stronger together.
I couldn't agree more.
Chapter 14. A Do-It-Yourselfer. Getty rose early the morning after the party, bleary-eyed but anxious to take care of the fizz. Ordinarily, installation and repairs were handled same day, but in a place like this, all bets were off. He made his way across the empty pedestrian mall toward the spaceport, nearly falling on his ass when his feet hit the frost-slickened bricks. Hard to believe it got that cold at night, but they were technically in a desert. Like the town, Thegus' spaceport was state-of-the-art, though not especially large. It was cross-shaped with 2 full decks and large enough to handle 4 transports. He bounded up the wide steps 2 at a time and passed through the large doors when they slid open, the metal-scented air of the lower deck exhaling into his face. Apart from a couple techs welding a patch over a small merchant vessel, there wasn't much going on. The hangar was silent save for the huge air exchangers on the ends. At the far side, a kiosk pointed the way to different administrative areas. An arrow pointed up a flight of stairs to the warehouse, and he began to climb. Supply clerks handled the exchange of ship-related supplies and equipment. Ordinarily, they had massive stockpiles of parts from ships that had passed through over the years. Sometimes junk trawlers sold off their prizes there too, but they'd screw you on the price. You were always better off at a market if you could help it, but sometimes you had to take what you could get. But since Thegus no longer had a market, they'd be at the mercy of the clerk, whose job it was to make the spaceport as much money as possible. This one was Icrean, a race known for being business-minded. He scanned the list and put a tick mark by only 3 of the 20-plus items, then handed it back.
"Are you kidding me?" Getty asked. "This is all you've got in stock?"
He held up his hands in mock surrender.
"You think I prefer to not sell you all this stuff? I work off commissions, you know."
The only things available were a tractor beam assembly, handheld weapons, and novospheres. No shower, no food recombinator. The thought of more Nutrimush turned his stomach, especially after the celebratory dinner they'd enjoyed last night.
"What about the hull repair?" "That we can do."
The tractor beam was the #1 priority, so he was grateful they had a compatible one. But all the items that would have made the Fizz more hospitable would have to wait. At least they had some Novaspheres to help get them somewhere with a better selection and prices. He heaved a sigh. How much? The Chandler's lips moved a little as he did some arithmetic in his boxy, bony head.
Depending on the weapons, you're looking at $550, give or take.
Getty's eyes practically jumped from their sockets.
What?
He gave an indifferent shrug.
The tractor beam alone. With installation, that's $415. It shouldn't be more than $100. You've got another source on Thegas for tractor beam assemblies compatible with an antique Gruck trawler? That's the price. Take it or leave it.
Having the screws put to him by some price-gouging schmuck gave him heart palpitations. Just because they were at the edge of charted space didn't mean they got to bilk Ponley Point champions out of their hard-earned winnings, because that's exactly what this was.
I'll give you 2, he said through gritted teeth. That's double what it would go for in the outer systems.
The guy had the nerve to lean back in his chair with his fingers laced behind his head.
Feel free to shop around. I think there's an old junkyard down there between the art gallery and the Nerethian spa.
After he was done laughing at his own joke, Getty put his hands on the table and leaned down.
What would it be without labor?
Getty dragged a sleeve across his forehead, accidentally sending a droplet of filthy, salty sweat into his already bloodshot eyes. Every attempt to clear it just made it worse. The wiring harness he was trying to install was still in his left hand, and the cluster of connectors running to the console were still sticking out of the conduit, as they had been for the past hour. Oz and Dank were off at the warehouse sifting through used weapons, and Voprot had come along to help carry them back. Morpho knew the Physmo intimately, but connecting a strange third-party component to its aging systems fell outside his expertise, so he decided to keep working on the rear shields. Above him, at the edge of the open panel, Dr. Tardigan's dangling legs tapped incessantly against the inside wall of the subfloor as he read the instructions on the tablet.
"Is that necessary?"
Getty said. It came out more harshly than he intended. He stopped immediately.
Sorry, I still have that music stuck in my head from the party. What did you say it was?
Back on the Deuce, it was called rock and roll.
Rock and roll. It's very catchy. Is it an old form?
Getty looked up and winked.
It never dies.
He removed the thick work glove and opened his aluminum water bottle, downing it in 3 big gulps. In space, he avoided drinking that recycled, piss-tasting swill unless he was about to pass out. But against all odds, Thegas had some of the most delicious, deep well water he'd ever tasted. They'd been at this the entire afternoon. That crooked clerk agreed to $275 for just the Udsurian-made tractor beam assembly and the adapter kit. He might gouge him on the parts, but he could easily find cheaper labor. In theory, that was a smart play. But then he learned that nobody knew more about old-school electronics than him, and that wasn't much. They'd found wiring instructions on the net, but of course they were all in Udsur, which only Doc could read. Thus far, they'd only managed to move the assembly into place. Now they had to figure out how to connect Udsurian and Gruck electrical components. Once Getty had slaked his thirst, he tugged the glove back on.
All right, now what?
Okay, it says connect the happy, colorful wires to the most receptive counterpart, labeled C9, and loop around the harness bracket fastener?
He squinted and brought the tablet closer to his face.
Although, looking at it a second time, it might also say to not do that. In Udsur, the words for do and don't do are the same, so it's all about the context.
The context is to finish this installation before I go insane.
Getty held the wiring harness up to his headlamp and studied it for something, anything, that resembled what Tardigan said. Neither it, nor the wires sticking out of the fizz's conduit, nor the sockets on the tractor beam assembly were labeled C9. He was about to ask Tardigan for more guidance when a voice came from the open door to the hold.
"Starheart, is that you down there?"
Tardigan lifted his head toward the sound while Getty took a couple steps up the ladder, his eyes just above the floor. It was Zareth Tin, dressed in fine slacks and a jacket. He peered down at him with a bemused grin.
"What's he doing here?"
"Selling me a timeshare by the looks of it." Getty came the rest of the way out and squared up to his surprised visitor.
"You want to know how to get the dust out of your teeth?"
He looked away, smirking at the burn.
"Actually, I had business here, and thought I'd pop by. I should have figured you as a do-it-yourselfer."
Ordinarily, he was pretty good at reading people, but he couldn't get a beat on this guy. An opportunist, clearly. But to what extent and to what ends? Samo Yan was hard to read, too. He never wanted to play cards against a Soturian. He'd found that out the hard way.
"What do you want?"
"Just to talk."
He jutted his chin back over one shoulder toward the bar across the hangar.
"Can I buy you a drink? I dare say you could use a break."
A beer sounded fantastic, and he'd be within sight of the fizz the whole time. He raised his eyebrows and turned back to Tardigan, who waved him away.
"Go. I need to work on my translation anyway."
He removed the gloves and tossed them onto the floor. "Sure, why not?" They took the ramp out of the hold and walked abreast across the capacious hangar, toward a small bar called the Lower Decks.
"So what's the deal with this place?"
"How do you mean?"
"Someone's betting big on Thegus."
"Indeed they are,"
he said, not elaborating. He had to give it to him. The guy was a sack full of charm, but so were a million shysters. They all had an angle. A minute later, they bellied up to the empty bar and ordered drinks. Zareth Tin got a snifter of Zoran brandy, and Getty his usual beer with whiskey back. He and Doc had been at it since mid-morning. The Thagan bartender dropped them off moments later and let them be. Zareth Tin raised his glass.
"To the point."
"To the point," Getty said with a wink as he clinked bottles. He took a long pull of his very cold beer, which hit all the spots. "Too bad about the town."
"In some ways, it's better than it used to be. Others, not so much. A side effect of more money."
Getty's eyebrows arched as he swigged his beer. "More money for who, exactly?" Zareth Tin smacked his lips and set his eyes upon the fizz.
"I understand you didn't find everything you needed at the warehouse."
"Quite the racket they've got going." He shook his head. "I must be in the wrong business."
"Yes, you are."
He tipped his glass and took another sip. That stopped him just before the beer reached his lips. He set the glass down with a thud.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"You're one of the best pilots I've ever seen. What the hell are you doing on a salvage trawler?"
True. Getty could have been a merc or private security somewhere and been paid very well to pilot some badass ship. But it all would have been too close to the life he'd left behind, and he had a much bigger purpose now. This guy wasn't just making conversation, though. "It's my business." After making sure the bartender wasn't nearby, he reached into his sport coat and withdrew a square about half the size of his palm. Getty's heart rate immediately doubled.
"What's wrong? What is that?"
"A deep space tracking device. Scrivari made by the looks of it." Getty eyed it with a grimace and brought his eyes back up to Zareth Tin.
"Is this the part where you tell me what this is about?"
"You know what this is?"
he asked, mildly surprised.
"Of course. What are you doing with it?"
"I was supposed to put it on your ship."
He had already assumed the Zelnads were behind Thegus's big, gaudy money injection. But what did they possibly want with him? They already had what they wanted.
"And you're here to tell me why you didn't?"
He checked around him before speaking to ensure not even the bartender was within earshot. Was it just an act, or was he really confiding in him? A shit-eating grin spread across his lips.
because I stood to make a lot more if I didn't.
Now the pieces were clicking into place. Zareth Tin, not Big Party, was the Zelnad's main man on Thegas. They bought the penetrator from under Getty at the AA, he stole it, and the Red Raven took it back. The Nads needed it for the same reason he did, to get to Sagacia. Or, at least, to figure out how. It still didn't explain why they'd want to follow him. Unless... You knew about the Zelnads. Did they know about you?
They will know you somehow had the skill to work the shinium, but not how you acquired it.
They'll know I'll come looking for the ship. They're keeping tabs on me until I do.
I'm listening.
The Zelnads know you're here, but not where you're going. I can make sure it stays that way.
He heaved a sigh.
How much?
The rest.
Another sip, his eyes fixed on Getty.
Once again, sweat beaded on his lip and his chest tightened. After buying weapons and Novaspheres, he'd have around $500,000 left. All the money they were going to use for upgrades and repairs. He wasn't about to use it to save his own ass. This smarmy lounge singer just admitted he was playing both sides. Eat a dick.
He chuckled to himself and took another sip of his drink.
I thought you might have something colorful to say, which is why I'm willing to sweeten the pot.
Go on.
I know where your real ship is.
That stopped him.
He never mentioned anything about the penetrator.
How do you? There are a lot of cookie jars out there, Starheart. I've got my hands in quite a few. I take it you're interested?
He tossed back the last of his drink, smirking expectantly.
Finding the penetrator was the whole point. $500,000 was a small price to pay for being able to jump right to it.
But how would he explain it to the crew?
Technically, the money belonged to all of them. There was no way to know whether Zareth Tin would keep his word.
Years on Kigantu taught him there truly was no honor among thieves.
What would you do?
I don't trust him.
That wasn't the question.
How do I know there's not a tracker on me already?
You don't.
He picked up the tracker and tucked it back into his coat.
But I figure you need to buy yourself a little time, and I'm in a position to sell it.
What's stopping me from walking straight over to that ship and taking off right now?
He casually lifted his wrist and spoke into some kind of communicator embedded in the skin.
Pietro, close all hangar doors.
Giant motors engaged and closed the giant doors like eyelids, activating flashing lights overhead. Zareth Tin's eyes never left his as he rose.
Leave the balance of your winnings with the portmaster. He'll give you the information you need.
He pointed at the bartender and winked, flashing a brilliant white smile.
Sorry to run off, but my first set starts soon. Dex, put everything on my tab.
You got it, Z.
Before he left, he placed a hand on Getty's shoulder.
As a show of good faith, I'll send someone over to help you with that tractor beam. No extra charge.
He gave it a firm pat and flashed his gleaming teeth one last time before walking away, whistling a cheery tune.
Chapter 15. Let's Rock. After his conversation with Zareth Tin, Getty returned to the Fizz and ordered Morpho to inspect every square centimeter of the ship for devices. Meanwhile, he told Dr. Tardigan he'd arranged for some help with the tractor beam, and went alone down into the dom to gather the rest of his winnings. When he came out, 2 mechanics were already down in the subfloor working to connect the electrical. Thankfully, the others hadn't yet returned from their errands, so he hurried up to the portmaster's office on Deck 3. He, too, was Icrian, so Getty wasn't surprised when he counted out every last remaining credit, just a shade under $500,000. When he was done, he wordlessly wrapped up the bundle and placed it in a drawer of his desk, then removed an envelope and handed it to Getty. "From Mr. Zareth Tin," he said in a businesslike monotone. Getty ripped it open and removed a folded piece of paper. It said, Aku.
Drukarva Shipyards. Find Isoro. He refolded it and tucked it in his pocket. He'd already suspected it was on Aku, but would have had no idea where to look. Drukarva was a port city in the north that used to produce most of the ships for the Scrivari fleet, but had to be a half-abandoned shithole by now. It was on the opposite side of the galaxy, probably 10 or 15 parsecs away.
Hey, some of your boys are installing a tractor beam for us. Is there someplace around here where we could test it out?
His eyes drifted upward as he considered this. Well, there's a small asteroid belt around one of the moons. Gauthea, that'd probably work.
Thanks for the tip.
After leaving the portmaster, Getty returned to the Fizz to find the others had returned with their supplies, and spread them out on the floor of the hold. The subfloor panel was already back in place, indicating the mechanics had already completed connecting the tractor beam. At least that was something.
Wow,
he said, brightening at the sight of weapons and needed supplies. Considering how expensive the beam was, he worried they wouldn't be able to get much with the other money he'd given them. Maybe Zareth Tin asked the Chandler to give them a discount. Dank was practically beside himself just being around all the new stuff.
Hey, Cap, you want to see what we got?
Sure.
Where'd you run off to?
Oz asked.
Portmaster, he explained, prepared for the question. He said there's a thin asteroid belt around one of the moons where we could practice with the beam.
Okay,
said Dank, rubbing his fingers together as he guided him through their loot.
Here, we've got some melee weapons, including these Scrivari-made energy katanas.
Energy katanas? He chuckled to himself, cocking an eyebrow at Oz.
Can't imagine who those are for.
Dank continued.
We also got some newish blaster pistols, 2 plasma rifles, and this flux cannon. It's supposed to be mounted on a ship, but Voprot liked the weight.
The thing was as long as Getty was tall, and had to weigh at least 200 kilos. Voprot picked it up like a toy, and hefted it with a toothy grin.
New weapons make Voprot happy.
And then here,
Dank said, pointing to a larger spread of clothes and giant metal canisters.
We've got 6 Novaspheres, a bunch of new coveralls, and fresh Nutrimush. It ought to hold us until we get to a proper market. I'm thinking Urnos, since it's closest.
We'll sort that out later. Good job picking up all this stuff. Voprot, help Dank get this shit stowed. Oz, prep for launch. Doc, why don't you prepare a brief on Urnos? This place has lost its charm.
The crew jumped at his orders. Getty took an armful of the coveralls and carried them off toward their quarters.
When are you going to tell them?
Later. He was about to turn down the corridor toward his quarters when Morpho came swinging along the ceiling, stopping in front of the door. Getty checked to ensure no one had followed him in.
Find anything?
Morpho swayed back and forth, the equivalent of shaking his head.
Good. Keep this between us.
He took off again and disappeared behind a bundle of conduit.
On balance, their trip to Thegus had at least turned the Fizz from a flying warehouse into a viable salvage vessel. It had also revealed the location of the penetrator and gave additional insight into how Thegus might fit into the Zelnad's plans. But the bitter taste of Zareth Tin's extortion remained, and no quantity of Nutrimush could cleanse his palate.
Dank maneuvered the Fizz into position near a car-sized asteroid that was more or less isolated from the rest of the belt around Thegus's purple-tinged moon, Gauthea. As the portmaster indicated, it was a small belt, barely visible against the swirly patterns on its surface. Getty and Oz had donned spacesuits and stood at the controls of the tractor beam to the right side of the hold door. They were designed around the old netting system, but were now mapped to functions on the new beam. Neither of them had ever reeled in an object this way, and he'd never seen her so nervous.
"It's gonna be fine, Oz," he assured her,
though he couldn't possibly know that.
"This is why we're practicing."
"Hope you kept the receipt."
He glanced over his shoulder. Tardigan and Voprot had their noses pressed to the windows, which meant they were in the airlock.
"Dank, tell Doc and Voprot to get out of the damn airlock."
"Hey, guys, what the hell's the matter with you? Get back in here!"
came Dank's voice, fading as he hurried to drag them back behind the inner door. Oz chuckled and shook her head.
"Noobs."
So, you ready to do this? Getty asked.
Nope.
Let's rock. Getty watched her face for some reaction, but none came.
Boots on.
They activated magnets in their boots, locking them to the floor.
These aren't made for walking,
he quipped. Still nothing. She flicked on the Windows embedded display.
All right, here goes. Dank, I'm opening the hold door.
Roger that.
Oz bled the air to release the pressure and activated the door, revealing the small asteroid they'd parked beside. Getty held a binder with Tardigan's translated operation instructions. She powered up the beam, and data popped up on both sides of the screen, with a glowing red reticle in the middle.
Okay. Position the reticle over the target and hit deploy to activate.
Using a small joystick, Oz gave little taps until it was positioned perfectly on the asteroid. A tap of the button, and the reticle turned green. Fresh data flooded the edges of the screen, including estimates of the rock's composition and its distance from the fizz. It also indicated there were no life forms detected.
Whoa,
she said, her big eyes lighting up.
That's pretty sweet.
This would have prevented our ranch situation.
So would have leaving that ship alone,
she pointed out.
Bikite should have listened to you.
He appreciated the reminder that she was on his side.
Okay, now it says to adjust the retrieve rate or accept the suggested rate, and the beam will engage.
The system recommended a rate of 0.23 meters per second. Oz looked to him, and he gave a shrug.
Sounds reasonable.
She pushed the button. A bright green circle of light spread across the rock, accompanied by a faint hum.
Now what?
she asked.
Now the rest should be automatic.
At first it appeared the asteroid wasn't moving, but after a minute he could tell it was getting closer. A satisfied smile crept across Oz's face.
This is suspiciously easy.
It had better be for what it cost us.
We'll get what we need on Yernos. Who knows? Maybe we'll find a salvage between here and there.
Guilt fell over him like a cold blanket.
Before long, he'd have to inform the crew of the bargain he'd made with Zareth Tin, and that they weren't much better off.
He was already thinking of ways to forestall that.
You have to tell her.
I will. Not yet. Little by little, the rock neared the open-hold door. To his pleasant surprise, the beam guided it through the exact middle of the opening and shut off. The big, sparkly rock crept very slowly through, hovering 4 or 5 meters off the floor.
All right, it's fully inside,
Getty said, closing the binder.
Now what?
We usually maneuver smaller pieces into place manually. With larger ones, it's easier to bring the ship up to meet it before we turn the grav back on. Something this size could go either way.
He considered this a moment, deciding Dank might appreciate the practice. Plus, with the hold practically empty, it didn't matter where it wound up.
Dank, I think we'll raise her up on this one.
Aye, aye, Cap. Just tell me when it touches down.
Roger that. Take her nice and slow.
He and Oz stepped away from the controls and clomped towards the slow-moving asteroid, which was only about a quarter of the way into the hold. He'd forgotten how much effort it took to walk with magnetic boots on. It was hard to keep up with the drifting rock. The rock continued drifting on a line to the airlock, passing them, still well above the floor.
Dank, the ship doesn't appear to be moving.
The lifters aren't responding,
said Dank, a tinge of panic in his voice.
Morph's on it.
As slowly as the big rock was floating, it had nonetheless passed the circle at the center of the hold and inched ever closer to the airlock door.
Oz?
Change of plans, she said. Let's move.
They took big, heavy steps toward the drifting rock, but hardly gained on it. Barely 10 meters now remained between it and the door. Through the windows on the far side, Voprod and Tardigan's expressions went from mild concern to outright fear.
Dank, talk to me.
Still no response from the lifters.
Then go forward.
Shit! Thrusters are offline! Deactivate your boots.
Oz, get ready to push me.
What?
I'm going to try to stop it.
It's too massive. You'll be crushed.
Then I'll cushion the impact.
He turned off his boots and locked eyes with her.
Now!
Oz gave him a shove in the middle of his back, and he launched toward the asteroid. Behind the windows, Tardigan and Voprat's eyes widened, and they took a few steps back. Getty passed the rock with only 3 meters between it and the door. But he was moving too fast. He hit harder than expected, slamming into the wall with his shoulder. By the time he righted himself, only 2 meters remained. Frantic, he pulled himself across the door and between the asteroid and the airlock, extending his arms as though he could stop it from crushing him. At a minimum, this was going to hurt.
"Dank, gravity!"
Oz cried.
"Now!"
A moment before his gloved hands touched rock, Dank reactivated artificial gravity, and both Getty and the rock immediately dropped straight through into the subfloor, barely 1 meter short of the door. He would have toppled forward onto it if not for his boots. A few seconds later, Oz reached him and met his panicked eyes.
"Holy shit, are you okay?"
Pain radiated from his shoulder.
I think my shoulder's jacked, but I hardly ever use it. You?
"I'm fine. But now the ship's dead in the water, and all we've got to show for it is a 60-metric-ton hunk of iron and nickel."
Getty gave a pained grin and chuckled.
Must be Tuesday.
Chapter 16. A Little Heart-to-Heart. Not 2 minutes after the asteroid dropped through the floor, Morpho restored power to the lifters and thrusters. You had to give it to him on comic timing. Once he did, they turned gravity off again and carefully maneuvered the rock back out through the hold, leaving a crater too big to jump across right in front of the airlock door. As bad as that was, it could have been a lot worse. The portion of the subfloor it damaged didn't affect any critical systems, and it didn't damage the seal. In that sense, they got lucky. The caved-in floor panels were replaced with others from less used areas, and Voprat helped make quick work of that. In fact, it left a cavity where he could sleep. If Getty was being honest with himself, facing a little peril together had bonded them in a new way. He hoped they might blow off some steam after all that, but by the time they finished dinner, Voprat, Tardigan, and Dank were ready to hit the rack.
Good night,
said Getty, as Dank waddled away, yawning. Getty cocked an eyebrow at Oz.
Kylorian gin?
A broad smile lit up her face.
"You read my mind."
I thought that was your job,
he said with a laugh, although he'd never actually seen her use her empath powers except to sense when Eli was talking to him. Supposedly she couldn't read minds, but he wasn't quite convinced. He retrieved the bottle and 2 glasses from the cupboard.
"Is this when you tell her about the money?"
In a minute. I need to soften her beachhead.
"Is that anything like a maidenhead?"
Not remotely.
"And what about me?"
What about you?"
"She deserves to know about me, too."
Getty shook his head to clear it. If he couldn't shake Eli out, he could at least try to rattle him. That was the last thing he wanted to talk to Oz about tonight. When he turned back to her, she wore a sly grin.
"Even if I could, yours is the last one I'd bother with."
He poured 2 fingers for each of them, then capped the bottle and sat back down, sliding the glass over to Oz. Their fingers brushed for the briefest moment when she took it from him. Hers were long and buttery soft to the touch, her nearly white skin as smooth and perfect as cream. The one thing he wanted to do after leaving the deuce was touch a real woman. But he hadn't, and it gave him an electric thrill to touch her. Oz pulled her hand away, raised her glass, and said,
"To staring death in the face once again."
"Well said." They clinked glasses and took a sip. The first taste was like paint thinner, but once it fried your taste buds, it went down pretty good.
Listen, Oz, there's something you deserve to know.
Her smile disappeared, and whatever chemistry was brewing fizzled out.
"Of course. What's up?"
She leaned forward, her chin resting in her palm. Guilt nearly choked him before he could get the words out. He told her about Zareth Tin's intervention with the tracking device.
"He was going to help the Zelnads follow you."
Getty glanced down at his drink and mumbled,
"Unfortunately, that little favor didn't come cheap."
Her expression changed to realization, and she sat back, a grim look on her face.
"How much?"
"The rest."
Her jaw dropped as much as her voice raised.
"What? You told him to pound sand, right?
Getty tensed as Oz's presence grew. Was this how the Kylorians felt that night at the dance? Intimidation? I wanted to, believe me, but he said he knew where the penetrator was. Doubt colored her expression.
How could he possibly know that?
He's not who we thought. He knows people. Like, knows people. You know when the hangar door's all shut?
That was him?
He snapped his fingers. Called someone, and boom. He wanted me to know he had power.
He had you by the balls.
Oz's voice was low as she shook her head.
Wow, she really gets you.
Soturians are smart. Not like Ornean smart. More guileful.
What do you mean?
She looked back up at him, her interest piqued. After he extorted me out of $500,000, he sent the guys over who got the beam going. That's the game, only he's playing both sides.
So, what do you propose we do?
She took a drink, but kept her eyes trained on him over the rim of the glass. Getty ticked off the ingredients on his fingers. We've got a working beam, novospheres, and a semi-functioning trawler. I say we go hunting. An ecstatic grin sprang up on her face.
I like your style, Captain.
But listen, I don't want the rest of the crew to know all of this yet. Morale's kinda high, which seems important when you're scavenging for trash, and I'd rather not spoil it. She leaned forward and folded her hands on the table. He met her in the middle.
I'll keep it under my hat for now, if you tell me what's up with your little space-outs.
The easy smile on his face covered his racing heart. He leaned back instinctively. Nothing up with me. She reached across the table and placed a warm hand over his.
I'm an empath. I can sense things. Emotions mostly, but sometimes a presence. Getty, your pulse is extraordinarily high.
Yeah, because this is it. Maybe I should stall.
Presence? His voice squeaked. As in ghosts?
More like spirits or souls. She knows, Getty. It's time to come clean.
Knowing endangers her.
I'd say your crew is okay with a little danger.
He tried to swallow, but his mouth was sandpaper. He sloshed down a generous swallow of his gin. What do you feel with me?
That you're not alone.
Well, here goes.
She's earned your trust and respect. It's time you earned hers.
That's because I have an alien entity living in my brain.
You might have eased into that.
Oz slapped her hands on the table, furious.
God damn it, Getty. Can we be serious for 1 minute? This is our life, too.
He leveled his gaze at her and raised his palms.
I'm dead serious.
Her eyes narrowed as she sized him up. When she could see he was being earnest, she sat back, and he continued. About 8 years ago, I was working in the geothermal tunnels on Earth 2 and inhaled some dust. A day later, I heard a voice in my head. Living in a mote of space dust. Eli's the presence you feel.
His name is Eli. Spore, technically.
Yes, and technically it's a spore. Eli is a spore. She side-eyed him suspiciously.
Hold up. Did Eli just correct you?
Getty grinned. He does that a lot. Math, especially.
He?
Well, it is technically genderless, but I've had a few women in my head before, and for that reason I need to believe he's a he. I'm sure you can understand. For a long moment she studied his face for some sign of a ruse, but found none, and finally chuckled.
You're serious? All of this is true?
Getty shrugged and finished his gin. We built the penetrator to get him back to his homeworld, he continued, which happens to be the same world the Zelnads come from. Oz's lips trembled as she fished for the words through an incredulous stare, but she didn't blink.
But we don't know what Zelnads are, right?
Eli's home is called Sagacia. It's as old as the universe. Eons ago, he and the others like him burst apart and spread like a firework. He exploded his fingers and mimed them floating.
Why?
They're like seeds. Their purpose was to spread insight, inspiration. One landed on the Deuce 17 million years ago, and 8 years ago, I inhaled him. See, they were supposed to be passengers like Eli, like a helpful voice in our heads, but some learned how to take people over, mind and body. Those are Zelnads.
So, Zelnads are really Sagacians? I'm confused.
It was hard to blame her. While he was recovering from his little spacewalk, Eli explained why they called themselves Zelnads, which helped connect a few more dots. In their language, Zelnad means something like reset. See, they believe civilization has been a failed experiment and that it must end, starting with ours and ending with their own.
A mass genocide, suicide?
Her face went slack.
And then what?
All intelligent life in the universe would be wiped away like a stain. All Sagacians, good and bad, would be dead, and knowledge and inspiration would die with them. Her mouth hung open as she grappled with the weight of this. I know, it's a lot. She leaned in and stared into his eyes from just a few centimeters away. The intensity of her look was uncomfortable, but he forced himself not to blink.
So, who am I talking to right now?
He gave an understanding smile. It doesn't work that way. I'm at the stick. Eli is my passenger. She leaned back a few inches, and he could breathe again. He couldn't imagine her face becoming paler, but somehow it did.
But he could take you over if he wanted.
Early on in their relationship, Eli promised that Getty's mind would remain his own, and he'd kept that promise. But boy, did it take a while to earn that level of trust. He could, but he won't. He's his own spore.
How do you know?
She asked, seemingly unsure she wanted to know. Getty opened his mouth to say that wasn't possible, but he couldn't know that for sure. Eli changed the course of his life with a kindly whisper, asking Getty to help him return home. What did the Nads whisper to their hosts? We built the penetrator together so I could bring him home. But now we need it to warn Sagacia that war is coming.
What's so special about it?
It's covered in a certain kind of metal called shinium. It's the only thing that can get through this barrier around Sagacia. Without it, the Zelnads can't complete their objective.
How do you know you're not a Zelnad? Hell, how do you know Eli isn't?
Getty paused before answering, just waiting for Eli to pounce.
You can't seriously be equivocating here.
Just pushing your buttons, bud. Because I know him better than I know myself. That should have been enough, but there was more. He's part of me. He got up and brought the gin bottle back to their table, refilling both their glasses. After a long swallow, he continued. I don't know exactly what the Nads are planning, but I'm part of it now, and unfortunately, so are all of you. As long as I'm here, you're all in danger. Oz took a deep breath and let it out slowly.
You have to tell the others.
He might be the captain, but she was giving the orders. I will, but I'm telling you first because if something happens to me, you'll be in charge.
Then nothing had better happen to you, either of you.
She bit the inside of her lip, lowering her big, glassy green eyes to her glass and gave it a swirl.
What's it like, having somebody literally inside your head? Yeah, trust issues. What's it like?
Annoying, but he depends on me, kind of like a puppy. Only if I die, he dies, and I'd just as soon not get any of my friends killed.
We're friends?
Getty could have sworn there was a wobble in Eli's thought. He tossed back the rest of his drink and took his glass in the sink. Stay up if you'd like, but tomorrow's a big day. I'm gonna hit it.
Big day how? She asked.
With a wink, he said. We're finally gonna put the for sale make offer to work. Chapter 17. Trawler Trash. The only thing Getty didn't know about running a deep space salvage trawler was how any aspect of it actually worked, which somehow didn't disqualify him from being captain. But Dr. Tardigan and Voprot were in the same boat, so he asked Dank and Oz to give them the lowdown. As was becoming habit, they gathered in the hold to accommodate Dorkosaurus Rex. Dank had been with the late Captain Bykite nearly since the beginning, and was most familiar with the business of running salvage, so Oz let him break it all down. For some reason, he was extremely nervous about it.
Should I sit?
He sat on one of the stools.
Or stand?
He stood and sat again a couple times, his beady black eyes darting nervously between them. Getty waved his hand to emphasize how little it mattered.
You're about the same height either way.
I guess you're right.
He gave a shrill little laugh before deciding to stand.
Okay, so, how does this all work? Well, the story of space salvage really begins with the Udsers, who—
Love it so far, interrupted Getty. But can you skip to the part where we make money?
Right,
Dank said, again with the nervous laugh.
So anyway, most people think we just fly around space and look for derelict spacecraft, but that's just luck. And yeah, sometimes we do get lucky.
Not nearly often enough.
Is that innuendo?
You don't miss a thing.
He couldn't resist glancing at Oz, who immediately looked away before they both started laughing. Dank continued undaunted.
Other than that, we get salvage one of two ways. By picking up what transports or freighters throw away, or planet-based projects.
Clearly the Semenovs had exclusive rights to the salvage op on Earth too, but it made sense that other planets would bid out, at least for certain types of items. They'd used some of the planet-based equipment to extract the Zelnad research vessel from the desert on Gigantu.
Demolition companies sometimes invite trawler crews like us to come clean up after them, added Oz. We'll pick through to find stuff we want and keep the proceeds.
Isn't that scavenging?
Getty asked. Oz exchanged a thoughtful look with Dank.
I'll admit it's a fine line.
Dank jumped in to save her.
The point is, most people are looking for Zelnad tech these days, so a lot of what we find isn't worth much anymore, which means to get by we need tons of it.
What about transports and freighters? Asked Voprot.
Wow, a complete sentence.
He's improving. Good question, Big Eye. The big ships do all their upgrades in space. It's easier to send the old stuff out through the airlock than to bring it to the next port with them, so that's usually a big score.
But surely we don't follow them around like—
A distasteful look settled on Tardigan's face.
Bottom feeders? Sometimes, when we were really desperate,
Oz admitted.
But usually we'll just hail them and ask if they have anything to jettison. They'll usually throw us a bone. Sometimes it's good stuff.
Getty always suspected there was a very fine line between salvaging and scavenging. One seemed like a legit business, and the other like begging for scraps.
All right, said Getty, nodding. So where do we start?
Oz cleared her throat.
We're barely a viable trawler right now. The ship still needs a lot of work, and until you're trained, you three are useless dipshits. No offense.
None of them could disagree.
Those are just the broad strokes, she continued. There's more to it, especially breaking stuff down. What we really need is practice. We couldn't bring any rock without breaking the ship.
Dank's face fell.
Yeah, but sometimes it's weeks between jobs. It'll take months to train everyone up. I mean, unless there's some secret stash of valuable space junk just floating around in orbit.
He laughed as though the very idea was ludicrous. Getty stroked his chin, squinting up at the ceiling as a profoundly foolish idea took form in his brain, swelling like a determined tick.
Why do I get the feeling you're up to something?
Nope. Forget it. It wouldn't work. Okay. Unless...
Ged?
Oz asked. Her faint smile suggested she knew he'd just been talking to Eli.
Do you have an idea?
Old Earth.
Wait, what?
A long pause came while they exchanged confused glances.
Old Earth is in uncharted space, said Tardigan. We don't even know its exact location.
Getty cocked his head quizzically. What do you mean we don't know?
Supposedly, humans jumped through a natural wormhole from just beyond your solar system to here. Though we could see each other's galaxies with our best instruments, our relative positions are impossible to know with any certainty. Put simply, Old Earth's generally accepted position is a guess.
What about the Milky Way? Getty asked.
That is a much larger target, well within the margin of error.
See? There you go. We find a vector to the Milky Way and hang a left. It should be right around there.
What's left on Old Earth?
Inquired Oz. Not on it, above it. It's completely surrounded by satellites and crap. I'm talking thousands. Aluminum, titanium, gold. I'm pretty sure their solution to global warming was to blot out the sun with expensive shit. Clearly it didn't work.
No one's been there in, what, 500 years?
Asked Oz. You'd rather snap up used toilets from a prison ship, huh? Do battle with some rival trawler over a busted oven? Fuck that noise. The way I see it, there are hunters and there are scavengers. Which one would you rather be?
It's not worth it, and you know it. What aren't you telling me?
Not now, Eli. Daddy's negotiating. Oz was deeply skeptical, but she was the only one who knew the full stakes. If they packed the hold with Old Earth stuff and found the right buyers, the 400 grand he'd paid Zareth Tin wouldn't matter. Besides, as captain, the ship's finances were his responsibility. Doc cleared his throat.
Perhaps it's selfish, but the academic in me believes the opportunity to see Old Earth is worth the risk.
Voprot up for anything,
said the lizard with finality, settling his stubby arms across his broad chest. Getty threw up his arms. Done deal. I'd say we have a consensus.
Because you haven't considered all the risks.
She slid her eyes over to Denk.
Back me up here.
Oh, jeez. He scratched absently at his head like he always did when he got nervous.
Well, it's risky for sure. We can only plot the first jump or two. After that, we're in less charted space. We'll have to run deep scans to find our next vector, but the nav gear isn't the greatest. Sorry, Ged, said Oz, her voice pained. It's just not worth it. We've only got 5 novospheres. If we run out...
Between us and Earth is a whole lot of nothing, he asserted. No way it takes more than 3 jumps to get there. On the way back, we'll have it all mapped out. 1, maybe 2 jumps, and we're back in our neighborhood. Doc, check me on that.
The captain is correct, affirmed Tardigan. The challenge is getting there. Once we've scanned the points between, we'll be able to plot our jump back.
Oz threw her head back.
Ha! You mean the scans from this dinosaur of a ship, with no correlating data? I wouldn't be surprised if we jumped into a sun.
Running out of novospheres on the way there was the biggest risk by far. But he couldn't go to Aku empty-handed. Money might get him close to the ship, but the Nads weren't about to hand it over just because he asked nicely. He needed something to bargain with. Something big, like technology that could replace novospheres.
I guess I'm kinda with Oz,
Denk said, stuffing his hands in his pockets.
I say we push for the nearest port and spend some of that money we won to really—
The money's gone, Getty said, the words sucking the moisture from his mouth. Voprot pivoted his head back and forth at the others.
Voprot not understand. Where'd it go?
Getty took a deep breath and relayed the story of what happened with Zareth Tin. When he finished, he let the silence hang, giving the crew time to digest what he told them. But then Denk said a very surprising thing.
You should have told us right away, Cap. We're a crew. Good or bad, thick or thin. We stick together and always have each other's backs.
He's correct, said Doc. I believe our fates are bound to each other.
Voprot curious to see worse planet than Gigantu, said the lizard.
A sticky sound came from overhead, and Morpho dropped with a wet splat to the floor.
Morph, you get a say too.
In lieu of a response, Morpho swung over to the Novosphere storage unit and sat on top of it.
See? Even Morph's on board.
He squared up to Oz, whose face still registered doubt.
Well?
This isn't a good idea, Getty. We've been trawling for years. We always get by.
Get by? Look around you, Oz.
He gestured grandly about the rickety bridge.
Maybe you haven't noticed, but our little business venture here isn't doing so hot.
Oz looked like she might have a snappy comeback, but only folded her arms and looked away.
Dankman, this is why you left Durandia. Why you wanted to show that bitch who dumped you what's what? Guys, we have an opportunity to be the first aliens to orbit old Earth, to jump further than anyone's ever dreamt, and to make enough money that we can finally turn this rust bucket into a proper trawler. As fancy as the Raven, if not more so.
Dank's protruding ears perked up.
As nice as the Raven? Oh, that is so cheap.
Means to an end.
Think about it,
Getty said, his voice strong, sure, and captainy.
A good used trawler from this century is what? $1 million? $1.2 million? We fill that hold with shit from the middle of the periodic table, and we're looking at $2 million at least. We can pimp this thing out or even get a new ride.
Eli was right. It wasn't fair to tease Dank with a new ship, but, captain or not, something this big had to be a unanimous decision. He wasn't wrong about what filling the hold might be worth, but he couldn't know how long it would take to do it, or if they'd even survive the trip. Dank's eyes brightened as he turned to Oz, looking for all the world like he was asking for his mother's approval or something. Oz rubbed the bridge of her nose, shaking her head all the while. Finally, she sighed and said,
3 jumps. If we're not on old Earth's doorstep by then, we turn around and come home.
Getty considered this a moment. 3 each way was a good, smart, conservative play.
Works for me. We leave in the morning.
Chapter 18. Cecilou Says What? Getty and Oz sat in their usual spots on the rotating stools, beside the breakdown bench in the hold, idly swishing back and forth and watching Doc's dance-like convolutions. With any luck, there wouldn't be room for much recreation on the return trip because it would be full. The crates stacked along the starboard side would be heavy with metal, the shelves on the port side packed with valuable old Earth artifacts. Hell, there might not even be room for Voprop. Doc's martial art called to mind any number of pantomimes, so Getty and Oz amused themselves by guessing at what they were, like assigning shapes to clouds. He struck a reverse C shape, bending way back over his heels, and made a sort of plucking motion around his head.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 0G haircut,
Oz said, doing her best announcer voice into her cupped hands. Tardigan absolutely slayed boredom. Slayed it. Orneans had photographic memories, so he could close his eyes and reread any text or peer-reviewed paper he'd ever seen. When he wasn't sitting cross-legged on his bed, zenned out and wearing a goofy grin, he occupied himself by practicing some kind of Ornean martial art in the hold. What was it called again? At any rate, you couldn't look away. Better add entertainment options to the growing list of needs. For 2 interminable weeks they'd traveled in a widening spiral in search of an initial vector to old Earth. All day, every day, Dank vigilantly watched the scopes, bleary-eyed and understandably anxious about the whole operation. It rarely took this long to find a jump vector, but then again, no one had ever jumped this far. The crew was clear about the risks, but they never came up. There was a scenario, however remote, where they became lost in the void, too far from home or the Milky Way to find either with the Fizz's admittedly lacking deep scan capabilities. Had this been a mission to formally map this part of space, the right vessel for the job would have been something like that Zelnad ship they ripped from Topanov's fingers. What would happen if they burned through all their novospheres trying to reach a dead planet? What if one failed? It had happened before. Maybe he should start being nicer to Voprot. If they ran out of Nutrimush and he got desperately hungry, they'd all start to look like juicy globzoiks. At present, he was asleep and snoring in the subfloor over in the far corner. Denk, as always, was vigilantly watching the scopes for their vector. Doc crouched low and swept his right leg behind him in a semicircle, while balanced on the ball of his left foot. His arms were extended forward, with his palms pressed tightly together. His head was swiveled over one shoulder. Getty wagged his finger at him. "Ah, the broken compass. He won the All-Galaxy tournament with that."
All-Galaxy what?
Interpretive dance competition.
What did he say this was called again?
Oz asked. I can never remember. Sizzle something? Boring though it was, he took comfort in this routine. He'd learned the value of discipline on Earth, too. After what they'd gone through just to get here, it felt like a vacation. A vacation with his crew. Quality time with Oz.
Cecilou,
Doc said with closed eyes, not missing a beat, from a good 5 meters away.
"You heard us talking?" asked Getty.
"The practice sharpens the senses as well as the mind and body," he said,
sweeping his hands in a circle before framing his face.
"You should try it."
"Vogue,"
he and Oz said at the same time, laughing. She didn't often show her teeth when she smiled, but when the joke was funny enough, she turned it on. Boy, did it light up a room. He'd tell her 1,000,000 dumb jokes just to earn a single one.
"What happens if someone pulls a blaster on you?"
"I suppose I would educate them on the folly of violence."
Tardigan grabbed his ankles and hopped like a rabbit.
"And once they fell asleep, you'd take their gun?"
Denk asked.
"Cecilou only offers a peaceful path. It is up to you whether to take it."
"We seriously don't have any games aboard? Movies? I'd read a brochure about irritable bowel syndrome right now."
"Remember,"
said Doc, moving his hands sharply back and forth like he was tracing letters in the air.
"this was a Gruk ship."
"So what?" asked Getty with a shrug. A bemused grin opened on Oz's face.
"You must not know much about the Gruk."
She had his number there. Gruk was part of the former Triad, a swampy planet with little high ground. They were short and dark green, with tentacled eyes and loose skin like dripping wax. He'd met 2 or 3 of them before, but only in passing. It was a deeply insular society, which, considering their hideous appearance, was probably for the best.
"Do they feed off boredom or something?"
Tardigan said, "Adult Gruk can call up lucid dreams almost at will. They believe there should be no idle time. Sleep, work, dream. They would have no concept of boredom."
That explains a red light started flashing and an alarm sounded. Doc froze to the spot. Oz and Getty leapt from their seats. Voprot's giant head stuck out as he sat up from his nest in the subfloor.
"Is that a prox alert?"
Getty asked, confused. Even the oldest, shittiest starship in the galaxy could steer clear of obstacles. This had to be something else. The airlock door hissed open, and Denk came running through, skidding to a halt.
"Guys, we've got a problem!"
Getty and Oz leapt from their seats and ran after him. Doc and Voprot came in behind them.
"What is it?"
asked Oz, marching to the back of the bridge. Denk had returned to his seat, anxiously tapping his fingers while awaiting Getty's command. Voprot was on his haunches with his claws curled around the top of the co-pilot's seat, staring anxiously up at the scopes. It was an approaching ship. Balls to the wall at 5 o'clock. Something fast and big. Again, he and Oz spoke in nearly perfect unison, only this time they said, "Pirates!" Running alone in a poorly defended ship far from any of the usual shipping lanes was always risky. Whereas the Fizz hunted for salvage, pirates sought only treasure and mayhem, as they had for millennia. They were usually a mix of former mercs, disgraced captains, and career criminals who figured the universe owed them something. But freighters usually carried freight, and the Fizz had none. If they got boarded, they'd put up a good fight, but pirates were armed to the teeth and had evolved sophisticated tactics. They'd eventually punch their way in, and when they found the hold empty, they'd likely kill everyone except Oz, and it wouldn't be long before she wished she were dead.
"Dank, get ready to floor it," Getty commanded, hopping into his too-tall captain's chair and buckled up. They were getting this stupid pedestal ripped out at the first opportunity. Oz and Tardigan buckled in as well. Getty locked eyes with Voprot, who had braced himself at the entrance to the bridge. "Look for a clear vector. The only way we lose these guys is to jump away. I don't care where. Morph, load up a blue ball."
Morpho dropped one of the glowing orbs into the launch tube. To his left, Oz's fingers flew across the weapons controls. The Fizz was woefully deficient in that department. They were only equipped with ordinary repulsor banks on each side, one of which was out of commission and no torpedoes or missiles. Until they had the cash to armor properly, they were easy targets.
"What should I do?"
asked Tardigan behind him.
"Hide. Take a couple blasters with you. If the shit hits the fan, shoot anyone who isn't us."
Doc's eyes widened, the gravity of the situation setting in. Back in the corridor, Voprot turned back, his eyes hardening.
"Voprot, not hide," he growled. "Guard, weak Ornean."
You had to hand it to the big lizard. He feared nothing, and he was handy in a melee. Getty looked back at Doc and sighed.
"Fine. Then grab that flux cannon. Doc, grab one of the rifles. Make no mistake, people, you're fighting for your lives."
Doc hurried to the weapons locker and got one of the new rifles, then followed Voprot out into the hold where the cannon was stacked in the corner. The inner airlock door hissed shut behind them. Getty spun back toward the screen. The fast-closing ship had no transponder, of course, but the boxy shape was a dead giveaway. A Gundren warship 4 times their size, with a dense cluster of antennas at the bow that resembled the splintered end of a board. He couldn't guess at the range, but they probably tracked them all the way from Thegus. This wasn't some bunch of knuckle-dragging thugs. These guys were pros. Dank had the engines cranked. For how old it was, the Fizz had some juice in her caboose, but the pirates were still gaining.
"What if we don't find a jump vector in time?"
"I'm working on that."
"Work faster."
"I'm open to suggestions."
"Oz, you ready to rumble?"
"The disruptor banks are charged, but they might as well be spitballs against a ship that size."
Getty took a deep breath. Dealing with pirates was part of the job, no matter what sort of ship you were on. But they were sitting ducks, and he wasn't sure what to do. Once, he might have known at least one of the guys chasing them and only needed to name-drop the auctioneer to be considered untouchable. But that was a lifetime ago. If they couldn't jump, the next best thing was a friendly planet.
"Dank, what's in the neighborhood?"
Dank's sausage fingers danced over the controls. A minute later, he pulled up a second screen with an estimated distance to the nearest planet. Getty breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't far, 20 minutes or so at their current speed.
"Hello there,"
Getty said in a voice normally reserved for picking up women. He leaned forward to get a closer look.
"Is that—"
Dank looked anxiously back at Oz, who was focused on her reticle.
"It's Temerarius, sir."
Getty turned back to Oz. What little color was in her already pale face dissipated. She leaned back in her chair with a haunted expression. Getty wasn't sure why this was an issue, but it clearly was. To him, it seemed a godsend.
"Why the hell didn't you say we were so close?"
he said, clapping his hands.
"Let's burn ass there. Put out a distress call."
For a long moment, no one did anything. Not exactly how captaining was supposed to work.
"Dank, that's an order."
"I know, Cap, but—"
he pleaded, looking past Getty toward Oz. Getty turned away from the console and was face to face with Oz.
"I can't go back," she said simply. "I was banished, remember?"
In his haste to get them out of this situation, he'd forgotten what she'd confessed to him on Kaloth. The Nads delivered a targeted strike on the royal palace when she was young, killing the king. When they'd decided not to retaliate, she'd joined the Zalaran resistance, earning her permanent banishment, or so she said. But some old decree wasn't about to keep Getty from making it through the day alive.
"Unless we find a jump vector in the next 30 seconds,
You're gonna have to suck it up and—"
An angry, buzzy beep from the console yanked him from his musings.
"Missiles incoming!" shouted Dank.
"Do I even have to ask about countermeasures?" Getty asked.
"Countermeasures,"
Oz chuckled as she returned to her position.
"That's adorable."
The rear camera showed 2 approaching missiles on a tightening spiral. Oz waited until they were close and blasted them with a volley from the lone aft disruptor. They exploded harmlessly in the distance, but it was really just a warning. Prepare to be boarded. When his eyes darted back to the screen, Getty found the big ship looming larger still. There was no point arguing about Temeraria because they weren't going to make it. Unless they miraculously stumbled into a jump vector, this was coming down to a fight. He took a couple of quick steps to the weapons locker, grateful they at least could defend themselves. The Scrivari-made energy katanas were clearly for Oz, so he and Dank would take the rifles and, of course, his trusty Exeter D6 pistol. Nearby, Oz was still fixated on the ship, fingers tensed on the joystick. Getty removed the 2 swords and tapped her on the shoulder.
"Never mind that. We need to get ready."
Her eyes followed the blades up to his face, her expression grave. She took them with resignation. He reached back in for one of the blaster pistols, already holstered, and held it out.
"This too."
"I don't need that."
"Back up."
Oz took the pistol in a huff and fastened it about her slender waist, then strapped the sword sheaths over her back. Meanwhile, Getty strapped on the Exeter D6 blaster.
"Dank, set a course for Temeraria and activate the distress call. Then start praying."
The color drained from Dank's face.
"Shouldn't we at least try to outmaneuver them?"
"We can't. Our first priority now is to keep them from getting in."
"And our second?"
Getty leveled his gaze at the young kid.
"Stay alive."
Dank set the autopilot and met Getty and Oz at the back of the bridge. Getty handed him a rifle. It was comically large in his hands, like the children conscripted into the Scrivari army in propaganda clips from the Ring War.
"Ever shot one of these?"
He shook his head.
"Just regular blasters."
Getty tapped the end of the barrel.
"Then you know what to do. Point this end at the bad guys and pull the trigger."
Chapter 19. Yo-ho-hosed. Before leaving the bridge, Getty cast a final glance back at the display, just long enough to confirm the approach angle of the pirate ship.
"They're coming up on the starboard side," Getty said. "Use the workbench and machinery for cover, and don't leave it unless you have to."
Voprat was already kneeling behind the drill and mill machine, which was mounted on a thick cylindrical base. He'd donned his rance armor and had the flux cannon leveled at the opposite wall. His electric whip hung from his belt. Tardigan had taken the lift to a perfect position at the top of the shelves. They wouldn't be expecting a sniper. Getty turned to Dank and jutted his chin toward Doc.
"Go up there with Doc."
Dank nodded and slung the rifle across his back, then started climbing the ladder. Meanwhile, Oz flicked on the blades of her katanas. They glowed and sizzled with bright orange energy. The smell of ozone wafted into his nostrils.
"Anyone ever been boarded?"
he asked loudly. Silence.
"Here's what's gonna happen. Right now, they're pulling up alongside us."
He pointed at the wall across the empty hold.
"Any second, a giant hypodermic needle will punch a hole through and latch on. Once it does, they'll send something through to soften us up. If they get in, we're as good as dead, so concentrate your fire on the opening."
He and Oz crouched behind opposite ends of the workbench, while the others settled into position. Getty's heart threatened to pound out of his ribcage. It had been a very long time since he dealt with pirates. Long enough, in fact, that he couldn't be entirely sure they used the same methods.
"I've been boarded."
Oz's voice was low, and when he turned to her, she was smirking.
"But it's been a while."
He laughed in spite of himself. Any woman who could manage a dumb joke while staring death in the face was A-OK by him.
"This is bad, isn't it?"
"Pretty bad, yeah."
"We might die."
"Depends how badly they want our big load of nothing."
"What about the Dom?"
"It wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, I'm not leaving the crew." They waited, tensed and ready, for what seemed like a long time, while the engines hummed, urging them closer and closer to Temeraria. Maybe the pirates had somehow scanned the hold, found it empty, and decided the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. No sooner had he thought this than a pointy black tube shot through the fuselage, air hissing through the tight space around it. A jolt of adrenaline surged into Getty's muscles, and he trained his rifle on the opening.
"Here we go!" he shouted.
The sound of metal on metal, like rolling ball bearings, came from the tube. Just as he was about to fire, movement from overhead caught Getty's eye. Morpho launched himself like a bullet across the hold and covered the opening like a membrane just as something spherical pressed against him from inside. His stretchy form bulged, straining against whatever was trying to get in.
"He's sleeping,"
Oz said. The end of the tube was too smooth and the bots too strong. Morpho held out for a good 15 seconds, then shot halfway across the floor as dozens of softball-sized silver spheres burst forth.
"Now!"
Getty cried. He targeted one of the spheres and scored a direct hit. It exploded with a satisfying crack, but it only spawned hundreds of marble-sized metal spheres that scattered at first, then gathered like a school of fish. He expected nerve gas. Apparently their methods had evolved.
"Cease fire!"
barked Getty, but it was already too late. The panicked shots from the blasters and Voprot's cannon had created a swarm of shiny pinballs that unfurled into silvery centipedes. They raced as one toward Voprot, razor legs skittering across the floor. The big Gigantian wasn't having it. He dropped the cannon with a clang and sprang up from his crouch behind the machine, with his claw clenched around the handle of his electric whip. He brought it up over his head, and something activated inside, turning it into a glowing, hissing snake made of lightning. Dropping to one knee, he cracked the whip on the advancing horde and spun himself in a quick circle, sending a big swath of centibots sparking and smoking back across the room. But he'd barely finished striking before another wave was on him, crawling up his thick legs and slashing through his reptilian skin.
"Oh!"
he screamed.
"Voprot in trouble!"
"Screw this,"
muttered Oz, pulling the energy katanas from their sheaths. 3 surgical swipes and the bots on Voprot fell to the floor. She spun and charged forward with a fierce battle cry, slashing at the little bastards like a woman possessed. Morpho had re-entered the fray, throwing tendril after tendril out like sticky lassos to fling the bots across the floor. But they only reoriented themselves and kept coming. The hold door. A single hole was enough to get rid of the rants, only now there was an ocean of bots between him and the button, and neither Voprot nor Oz could exactly stop what they were doing and grab onto something. Besides, every last molecule of air would get sucked out before they reached the airlock. Any ideas?
"How close are we to Temeraria?"
Probably not close enough. A finger split off the main wave and advanced on Getty, who had his Exeter pistol in one hand and the rifle in the other, unleashing on them without regard for any ricochets. Blaster shots from Dank and Tardigan on Overwatch were helping keep them at bay, but their shots were getting so close that he could smell his hair searing as they passed by.
"Hey! Watch your fire!"
"Sorry, Cap!" yelled Dank. A sharp hiss came from across the hold, and a tiny volcano erupted along the floor beneath the giant needle as a cutting torch began melting its way through the Fizz's fuselage. Once it was cut, the tube would retract, taking the chunk of hull with it, and a murderous pirate horde would pour through.
"Retreat to the bridge!" he shouted, shooting away advancing bots. "I'm gonna open the door!"
Dank and Tardigan slung their rifles and practically slid down the ladders. Oz and Voprot continued to fight off the bots as they backed up toward the bridge, their legs crisscrossed with bleeding cuts. Before Oz and Voprot reached the door, an ear-splitting boom came from the direction of the needle. The Fizz gave such a shudder that Getty stumbled to the floor. Immediately, air started sucking into the tube. Whatever happened, the pirate gunship was gone, and the tube broke off, venting the bots and their air into space. The pressure alarm blared overhead, orange lights flashing. The rush of wind through the tube made it shriek like a tortured soul. The sudden vacuum pulled at their clothes as they took one determined step after another toward the airlock, outlined by flashing orange warning lights. Getty reached it first and overrode the lock, then held it as the others rushed through. He glanced over his shoulder just before the inner airlock door closed. A handful of bots were stuck to the 20-centimeter cut along the floor, partly sealing it, but the others were still sailing through the air and out of the tube into space.
"What just happened?"
asked Dank, wild-eyed and frantic. The sweat stain around his neck reached halfway down his chest.
"Look,"
said Tardigan. He was pointing at the display at the front of the bridge. A squad of 6 Temurarian ships, 4 escort fighters and 2 gunships, flew in formation along the starboard side. The squad leader hailed them.
"For sale make offer. This is Captain Rabina of the Temurarian Star Guard. Do you copy?"
Denk practically fell over himself, scrambling to his chair.
"We read you loud and clear, Captain. Boy, are we glad to see you."
"You're out of danger. Please slow to cruising speed."
Getty nodded his assent. Denk slowed the ship, and the whine of the overtaxed engines returned to their usual soft hum.
"Is everyone okay?"
asked the captain. Getty sat beside Denk and activated the comm.
"This is Captain Getty Starheart. We've got some minor injuries, but yeah, we're okay. We received your distress call. Pirates have increased their activity in this sector lately. We'll escort you to the surface and see about fixing your ship. We're in your debt, Captain. Are any of your crew Temurarian citizens?"
Getty opened his mouth, but stopped himself and turned to Oz, who was off camera. She let her weight fall against the wall, lightly tapping the back of her head on it as she looked up at the ceiling. Denk muted the comm and asked,
"What should I tell him?"
Oz pushed herself angrily away from the wall and strode into view with her arms folded tightly in front of her. The captain squinted at her.
"Welcome home, miss. Please identify."
"First Officer Osmia Nargonis."
"Nargonis."
He checked a screen off to his side, then frowned, his eyes swiveling back and forth between her and the readout.
"Just a moment."
The screen blinked out. Oz's face was stone, and Getty started to wonder if Oz had told him the whole truth. He figured she wanted to come back, but felt she couldn't. But maybe her banishment really was unbreakable. If they were turned away, he didn't have a backup plan. When the captain came back on screen, his expression had gone flat.
"Miss Nargonis, you are banished for life from Temuraria."
Terror seized Getty's heart.
"However, your family has extended a temporary exception."
"Lucky me,"
she mumbled, then returned to holding up the wall. His eyes pivoted back to Getty.
"Captain, can your ship land safely?"
Judging from the look on Denk's face, landing with a giant tube sticking out of the hull would be a new experience. When it came to the Fizz, safety was always subjective. But repairing her in orbit would be 10 times more expensive. Not that they had the money.
"No problem,"
he said with a gulp. Chapter 20. You Can Never Go Home Again. The glistening blue marble of Temuraria hung in the endless void of a sector otherwise bereft of colorful celestial features. It had no moon or rings, no distant nebulas, and one yellow sun. Getty had only been there once to deliver a heavy crate to a specific platform at the spaceport in Medrakar, the capital. On that occasion, they didn't even let him shut down the engines. They took the box out of the cargo hold and told him to leave. He'd never learned what it was and was probably better off for it. For someone in his former line of work to make a delivery to Temuraria was highly unusual. First off, it was so far from the beaten path that interplanetary trade and tourism were almost non-existent. Second, pacifism was supposedly their most cherished value. They were the first world to leave the Alliance at the outset of the Ring War, and their isolation left them with little or no investment in the affairs of other planets. All of which had piqued Getty's curiosity about Oz's banishment. He'd never heard of a Zelnat attack, and couldn't imagine why they would want to draw Temuraria into a conflict. There had to be more to it. The moment the Fizz entered their atmosphere, he and Dank realized they'd underestimated the challenge of landing with a giant tube sticking out the side. The drag wanted to pull her hard right and send them into a spin, but Dank somehow managed to keep her almost exactly in the approach tunnel. Fortunately, none of their hydraulics had been affected by the hull breach, or things might have literally gone sideways. They entered the middle hangar of the relatively small 2-deck spaceport, and didn't have to ask which landing pad was theirs. A retinue of guards stood in formation behind a man in an elegant black suit. Not the welcome wagon he'd hoped for.
Pretty regimented for a pacifistic.
My thoughts exactly. Denk deployed the skids, and they settled down gently. A perfect landing. Getty patted him heartily on the back. "Well done, Mr. Junt. Shut her down." He turned to Voprod and Doc, who were both a bit green in the gills after their rough, shuddering descent. "On your best behavior, fellas. Get cleaned up and meet us at the ramp."
Oz reluctantly unbuckled her jump seat and got up to return her katanas to the weapons locker.
Getty followed after her and leaned against the wall. "Any idea what we're walking into here?" Her ropey red hair formed a veil around her face as she stared down at the floor.
"The imperious one with the stick up his ass is my father. He's the only reason we were allowed to land with me on board."
"He's some kind of big deal or what?"
"Just a prince," she said, her lips curling derisively about the title. "Younger brother of the late King Rambar."
Getty didn't think much of royalties or monarchies in general, with their fancy rules and dusty old traditions. Birthright was no way to choose your leaders. But even 2 degrees of separation from a king still made Oz royalty of some kind, didn't it? "The one who died in the palace attack?" She nodded, and a big piece of the Osmia puzzle clicked into place. "Holy shit! You're saying the king of Temeraria was your uncle?" She shook her head and held out her hand.
"Give me your blaster." "That's what she said?"
Getty fought the urge to chuckle. At least part of him had worn off on Eli. Not now. He unfastened the holster and handed it to her, with the Exeter still inside. "Doesn't that make you a princess?" Oz held up a stiff finger to silence him, shooting daggers from the tops of her eyes.
"Do not say that word in my presence. I'm not kidding."
He held up his palms defensively. Okay. Jeez.
"I need to zen out for a minute."
She brushed past him en route to the bathroom. Getty trailed behind her, bursting with questions. Suddenly, their little money problems seemed solvable. Maybe they didn't have to go to old Earth after all. She turned on the yellow water and bent over the sink, splashing it over her face with her eyes pinched shut. "Hey, this is a good thing. I mean, it looks to me like they're ready to let bygones be bygones," he said, bracing himself in the doorway.
"That's how it's supposed to look," she said, water dripping from her chin. "He wants something."
"What?" She turned off the water, and he placed a towel in her hand.
"I don't know yet. Whatever it is, he won't get it from me. As soon as we get the fizz patched up, we're gone. Old Earth might not even be far enough for me."
"What about our money situation?"
"I know what you're thinking, but it's not an option."
"Yeah, but—"
"Not an option!"
She finished drying her face and smoothed her short jacket as she passed him and marched back out into the corridor where the others were already waiting.
"All right, fellas, here's the deal."
Oz was closest to the button that lowered the ramp, so they stood there for a few silent moments, waiting for her to hit it. But she was frozen to the spot, staring off into space. Morpho, as always, would stay with the ship. Getty told him to pay close attention to what the mechanics and technicians did to the fizz when it came down to repairs.
"I must admit, I'm excited to see Temeraria for the first time,"
said Tardigan, giddy as a school kid on his first day.
"Their history is quite fascinating. Thousands of years ago, warring tribes were in constant conflict. Not until a massive gathering called the Great Confab did they finally agree to share the planet's resources. Is anybody listening to me?"
"You were talking?" asked Dank, still rattled by the difficult entry.
"Voprot suddenly drowsy,"
said the big lizard crouched behind him.
"I wanted to hear the history lesson."
"You want to stay and listen, be my guest."
"Dick."
"Great. That's just what I need. He must have picked that one up from Oz." Tardigan's tone turned serious.
"Temerarians are known to be gracious and extravagant hosts, but they are easily offended. We must not refuse their hospitality."
"Got it. Getty said, looking past him at Oz, who was still in her trance.
Oz, you okay?
She gave a start as though jolted out of a trance.
What? Yeah, sorry. I'm good.
You want to go ahead and give that old ramp button a press?
After a tension-loosening shake of her arms and legs, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes for a couple seconds, then set her jaw and muttered,
You can do this.
See? Offered Getty. It's all about attitude. Oz hit the button and the heavy ramp lowered. She met Getty's eyes and gave a pained smile, then led them down into the hangar. Her father was much taller than she, with more severe features and highly arched eyebrows that radiated judgment. Hair as black as his clothes was pulled through an ornate silver ring that matched the small, shiny buttons of his tailored tunic, which ended just above the knee. There was a regal quality to him that Getty had seen before in other powerful men. By the time Oz pulled up in front of him in the guards, he'd no doubt sized them all up.
Hello, Father,
she mumbled, her eyes lowered. To Getty's surprise, he pulled her in for a hug.
Oh, my sweet Osmia, how I've longed to see you.
She half-heartedly returned the hug.
Yeah, okay, all right. I'm sensing some awkwardness.
Yeah, you picked up on that. Look at you, he said, stepping back to inspect her. The spitting image of your mother.
I see she couldn't be bothered to come.
There was a sadness in Oz's voice Getty hadn't heard before. That special kind of sadness reserved for family.
Now, don't be like that. She's beside herself with anticipation. But there was much to do before tonight's feast.
Feast?
Asked Denk hopefully, a hand rubbing his belly. He lifted his eyes to regard Getty and the crew, his smile faltering just enough to notice.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your friends?
Oz stepped aside and gestured toward them in turn.
This is my crew. Captain Getty Starhart, Pilot Denk Junt, Science Officer Dr. Kron Stardigan, and Voprat. Guys, this is my father, Prince Branzel.
Getty took a step forward and extended his hand.
Pleased to meet you, sir. On behalf of the whole crew, I want to thank you for saving our bacon.
Branzel cocked an eyebrow.
Bacon? Sorry, a crude human figure of speech. I meant to say asses.
Smooth.
Give me a break, I'm no good at this stuff.
Breaking news there.
My daughter works for a human.
It looked as though he might vomit on the word human. His eyes narrowed as he sized Getty up.
I guess one never knows what life is going to throw at them.
It's not like that, Getty said, standing a little taller.
We're a team. Yes, well, I'm certainly eager to hear of the great adventures that lured her away from her ancestral home and landed her on a trawler.
He gave a polite smile before moving on to Denk.
You're the one who managed to land this profoundly disabled vessel?
Denk drew himself up to his full height, reaching only up to the man's chest, and puffed out his own doughy chest. He still had to crane his neck to meet the prince's dark eyes.
Yes, sir, Your Excellency. I'm the pilot.
A giggle escaped as Denk looked around nervously.
You mentioned something about a feast?
Patience, young Durandian, he said,
grinning as he placed a hand on Denk's shoulder. It barely reached his chest.
You'll use our finest booster seat.
His eyes slid from diminutive Denk up to towering Voprat.
And who might you be?
Clearly Branzel wasn't used to looking up to anyone.
Voprat of Kigantu.
A Gigantian, Branzel said quietly, studying the giant lizard. How remarkable. Voprat gave his toothy grin and shot his long forked tongue out, cleaning both eyeballs with a slick slurpy noise that made Getty cringe. The prince stepped back, repulsed, and gave a disgusted humph. He turned away and squared up to Tardigan.
And who could have imagined an Ornean doctor on the crew of a
Garbage ship? Your people must be so proud.
Tardigan stuck one foot out and swooshed his arms around in an elaborate pattern as he dropped into a deep theatrical bow.
Malenka Subana. It is my distinct honor, great Prince Bronzel.
A traditional Temerarian greeting, said
Bronzel, seemingly impressed.
Ordinarily, we reserve such formal gestures for ceremonies, but—
He returned the gesture.
You are welcome.
Tardigan's face lit up like he'd just won his first spelling bee. He opened his mouth to continue speaking, but Bronzel turned away, clapping his hands together. Tardigan's mouth snapped shut.
Well, I'd imagine you are all in need of a good cleaning and some rest.
As if on cue, Dank's stomach growled loudly. Bronzel turned back and smiled.
And, of course, the feast. Please, follow me.
He headed toward a waiting ship in an adjacent pad, a sleek, shimmering craft about twice the size of the Dome, his long strides causing Getty to hustle behind. When he saw Oz bringing up the rear, Getty slid up beside Bronzel. It wasn't just the 10 centimeters Bronzel had on him that made him feel small.
It's salvage,
he said, practically jogging now.
I'm sorry?
Asked the prince, not slowing down.
You said garbage ship. It's actually salvage.
He gave a bemused smirk as though being corrected by a human was adorable.
And how does one come to captain a salvage ship?
Long story.
Then we've no time to waste.
Look, all we need is a hull patch. As soon as she's space ready again, we'll be out of your hair. He swatted the idea away.
Nonsense. You've had a harrowing encounter, and I haven't seen my daughter in 15 years. I'd be most aggrieved if you didn't accept a full measure of Temerarian hospitality.
Remember what Dr. Tardigan said.
I know. Doesn't mean I trust him.
You don't trust anyone.
I'm working on it. Of course, Your Eminence. He stopped abruptly and patted Getty on the shoulder, smiling warmly.
As you are a friend of Osmia's, you may simply call me Bronzel.
Getty gave a shrug.
Bronzel it is.
They reached the waiting ship and stepped onto the integrated lift, which came standard on most high-end ships. Temeraria was known more for its produce than its shipbuilding. Where could they have acquired such tech? Once they'd loaded in, a force field engaged, and the elevator rose through a faint red column. They rose up into an elegant round room with 3 branching corridors, and Bronzel led them down the center into the bridge. There was only one pilot, though she was probably superfluous. Ships this nice pretty much flew themselves.
Abri,
Bronzel said, and nodded to the waiting pilot. The woman nodded in return, then tapped a couple holographic controls. She took off so smoothly Getty didn't even notice until he saw the horizon move through the hangar door. Bronzel caught the surprised look on his face and gave a smug grin as he leaned in.
Vibration dampening and sound canceling has come a long way since you—
For some reason, the hair stood up on Getty's neck.
Since I what? Since you've been in the salvage business. I assume you're a veteran?
What was that?
I don't know.
Like my pappy and his before him,
he returned with a cocksure wink. Even as the ship rocketed through the door and accelerated skyward, its movements were barely discernible, making it that much easier to appreciate the cityscape of Medrakar. From the air, the entire city appeared to be one big park, with only snaking rows of sleek, wavy-sided towers that somehow looked as soft as the leaves on the gently swaying branches of billowing trees below. Fountains shot water in graceful arcs that sparkled in the afternoon sun as children danced and splashed in the puddles. He'd never seen so many people outside on an ordinary day. Lush green hills framed the city and popped up through the middle like vertebrae. Many had waterfalls that tumbled off the sides into crystalline pools below. Flocks of 4-winged birds with bright blue and yellow plumage glided happily through the beams of cloud-dappled sunshine.
"Wow! Look at all them!"
remarked Dank. They're so beautiful!
He and Hardigan were mesmerized. Even Voprat seemed taken by it. As far as Getty was concerned, this place was fucking paradise. Chapter 21. The Price of Fashion. Branzel's silky smooth ship began descending toward a palatial home on a hill, surrounded by lush grass and ornate, neatly trimmed hedges. An hourglass-shaped pool stretched out from under a wraparound deck that afforded stunning views of the city below. Above and to the side of the house, set into the hill itself, was a private landing pad. Voprat sat on his haunches, taking in the sights with wide-eyed wonder, while the other four of them were seated in giant, supple leather chairs. Surely he'd never seen so much foliage or wealth. Getty whispered to Dank that Oz was technically a princess, and that they would soon find out what that meant in a place like Temeraria.
Why would she leave this place?
I've got a feeling we'll find that out, too. Getty looked across at Oz, who was slumped in her chair like a pouty teenager. Spots of blood still showed where the centibots had sliced through.
Her father seems like a decent enough guy.
Outwardly, he only seemed to have a rich man's affect, but something about him struck Getty as hollow. What do you know about the rest of her family?
Not much. She's never talked about it.
The ship slowed to a hover over the landing pad and pivoted to face the valley, before touching down like a butterfly on a marshmallow. Branzel, who had strapped himself in beside the pilot, got up and came over to them, flashing a bright smile. Oz was the last to stand up.
Welcome to our humble home.
Dank, Doc, and Voprat fell in behind him. Getty hung back with Oz. You okay?
I'll be okay when we're back in space, she said flatly.
Your dad insisted we stay a while. She rolled her eyes.
Screw that. I'll bet he drags his feet on the repairs so we have to stay even longer. This was a mistake.
Osmia, Captain Starheart,
came her father's voice from the lift entrance.
Won't you join us?
Be right there, Getty assured him, then turned back to Oz. Look, I know you don't want to be here, but until the fizz is repaired, we don't have much choice. After that, we're gone. Her big, beautiful eyes, which had been downcast, swiveled up to him.
You promise?
Promise. Now let's go. Oz grudgingly followed him down to where the others were waiting in the lift. It lowered them down to the landing pad, where they briefly passed through a spot of delightfully warm afternoon sun. A wide bridge across a statue-filled garden led to the residence. Voprat stared at everything with childish amazement and a goofy grin. Ornate wooden doors swung open at their approach, and they stepped out into a breathtaking vivarium. Its giant glass dome reminded Getty of Tatiana's place on Earth-3. But in place of an aquarium, an idyllic little pond fed by multiple waterfalls teemed with colorful fish. In the middle grew a real tree at least 10 meters tall, encrusted with vines. Natural light filled the room. While Getty was taking it all in, he heard Oz murmur,
"Oh boy, here we go."
He followed her gaze down a hallway that led deeper into the house. A woman wearing a neon yellow sari came gliding toward them, both arms weighed down with gold rings that jangled as she made a dainty beeline for Oz, with her arms spread.
"Oh, my Osmia, come here and hug your poor, worried mother."
Oz took a hesitant step forward and embraced her mother with the same gusto as she had with her father. It was painful to watch Oz's discomfort. Her mother's eyes were closed, a warm grin playing on her face as she squeezed her daughter tightly.
"How many tears have I cried since you abandoned your family and your home to join some ridiculous militia?"
It was hard not to laugh at Oz's suicidal expression.
"Well, Mom, that's a very accurate depiction."
Her mother scoffed, then patted her down as though checking for a weapon.
"Look at you, in the full flower of womanhood, and you're wasting it. When my body was firm and sleek, I took full advantage."
She really did,
Branzel assured them.
Oz's pale cheeks burned bright. A splash came from the fish pond, prompting a sharp gasp from her mother. Everyone's head turned toward the sound. Voprot, who was partly hidden by the enclosure, had submerged his head completely in the water.
"What the hell is that? Monstrosity!"
Her hand flew to her chest, startled by Voprot's immensity and general lizardiness. Getty whapped him on the back, and he yanked his head free with a frantically wriggling yellow fish in his mouth. As everyone stared in horror, he tossed his big head back and swallowed the entire thing. Getty smacked his hand against his forehead.
Not a strong sense of decorum.
Couldn't he be himself a little less?
That's Voprot,
Oz said defensively.
He's with us.
Voprot promised feast,
he said, water dripping off his chin. Branzel stepped forward, smiling through his irritation.
The feast comes later. These fish are not for eating. Just for seeing,
Voprot asked, confusion flooding his eyes.
Yes.
Eager to take her parents' attention away from Voprot's horror show, Oz took her mom's hand and led her toward the crew.
Mother, I'd like you to meet the rest of my shipmates. This is our captain, Getty Starhart, science officer Kron Stardigan, and pilot Denk Junt. Guys, this is my mother, Nandra.
They sheepishly lifted their hands in greeting as she regarded them with naked disdain.
And they are joining us for your welcome feast. Is that going to be a problem?
Oz asked, her jaw clenched. A further objection nearly made its way to her lips, but she swallowed it and began patting Oz about her nearly white face, rearranging her ropey red locks to suit her. Oz stood and took it.
You're an absolute mess, dear. And, oof,
she waved her hand across her nose.
You smell like space. You will clean up before dinner, won't you? We're all looking forward to learning how you fell in with these friends of yours.
A long and uncomfortable silence ensued, which Nandra shattered with a sharp clap of her hands.
Well, I have much to do before the feast, so please make yourselves at home and get cleaned up. Chafton will show you to your rooms and arrange for fresh clothes. Chafton?
Her shrill summons echoed through the vivarium as she fidgeted impatiently, looking embarrassed for the delay. From another hallway behind them came the sound of somebody running. Getty whirled to see a small, frail-looking creature with thin, downy fur and a waistcoat practically skid to a stop in front of her. He was even shorter than Denk, walked with a significant limp, and had trouble catching his breath.
What is he?
Must be some kind of native race. He might have been some distant cousin of Krigger's, his former confidant back on Kigantu. Short, triangular ears stuck straight out, though not far, and his forehead was deeply creased. His bulbous nose hung partly over his mouth. Plump bags under his sad eyes suggested a lifetime of servitude.
You called for me, madam,
he managed, huffing from the effort.
Our guests need proper evening attire.
Of course, madam. Right away.
Dinner is at 6 o'clock sharp. Osmia, we'll be in the formal dining hall.
She turned on her heels and left with Branzel in tow. As soon as they were well away, Oz hurried over and knelt to wrap Chafton up in a hug.
Oof! Hello, Miss Osmia,
he said, his face brightening. She kept her hands on his shoulders, locking eyes with him.
Chafton, you are the only one I've missed. How are you? What happened to your leg?
I took a spill on the stairs some years ago. It never quite healed right, I'm afraid.
Didn't heal right. Looking around this place, Getty wouldn't have been surprised if they didn't have a private hospital. Oz rose and turned to the others, keeping her hand on Chafton's diminutive shoulder.
Chafton has been with our family since before I was born. He practically raised me.
Begging your pardon, miss. I need to note some sizes and get to work.
He took a little notebook from his waistcoat and studied them, squinting and writing down his estimates. Clearly, he had a well-trained eye.
Madame Nargonis will be cross with me if your clothing isn't ready in time."
His eyes lingered briefly on Voprat, tapping the pen on his chin a moment, before having some inspired thought to write down. Tucking the notebook back in, he said,
"Miss Osmia, I trust you know the way to the guest rooms."
"Of course, my dear friend. See you later."
The little servant forced a smile and turned away, disappearing down another hallway in a tired, painful-looking stoop.
"Guess we'd better clean up, guys,"
Oz said, motioning for them to follow.
"We're in the East Wing."
She led them down yet another hallway and up a wide flight of stairs to the second floor. After being mostly confined to the hold aboard the Fizz, Voprat clearly appreciated being able to draw himself up to full height in the high-ceilinged hallway. Dr. Tardigan paused here and there to study the frescoes that lined the walls. One in particular caught his eye, and he excitedly tapped his finger on the wall.
"Captain, this artwork meticulously depicts the events leading up to the Battle of Plathe. If accurate, it directly contradicts the long-held belief that—"
"Fascinating, Doc," he said as he passed, patting him on the shoulder. Oz had stopped by one of the narrow vertical windows that overlooked the grounds, her hands on either side of the opening as though considering a jump. "Don't do it," he said, smiling. She gave a rueful shake of her head.
"I wasn't going to take her shit. Not for a second. But then she opens her stupid mouth and it's like I'm 12 again. She's still as overbearing as ever and I'm just as powerless against her."
He leaned against the window beside her and cleared his throat. "My mom had this much older brother named Orrin. When I was little, he'd sometimes come by for dinner, and every time he'd somehow get me in a headlock and rub the ever-living shit out of my scalp. Hurt like hell. The first few times it was funny, but eventually I hated it. Then I hated him. But one day I got home from my friend's house, and Mom told me he'd died."
"Was there a moral in there somewhere?"
"All I had to do was tell him I didn't like it, stand up for myself. Instead, he died with me hating him." She stared at the floor, slowly shaking her head.
"You know, I nearly convinced myself I was this badass bitch. Yet the moment I set foot in this ridiculous house, I'm a weak kid again."
"I'm a little out of my depth here, pal."
"Oz may be a woman, but to her mother she is a memory frozen in time. A child with a child's sensibilities."
"She wants you to be the teenager she remembers. Unless you set her straight, you always will be." Oz gave that a moment to wash over her, then straightened her back and rubbed her eyes.
"That's shockingly insightful, Starheart."
He gave an aw-shucks shrug. "I don't know what came over me."
"Could it be Eli?"
Getty grinned and gave her a wink. "Call it a team effort." Chapter 22. Guess Who's Coming to Dinner? The vaulted ceiling of Getty's room had to be at least 5 meters high. Windows nearly as tall overlooked the neatly manicured expanse of lawn and gardens, while the city unfurled below like an expensive rug. Everything from the furnishings to the towels was obviously custom-made and meticulously arranged, if not by Nandra herself, then by someone under her direction. He couldn't help but wonder how long it had been since anyone stayed there, say nothing of how many guest rooms they had in total. All he really knew about the Temurarian economy was that, in the wake of the Ring War, they'd become the galaxy's largest supplier of tucrium. They believed the planet and its resources belonged to everyone, so its wealth was distributed to all. But this was old money, royal money. As much as he looked forward to eating real food, clinking glasses with a bunch of snooty Temurarians wasn't exactly his idea of a good time. But if that's what it took to get some help from Oz's family, so be it. After a long shower and a shave, he found a set of clothes laid neatly across the bed. Perfectly tailored black slacks with a fitted shirt and mustard-colored tunic that had a bit of sheen to it. He expected to look utterly ridiculous, but as he squared up to the mirror, he was pleasantly surprised by the look. "Not bad, eh?"
"It does suit you."
"Although, after freeballing it the past few days, I'm not sure I'm grooving on these pants. They're a little tight in the crotch." He adjusted himself a few different ways, unable to find a good position for his junk.
"It's just for a few hours."
He sighed and dressed himself down. High fashion comes at a price.
"Oh, brother."
A soft rap came at the door, which was reflected in the mirror. "Come in." It was Tardigan, who had similar pants and a long blue robe gathered in a belt at the waist, and draped over his junk as if hiding the main attraction. "Get a load of you, Professor." His face flushed.
"Oz is almost ready. I didn't dare go looking for the dining hall alone."
Ain't that the truth? Getty tried rolling, then unrolling, then buttoning and unbuttoning the cuffs of his white shirt.
"Rolled."
"Are you sure?" Before Eli could respond, Tardigan's hands were unbuttoning one of Getty's cuffs and rolling it up. "You win this time." After finishing the second cuff, Tardigan stepped back to get another look.
"I must say, Captain, you clean up very well."
"You too. Like a scholar." He sank onto the edge of the bed with his head lowered.
"Disgraced scholar, perhaps."
This sad sack BS was getting old fast. Getty sat down next to him. "Doc, it's time we had a little talk."
"About what?"
"I don't give 2/3 of a shit what you did before you came aboard. I've done things that would make your toes curl. I expect we all have." He showed his palms in contrition, shaking his head.
"I'm sorry, Captain. I don't understand."
Getty turned to face Tardigan, wincing at his pinched scrotum. What were Temerian men packing down there? Mushroom caps? "You're the unpaid science officer of an antique salvage trawler, with a hole in the hull and an empty hold. And you're wearing borrowed clothes. Be proud." Tardigan laughed in spite of himself.
"Perhaps I could give myself a bit of grace."
He patted him on the knee. "That's the spirit. Now come on, let's go eat, drink, and be merry." Getty pushed up off the bed and immediately adjusted his pants. This was going to be a long night.
"Perhaps merriment is closer than you think, sir,"
said Doc, coming up beside him. "Why's that?"
"Because you haven't seen what Voprat is wearing."
Voprat literally wore a bedspread. On one hand, a toga was a clever solution to outfit a tree-sized reptile on short notice. On the other, he looked like he was pledging the lamest frat in the galaxy.
"Voprat feel regal," he declared,
the red and gold batik fabric swishing back and forth as he lumbered down the hall.
"Want more fish?"
"Not likely, pal," said Getty, still sniggering. Voprat's face fell. Dank's outfit looked like it had been stolen off a portly kid at a magician's funeral. He sported baggy black knickers with purple tights and a frilly purple silk shirt under a black waistcoat. As ridiculous as it was, Dank had puffed up and was smiling broadly. "How do I look?" he asked, turning from side to side. Getty and Tardigan shared a look.
"Be nice, Getty."
"Surprising. Like if a bagpipe player had a baby with Zorro." Dank's face was blank. "That's a good thing, right?" "It's the nicest thing I could say," Getty said, putting his young pilot at ease. Oz was the last to join them in the hall. She emerged sheepishly from her room wearing a dark red dress that complemented her red braids perfectly. The flowy, swishy drape that seemed to define Temerarian apparel suited her far better than any of them. Her big, expressive eyes and makeup couldn't mask her sour expression. "Wow," Getty said as she shuffled up to them. "You look incredible." She allowed a sheepish grin.
"Thank you."
"Well, the gang's all here, shall we?"
"Not yet,"
said Oz, motioning for them to come closer.
"We need a little pre-game huddle."
They gathered more closely around her.
"God only knows who my mother decided to invite to this thing, but fair warning, she and my father have some very eccentric friends."
I, for one, enjoy chatting with eccentrics, offered Tardigan.
You don't say.
Maybe that's why he likes talking to you. I can't tell if that's a compliment or an insult.
I'll remember you said that. Look, just keep your head down and don't do anything stupid like eat my mother's very expensive fish.
She looked pointedly at Voprat, who harumphed in response.
We just need to make it through tonight.
They nodded that they understood and followed her down the hall back toward the vivarium. Voprat paused by the pond, licking his lizard lips as his eyes followed the koi-like fish, but Getty shoved him in the small of his back.
Keep moving. Oz led them down another long hallway illuminated by skylights. The sun was low on the horizon, bathing her in golden light, making her look luminescent. She and Getty had both left home before they were technically ready, but he'd thought the similarities ended there. Maybe she'd been running away from something, too.
I don't know about you, but I am really looking forward to this.
Probably for different reasons than me.
And what are those reasons?
I'm ready for some real entertainment.
When they reached the dining room, Oz paused at an arched doorway, gathered herself before pushing through. The room was more like a hangar. At the center was a gigantic U-shaped table that might have been carved from a single piece of wood, with high-backed chairs that came to points like knife tips. A dizzying array of plates, utensils, glasses, serving platters, and multi-tiered dessert trays ran down its full length, with room to spare for the main courses that had yet to come out. The domed ceiling featured an intricate painting of what Getty could only assume was the entire royal family, which included at least a dozen children. Based on how youthful Branzel and Nandra looked, it was quite old. If Oz was pictured, he didn't recognize her. Servants flitted about, some eyeing the arrangements and making little adjustments, while others came and went through a pair of swinging doors that let in the clanks and shouts of a busy kitchen when opened and squelched it when closed. Branzel was holding court with a handful of men in one corner, drinks in hand, while Nandra and two women stood shoulder to shoulder in another corner, whispering conspiratorially as they entered. Nandra's outfit sprouted so many frills and folds that she could have passed as an air filter. Layer upon layer of fabric barely brushing the floor gave the impression of gliding. She regarded them with much the same distaste as before.
Darling, she said to Oz,
her hands clenched together.
I hoped you'd remember the way. I only ate here every night for 14 years,
Oz said stiffly. The others had left their private conversations and were slowly making their way across the room to get a closer look at the new arrivals. None were dressed quite so extravagantly as their hosts, but to Getty's surprise, the get-ups they'd been provided weren't especially out of place. The ladies pulled up well short of them and gawked in fascinated revulsion at Voprat, who tended to have that effect on people. All but one of the men hung back as well, an important-looking fellow roughly Branzel's age who regarded them with great interest. His fitted royal blue suit appeared to be a uniform.
"You must be the crew of the salvage ship,"
he said, his voice rough and authoritative. A puffy scar ran from his left ear down his neck, where it disappeared beneath his collar.
"What gave us away?" asked Getty.
The man stiffened.
"I am Sky Marshal Comfetti."
The pronunciation of his name sounded exactly like Comfetti. Getty's face reddened as he held back a laugh. Even Oz cracked a smile. He offered his hand.
"Captain Getty Starheart."
The man shook, his hands more delicate than he would have expected. Maybe Air Marshal was a military title, and maybe not. Branzel stepped forward and said,
"Marshal Comfetti approved the strike against your pirates." "Thank you for blasting them, Comfetti," Getty said with a perfectly straight face. "It wasn't a second too soon."
"Stop it,"
mouthed Oz.
"Are you sure you're a grown-up?"
"Come on, Comfetti. It's too, shall we say, juicy?" The Marshal jutted his chin at Voprat.
"I like to think I'm quite well-traveled, but I'm afraid I don't recognize your race."
Voprat gigantean.
He frowned.
Come again?
Getty covered his guffaw with a cough.
His English isn't the best. He's Gigantean. We're working on it.
Gigantean,
He asked with great interest.
as in Gigantu.
Voprat nodded.
I wasn't aware Gigantu had a native race.
We not travel much.
Fascinating as that is, Bransel said. Now that we've all met Voprat, why don't we all introduce ourselves? Casilda, would you like to start?
Casilda was Nandra's widowed sister-in-law. From there they met Comfetti's wife, Arinia. Both of them kept their distance from the crew other than a hasty hug between Casilda and Oz. The other men introduced themselves as Zavis, Damari, and Broderick, all royal functionaries with long and meaningless titles who seemed indifferent to their presence.
Mom, we're pretty hungry, so—
Oz said impatiently.
Well,
She said behind a forced smile, her tone dripping with passive aggression.
Osmia has swooped in from God knows where to declare that dinner should begin. Please, find your placards and be seated.
Abruptly, she pivoted toward the kitchen and barked,
Eldon?
A skinny young man who had just come through the door with a pitcher of water immediately about-faced and hurried back into the kitchen. Getty and the others scanned the table for their names, but only found human, Durandian, Ornean, and ... He paused at the question mark and pointed it out to Voprat.
Pretty sure this is you, buddy.
Chapter 23. A Meal Fit for a King's Younger Brother. Voprat looked as uncomfortable as Getty had ever seen him, and regarded the chair with abject confusion. The only places Getty could remember seeing him sit was at the bar in Akeba, which had benches, and the galley, which was a short stool. A high-backed chair presented a challenge vis-a-vis his gigantic tail.
Maybe the fish pond wasn't that bad an idea.
Ha! You're getting the hang of this, Eli.
It feels unkind.
That's the point. Nandra, Voprat's happy to sit on his haunches, Getty said. Besides, it brings him almost to eye level with the rest of us. She wrinkled her nose and shrugged.
Whatever makes you comfortable. Suffice it to say, we're not used to hosting such exotic guests.
Voprat picked up the big chair like a toy and looked anxiously at Getty, who nodded toward the back wall. He hesitantly parked it there, returned to the table, and sat on the floor with a thud. The others also sat, with the crew on one side and everyone else on the other. As promised, Denk had a booster seat, and couldn't have been more thrilled to be level with everyone. Nandra and Bransel sat in larger, throne-like chairs together at the head. Nandra rang a bell to summon the staff. A parade of young Temerarians emerged from the kitchen like soldiers, each carrying a single covered plate. They arranged themselves behind the guests, and once they were all in position, set the plates down and removed the covers with a flourish. Was all this foo-foo stuff for special occasions, or did they do it all the time? At the center of the giant plate sat a tiny nest of dark green leaves, with a bright orange fruit or berry of some sort in the middle that resembled, but hopefully wasn't, an egg. Drops of red dressing resembling blood formed an artful, if a bit macabre, constellation around it. Voprat and Denk both leaned down to study it, baffled, as the servants receded.
Island ivy salad with a fresh tasselberry and flux root oil dressing,
Nandra announced, clearly expecting them to be impressed. Since leaving Earth 2, Getty had almost exclusively eaten Nutrimush or tiny portions of pretentious food. Hadn't these people ever heard of sandwiches? Pasta? Maybe a good old-fashioned tater-tot casserole? Was it so much to want something to send him into a deep food coma? Before they could even arm themselves with forks, Voprat's tongue shot out and slurped up the berry. Immediately, he grimaced and shuddered as though it was poison. As he gagged, all Getty could imagine was him spewing half-digested fish across the ornately decorated table.
Voprat no like,
he declared, his growly voice echoing uncomfortably through the cavernous space.
More fish?
Nandra's entire face puckered, her fingers gripping her fork so tightly that Getty thought it might bend.
"This is not a restaurant," she said stiffly.
Dr. Tardigan, who had just taken a bite, cleared his throat to fill the uncomfortable silence and dabbed at the sides of his mouth with a cloth napkin.
"It's delightful," he said. "Do I detect a hint of smoked gillifloss?"
Their Temerarian hosts exchanged a look of profound surprise, even earning an approving smile from Nandra.
"You're familiar with Temerarian spices?"
asked Broderick.
"Oh, yes. I've been studying your planet for many years." "Then you probably know more about it than Osmia,"
remarked Nandra. Oz, whose eyes were fixed on her plate, paused chewing to look up desperately at Getty. He expected some world-class passive aggression and awkward exchanges from a bunch of royals, but these people took the cake. Even the snobs on Pretensia would think this was all a bit much.
"I never imagined Orneans would indulge studying such esoteric subjects," said Broderick. "What aspects of our world do you find the most interesting?"
Doc held up a finger as he chewed another bite.
"There's so much to choose from. Your history, your culture, your delicious cuisine. But I suppose your Tucrium production is the most historically significant."
And proud we are of that legacy, said Branzel, smiling. It has been our good fortune to fill the supply gap left by the collapse of the Triad.
Admittedly, I'm not as familiar with some of your more recent history, such as the awful attack on your palace.
All the Temerarians stopped eating and drinking at once, including Oz, who stared at Tardigan like he'd broached some taboo topic, though she hadn't told them it was off-limits.
"What do you know of it?"
asked Confetti. Sensing the shift in the room's temperature, Doc scrambled to downplay the topic.
"Oh, very little. Simply that the attack was unprovoked, and that great King Rambar lost his life. It seems no one is beyond the Zelnad's reach."
Their salads gone, with the exception of Voprat's, the servants reappeared with even larger plates and revealed their contents in the same fashion. It was a bird with 4 wings, presumably the same flocking birds they marveled at as they flew to the compound. A grainy stuffing spilled forth from its body cavity. It actually looked and smelled quite delicious, but they hadn't struck Getty as game birds.
"Yellow-crested caricoot, marinated in dark ale, with wild sessav stuffing,"
announced Nandra with an elegant wave of her hand, oblivious to the fraught conversation in progress.
Is that what my daughter told you, that it was the Zelnads?
Spat Branzel.
"Well,
Doc glanced over at Oz, and Confetti exchanged a dark look with Branzel and Nandra.
"The truth, Dr. Tardigan, is that we don't know who bombed the palace or why,"
affirmed Confetti. Getty wasn't always good at reading people, but he knew a lie when he heard it. If Oz knew, they knew.
"But who would have done it if not the Nads?"
asked Getty. Nandra cleared her throat and smiled pleasantly.
"Surely this isn't a conversation for the dinner table. Please, luxuriate in the delicate flavors of your—"
The tink-tink of utensils drew Getty's attention to Denk, who was shoving forkfuls of the bird into his face. Voprat's plate was already empty. The women across the table all looked like they might barf.
"Caricoot."
"I don't know what this is, Mrs. Nargonis, but it sure eats good,"
Denk said with his mouth full, bits of bird stuck to the sides of his fuzzy little face. He hadn't heard a single word of the charged exchange. Confetti locked eyes with Getty.
"The Zelnads would never attack us. If anything, they'd come to our rescue."
"What?" Getty asked.
Why? Because they're our customers, Branzel replied. And very good ones. Other than overcharging for Novaspheres, we have nothing to fear from them.
"Temeraria is in bed with the Zelnads?"
The entire crew stared at him as though he'd unwittingly spilled some awful secret, but was utterly confident in his assertion. After a moment, his face softened with understanding.
Judging from your expressions, it seems you've bought into the narrative that the Zelnads are some kind of evil empire, he said,
supplying air quotes. Getty barked a laugh.
Narrative? That's rich.
Oz's father bristled.
You disagree. Please, edify us.
Walked into that one, genius.
Shit.
They've been buying up Tuckrium for decades, but no one's ever seen more than a ship or two. A few weapons here and there. Where's it all going?
Branzel gave an indifferent shrug.
Temeraria refines and sells the strongest metal in the galaxy. What becomes of it after that is no more our concern than a baker to his bread.
Speaking of bread, could someone pass the butter? Asked Dank, not slowing down in the least.
It doesn't concern you that a secret society with unlimited funds is buying nearly all the Tuckrium in the galaxy? That they control the Novosphere supply? We know all we need to about the Zelnads, Branzel explained. They don't cause trouble, and they pay their bills on time.
Uncle Rambar didn't trust them,
said Oz gravely.
Maybe neither should you. Says the girl who supposedly went off to fight them,
Nandra hissed, silencing her.
Tell us, Ozmia, about this Zelnad scourge you ran off to defend us all against. How many did you and the Zelarans kill? It wasn't like that.
Oz stared at her mother over the tops of her eyes.
Then what was the point? And now you're a glorified trash collector, she said, shaking her head in disgust. In a flying junkyard, with 3 morons and whatever that is.
She pointed directly at Voprot.
Well, this is going off the rails.
When it came to details about her past, Oz was a cipher. As far as he could recall, she'd never spoken of her life on Temeraria, her family, or her years on Zalara. Did she fear this same judgment from others? These people were nightmares. If she couldn't muster her own defense, someone would have to do it for her.
First of all, there's only one moron on my ship, and you're looking at him. Second, your daughter is the best fighter I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot. And she's also selfless and kind and perceptive.
Getty stole a glance at Oz. A corner of her mouth twitched upward.
Yeah,
Dank said, hitting his fist on the table.
And she knows right from wrong. Which is more than I can say for you people, added Getty. She's the glue that holds our ship together. Besides the actual glue, I mean. The unflyable ship from which we are presently extracting a pirate harpoon, Branzel sneered.
So much for asking them for money.
No, not looking good on that front.
That's not the... Look, I appreciate the help, I do. But all this...
Getty gestured around him at the high ceilings, the piles of food, and the muffled clank of pots from the kitchen.
This was built with Zelnad money, and I don't want any part of it. Starheart out.
Getty stood so abruptly his chair fell back, and the pointy tip at the top snapped right off. Without bothering to write it, he strode toward the door.
Starheart out?
It felt right in the moment.
You know you can't really go anywhere, right?
It's the principle of the thing, Eli. It's the principle. Dank and Voprot followed suit.
Voprot out, too.
It actually worked there.
Tardigan dabbed at his mouth as he rose.
Perhaps there are people in this world who deserve more shame than I. Good evening to you.
He still took the time to refold his napkin and push his chair back in. Branzel, Nandra, and their guests were dumbstruck by such a rejection of their hospitality. Their heads swiveled to Oz, who was still in her chair. As Getty reached the door, he stopped and looked back at her, giving a nod to remind her of their earlier conversation. He wasn't much for giving advice, but Oz had been right to leave this place. A deep rot had taken hold just beneath its bucolic veneer, and none of them should have any part of it.
Some things never change,
Oz said. getting up herself and quickly wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. Nandra rose, indignant, ringing the bell violently.
Osmia, you are a princess of Temeruria, and we are your family. Return to the table at once.
Oz spun back toward her just short of the door.
I'm no princess, and you're not my family.
She nodded over her shoulder toward Getty and the crew.
They are.
Your ship will be ready by first light, Branzel called after her. I suggest you be on it before the welds have cooled.
Oz spun and threw a fork she'd concealed in her hand, so quickly and accurately that it was already stuck in her father's bird before anyone saw what she did. Branzel stared incredulously down at the fork, then back at her.
You want to know how many Zelnads I've killed? So far, none. But the night is young.
She marched through the door and down the hall.
Does this mean we're not staying for dessert?
Denk asked, falling in after her. Getty patted him on the back and sucked in air through his teeth.
Afraid so, buddy.
Chapter 24. Natted Up. The morning after their contentious and troubling meal with the Nargonis clan, they were escorted back to the spaceport by Branzel's personal pilot/babysitter. The workmanship on the hull patch allowed the hold to pressurize, and that was good enough for Getty. The sooner they were out of there, the better. Once they cleared Temeraria's atmosphere, Denk pulled up the coordinates for Old Earth and started searching for the longest vector he could find. With just 5 blue balls, every jump had to be perfect. To know the location of the penetrator but not go straight to it was torture, but his most pressing responsibility was to the crew. With a little luck, they'd return from Old Earth with a cargo hold full of valuable salvage, and one hell of a story to tell. He lay on the bed in his quarters, drumming his fingers on his chest as he stared up at the corner of the ceiling where dust had collected, suggesting air slowly escaped through it. Whether that was by Gruck design or a sign of the ship's deteriorating condition, he couldn't be sure.
You're sure this is the right play?
No, but it's our best shot at a big score.
When do we get to Aku?
After this. You heard Zareth Tin. The Nads are looking for me. As far as I'm concerned, they're on our schedule now. Besides, we can't just show up on Aku empty-handed.
What are you talking about?
A gentle rap came at the door.
Come in, Doc.
Tardigan poked his head in.
How do you know it was me?
You're the only one polite enough to knock.
He entered and plunked down in the chair in front of the fold-down desk and gave a sheepish grin.
Old habit, I guess.
I don't know about you, but I'm glad to be back in space.
Oz's family was a nightmare.
Actually, Captain, that's what I came to discuss.
Getty sat up in his bed and propped up his pillow to lean against it.
Oh yeah? What's up?
He heaved a sigh.
I'm very concerned about their business dealings with the Zelnads.
Having been part of many shady business deals himself, Getty was less shocked by Temeraria's opportunism than the others likely were. Funny how fast principles went out the door once piles of money entered the equation. Their posture might be different if they knew what the Nads were up to.
With good reason.
How familiar are you with the Triad?
Familiar enough to know it led to the Ring War and the Tuckrium shortage.
The Triad was a centuries-old trade partnership between Kyloria, Gruck, and Aku. They were positioned in a nearly equilateral triangle around the Exiod Ring, an asteroid belt with a seemingly inexhaustible supply of Tuckrium. Back then, Temeruria only mined what they needed for their own modest fleet. Gruck handled the mining side of the operation, Kyloria refinement and processing, and Aku shipbuilding. For decades, Aku's biggest and best customer was the Alliance, itself a trade and defense partnership between 21 worlds that included the Triad and Earth-2. At some point, however, the demand for Tuckrium inexplicably skyrocketed. These new buyers appeared to be from both Alliance and non-Alliance worlds, with no clear thread to connect them besides a seemingly endless stream of money. As the price of Tuckrium rose, however, so did tensions. Alliance planets suspected one another of building a secret army, while the Triad struggled to meet demand, accusing each other of graft and corruption. No one could pinpoint exactly when hostilities began. All anyone knew for sure was that it got ugly fast. The Alliance tried to mediate the Triad's dispute, which helped them come to an accord, that they should leave the Alliance. As the Triad descended into a full-scale conflict, the Alliance decided on a military intervention. The Triad suddenly found themselves fighting both each other and a well-equipped alliance. The death toll was staggering. World after world broke ties in protest, and the Alliance quickly began to crumble. Its leadership went into exile, and member planets divided the Alliance's assets among themselves. The Triad planets were never the same.
Then you also know that Tucrium became extremely scarce after that.
Getty nodded. When I was growing up, Tucrium ships were practically tourist attractions. The only Tucrium thing we had was a chef's knife, and Mom kept that under lock and key.
The collapse of the Triad would have thrown a wrench into the Zelnad's plans. They must have scoured the galaxy for a new source.
You mean Temeraria?
Right. But they've always been a pacifist society. King Rambar never would have sold to the Zelnads, not if he suspected a military buildup of some kind.
The late King Rambar, Oz's uncle, had been killed in the palace attack about 20 years ago when she was still a kid. Her account of why was much easier to believe than Branzel's and his cronies. So clearly the Nads were responsible.
That is one possibility.
Getty locked eyes with Tardigan, his face grave. Could Oz's father have had a role in taking out his own brother, the king, clearing the way for unrestricted trade with the Nads? Having met the guy, it didn't seem like crazy talk. If it turned out to be true, Oz would blow a fuse.
You think Branzel had something to do with it? And possibly Sky Marshal Comfetti, especially if the palace was bombed from the sky. As hard as it was to picture, it made sense.
Temeraria was part of the Alliance, but on account of its isolation had only traded with a few of them. What if its collapse decimated their economy? A king who refused a lucrative deal on principle might easily have become a target. "Have you shared this with Oz?" Getty asked.
Not yet.
All right. Let's keep it that way for now. I need her focused on the... Denk's frantic voice cut him off, distorted and scratchy from the dented little speaker in the upper corner of the room.
"Guys, you'd better get up here. We've got company, and it ain't pirates."
Getty sprang from the bed and followed Tardigan out the door. Morpho and Voprot came through the airlock doors at the same time. They joined Oz at the back of the bridge. Getty was about to ask the obvious question, but the front display said it all. A heavy freighter the size of a city, flanked by 2 destroyers and a dozen fighters, was headed straight for them. He didn't recognize the design of the freighter, one of the biggest he'd ever seen, but he sure as hell recognized the warships. He and his old buddies used to call the destroyers schnozzes on account of their pyramidal shape.
Zelnads,
Getty muttered.
"They just came out of a jump,"
Denk said apologetically, his face ashen.
"What do we do?"
"They'll know it's us."
I'm not so sure about that.
Why?
As far as they know, I'm still on Thegus. What about you? Can they detect you?
We're too far away. Plus, right now, it's you they want.
Nothing, Getty answered Denk.
"They're here for the Tucrium,"
spat Oz, her expression as dark as he'd ever seen it.
"Tucrium my own father is happy to sell them."
Getty glanced furtively at Doc. Her anger made all the more sense in light of his theory, as did her decision to leave and never come back. The screen's border flashed yellow, and Denk pivoted his chair, terror filling his innocent black eyes.
"They're hailing us!"
When Getty hesitated, Oz seemed to sense why and stepped forward.
"Let me do the talking. Apparently they're buddy-buddy with Temeraria now."
He hated the idea of her covering for him, but it made the most sense. "Good idea, but be nice." Voprot was resting on all fours in the shadows, gawking at the whole scene. Getty stepped behind him, keeping out of sight. Oz smoothed her jacket and drew herself up, before giving Denk a tight nod to activate the comm. The face that appeared on screen was a square-jawed Zoran lieutenant-turned-Zelnad, with short-cropped white hair and an expressionless face. Pointy cheekbones protruded from his deep orange skin like he habitually fell asleep on a beach, with concave cheeks and a mouth a little too small for his teeth.
"For sale make offer,"
he said, his voice even and authoritative.
"You're impeding an established trade route."
Trade route?
Oz said in a defiant tone.
It's fucking space. You just came out of a jump. Uh-oh.
On second thought, she might not be in a good headspace right now. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious about how this'll go.
"Move your vessel," he said gruffly.
Oz didn't flinch.
Or what?
The lieutenant was taken aback, like he'd never imagined being questioned. As much as he didn't want trouble, Getty couldn't help but grin. Everyone's fear of the Nads was based on their far-advanced technology and mysterious motives, which really were excellent reasons, but that didn't mean everyone had to lie down for them. The Zelnad cocked his head and said the obvious.
"Or we will run into you."
I've got a better idea. How about you change your course?
Denk, who was already wound tight, looked as though he might compress into a diamond. Where's the popcorn when you need it?
Do you take anything seriously?
The lieutenant's face hardened.
"Put your captain on screen."
He's on the shitter. Now look, there's got to be at least, what, half a kilometer between the freighter and the destroyers? There's plenty of room for us to slip right past.
Promisingly, he hesitated.
"Scanning your military capabilities."
He glanced at a display to the side, frowned, and gave it a confused tap.
"You have no military capabilities."
She shrugged.
We're pacifists, as you know.
"What is a Temurarian doing with a Grook ship?" he asked.
What are we, on a date? How's about we take a tiny jog to the left so we can both get on with our day, she said, arms crossed. I hope we are never on the receiving end of this.
It's kind of hot, though, right? The young lieutenant didn't know what to do and apparently had nobody to ask. He sighed, exasperated, and glanced down at another display.
"Your suggested course adjustment is acceptable."
Oz stuck out her arms and mockingly paced back and forth, mocking him in a flat, old-time robot voice.
Your suggested course adjustment is acceptable. Battery low. Must recharge.
Then she laughed and gave a dismissive wave.
Lieutenant, you're too much. See you never.
The screen blinked out, and with shaking hands, Denk eased them into the narrow alley between the destroyers and the fighters. The windows of the fighters were mirrored, making it impossible to see who was inside. For all he knew, they were androids now, or synthetic organisms like Morpho. But most likely they were just ordinary people from ordinary planets, who were hosts to disgruntled Sagacians. The freighter had to be 10 times the size of the Project Rearview transport that evacuated old Earth. How much refined tuckrium could it hold? How many ships could they build with it? They already controlled the entire Novosphere supply. Once they took over the tuckrium trade, they'd be untouchable. Denk held their course, and after a few minutes the freighter and its fearsome escorts glided past. As soon as they were in the clear, Denk's whole body relaxed, and color returned to his cheeks. Getty emerged from the shadows and stood beside Oz, whose gaze was still fixed straight ahead. She angrily wiped a stray tear from her eye. He never knew what to say in these situations. Leaning in, he nudged her gently with his elbow. "You did good." She gave him a tight-lipped smile that didn't reach her eyes.
Captain, I found us 2 solid jump vectors. We should be to the first one within the hour.
Without taking his eyes off Oz, Getty said, "Good. Set a course. Voprat, make sure the hold is ready for a jump." Voprat nodded and slinked away toward the airlock. After a moment, Oz turned away and went after him.
I'll help. Women are complicated.
Buddy, you have no idea. Chapter 25. Oh-wee. Dank executed a full burn toward the jump vector, eager to gain as much distance as possible between them and the Zelnad convoy. Oz figured their destination was a Tukrium refinery in the far side of the planet, which meant they couldn't track the Fizz even if they wanted to. Obviously, Zareth Tin knew to look for him, but whether the Nads really asked him to put a tracker on his ship was still an open question. Getty's gut told him they didn't really know where he was going or in what ship. Oz had returned to her seat at the weapons controls. Voprat sat with his back against the wall at the back of the bridge, his tail stretched out across the floor. Tardigan was boning up on old Earth history in his quarters. Morpho was perched on Dank's chair, ready to deal with the next inevitable mechanical issue. Dank maneuvered the ship into perfect alignment with the vector that, supposedly, pointed like an arrow to old Earth. They probably wouldn't get all the way there, but by the time they entered uncharted space, they'd at least be pointed in the right direction. Everything beyond that would require a deep scan to find the next jump vector. Each jump burned a novosphere, whether it was 2,000 kilometers or 2 parsecs, and they couldn't know exactly where the Fargate would spit them out. It should be space, but it could be an atmosphere like Gigantu. Would 6 novospheres be enough?
"We're staring right down the throat of that vector, Cap,"
said Dank, his voice a bit shaky.
Very good, Mr. Junt. Morph, load up a blue ball.
Morpho slung a strand of himself down to the hopper and opened it, then dropped one in the launch tube. Getty rose and returned to the captain's chair. As usual, Oz was already a step ahead of him. He turned on the intercom and said,
"Prepare to jump."
30 seconds later, Dank turned and gave a thumbs up.
"Ready, Cap."
Getty locked himself tightly in. The Temerarian's workmanship on the patch was about to be put to the ultimate test. A hull breach would leave only the warp shell between them and the forces at work in a jump, and that would be catastrophic. If the repair wasn't secure, a single jump might tear the ship apart.
"Ever jumped this far before?"
Oz asked quietly. I rarely left the system. You? She shook her head.
"I'll feel better when I'm on the other side of the universe."
"Mr. Junt, let's take a Sunday drive."
"Aye, aye,"
Dank replied, and launched the first novosphere into space. The tiny, glowing blue embers shot out into the void before it burst outward and instantly froze, opening a shimmering oblong gap in space-time that never stopped looking like a celestial vagina.
"Activating warp shell."
A low hum tickled his feet as the translucent green bubble enveloped the Fizz.
"Old Earth, here we come."
Dank eased the ship forward into the slit, held open by forces beyond comprehension. Every time he felt a pang of guilt about his ulterior motive, he reminded himself it really was in everyone's best interest.
"Earlier you said something about not going to Aku empty-handed. What did you mean?"
Shh, don't ruin the coolest part.
"But—"
Later. He refocused on the inner border of the gate, wreathed in an impossibly beautiful purple and blue corona that flowed and rippled like a reflection in a pond. On the other side was more space, stupendously far away, but otherwise exactly the same. Getty's fingers dug into the armrests, and he took a deep breath. The initial shudder felt like they'd run into something large and unyielding, not unlike the Zelnad superfreighter. Then the feeling of being sucked into a vacuum cleaner the size of the universe. In half a blink, it was over. His ears popped painfully as they exited the jump. His joints ached and his eyes felt too large for the sockets. Maybe his body hadn't fully healed yet. At the moment, they were nowhere. No Temeraria, no Nads, and barely 2 stars to rub together. But it was still charted space, and the nav system knew where they were.
"Dank?"
"All systems green, Cap,"
Dank reported.
"Launch number 2 when ready."
"He knows what you mean,"
said Oz with a roll of her eyes. Dank aligned the ship for the next clear vector, which fell nearly on the same line. A few hundredths of a degree here could mean light years on the other end, so precision was critical. He launched another novosphere, and the same purple slit opened up. Getty stared straight ahead, mesmerized. They had a beautiful view of a distant nebula, greens and purples and golds, that looked like space itself had contracted and then frozen mid-explosion. A sudden throbbing pain formed at his temples. He sniffed, but it was too runny to be snot. He touched a fingertip to his nostrils, and it came away red. Before anyone noticed, he wiped it on the inside of his jacket. Well, that's not great.
You should stop. Give yourself time to recover.
Time? What time?
Mr. Junt?
Getty asked, feeling like the last burst of gravitational waves had shredded his cartilage.
All systems are green, but this is where the nav data ends,
Denk said, his voice tinged with nerves.
Then let's fire up that scanner. What are we waiting for?
Tardigan came running into the bridge, his face knotted in worry.
Don't jump yet.
Getty whirled in his chair.
Why not?
What data are we using to determine Old Earth's position?
Something about his tone sent a shot of adrenaline through his heart.
Whatever's in the IAS charts, I guess. Why?
He paled and grew somber.
Oh, boy. Something tells me I don't want to hear whatever you're about to say, Getty said.
Tardigan gulped.
It's just that, you see, Old Earth's exact position has been a matter of some debate in the academic community.
The veins feeding his headache began pulsing. He swallowed down the pain.
Get to the point.
No instrument can see that far across the universe. The Milky Way, yes, but Old Earth's location within it is only an extrapolation.
Also known as a guess,
offered Oz, shaking her head.
That's it, we're going back.
Getty held up a finger, still looking at Doc.
Now hold on here. Humans charted a decent chunk of the Milky Way, right? Don't we have that data?
Old Earth data is based on its celestial equator. A more accurate projection would use supergalactic coordinates.
Voprat sat up.
If we jump to wrong place...
We'll be fucked,
said Oz.
He's right, Getty.
I know, but so am I.
About?
Just trust me.
How far off could the extrapolation be?
Doc scratched at his chin.
It's difficult to say, especially over such vast distances. I'd say half a parsec.
That was very, very far, but not unreasonable.
About 10 times the width of the solar system, well within the bounds of human-charted space.
So, if we recalculate the coordinates, we'll most likely jump into familiar territory.
Doc nodded, albeit reluctantly.
The odds are in our favor. But, Captain, I must emphasize the risk of...
Being well and truly fucked,
Oz interrupted.
Yeah, I second that. Captain, a word?
Denk's eyebrows gave an uh-oh flare. He and the others all looked away as Getty crossed the bridge to Oz, who was seething.
I thought we wanted to avoid getting on her bad side.
Let me handle this, please. He pumped his hands up and down in a calming motion.
Look, I know we agreed on 3 blue balls, but we're so close. One more and we'll...
Cut the bullshit, Getty, she snapped. We're already in over our heads, and you know it. This isn't about the money. She's got your number. Now we'll find out what you're keeping from me.
That's all it's about.
No, it's about your ego, and maybe some twisted idea of what a trawler captain's supposed to do, but mostly your ego.
His sphincter unclenched. If he had to confess his ulterior motive to her, he'd have to tell the whole crew, and reveal that yet another of his half-truths had put them in harm's way. If he could deliver on his old Earth promises and fill the hold with loot, he'd tell them everything and all would be forgiven. Eli, Sagacia, the Nads, all of it.
You forgot guilt, he said.
She nodded toward the others, who, of course, had been eavesdropping. Morpho was stretched on the ceiling above them, listening intently.
You think we should take another jump, okay. But if old Earth isn't right in front of us, that's it. We go back. No salvage is worth dying for. Oh, come on. Are you really going to let her and the others follow you on this errand of yours,
Whatever it is, we need to do this, and so do they. He heaved a sigh and nodded, then turned back to Denk.
Mr. Junt, proceed with your scan.
Denk gulped and initiated the scan. The screen filled with a globe of little dots representing all celestial bodies within the scanner's range. The nav computer then searched for potential vectors to old Earth, rotating the globe around rapidly until a green line shot through the cloud. A virtual camera zoomed along the line until it ended at a rotating blue planet and the estimated coordinates.
There she is, Getty said, smiling. Right where we left her.
Tardigan came forward and studied the screen, anxiously wringing his hands. He pointed excitedly.
Yes, see there. Those measurements are clearly equatorial. Denk, can you convert those to supergalactic?
Nope. Doc threw up his hands and pointed to the navigator station where he usually sat.
Our nav system should be able to handle that. Don't you know how to use it?
He asked of no one in particular.
Everything's in Gruk, said Denk.
It's a Gruk ship. How do you operate anything?
Denk shrugged.
We tried pushing all the buttons once to see what they did, but it just launched the escape pods.
We used to have escape pods? Getty asked, mostly to himself. Tardigan cracked his knuckles and took a seat at the dusty old terminal. After switching on the holodisplays, his fingers danced across the strange foreign interface as he keyed in the old coordinates and converted them. A moment later, the vector on the front display began to change as the computer hunted. Another green line appeared, showing a new vector to old Earth.
There. How far off would we have been? Getty asked.
1.7 parsecs, give or take, replied Denk,
still trying to figure out what Doc had just done.
You feel confident in this one? This is our last shot.
It's a better estimate, Captain, but it's still an estimate.
Getty didn't like estimates. He liked knowing the score. Placing this kind of trust in anyone was an unprecedented leap of faith. But they'd placed far more in him, and with considerably less reason.
Understood. Let's buckle up and do it. How long to get the ship into position?
Not long. The new vector's close.
Getty glanced back at Oz, not for approval, but to show he'd heard her. She was wrong about the ego thing, but not about being decisive and sure. He just hoped like hell he wasn't leading them astray. The crew strapped in as Denk did a short burn in the direction of the vector's origin, then slowed and maneuvered them into position.
She's lined up and ready to jump, Denk said.
Then let's get going. I'm hungry.
Denk launched the Novosphere, and they slipped through again. This time he felt the impact, but his eyes kept trying to flutter closed, which didn't jibe with his excitement. Time for old Earth to show its pretty face. More than anything, he wanted to be right. G-waves racked his body like a paint mixer. Supposedly, you blacked out for a second or two, but he never felt anything but that sudden, violent compression, like passing through a narrow pipe. They'd instantaneously traveled a mind-blowing distance. He unbuckled himself and rose, stumbling a bit.
Everyone okay? Denk?
Systems are nominal, Captain.
He squinted at the screen, but it was black and speckled with stars, just like most of space. No planets at all, especially not a blue one.
What am I looking at? Where are we?
Denk swiped past a number of screens, shaking his head.
That's a great question.
Chapter 26. Might as well jump. Oz joined Getty at the back of the bridge, staring at the nearly blank screen. He'd been so certain they would come out right in front of old Earth that his brain reflexively chalked it up to a malfunctioning display.
See anything familiar?
Denk asked hopefully.
That was so dumb on so many levels it made Getty's head swoon. Between that and jump fatigue, he wanted nothing more than a nap.
But rest would be impossible until he knew they weren't hopelessly lost.
Sorry, Denk, but none of these particular pinpoints of light ring any bells.
Oz's eyes were burning a hole in his back. At best, he'd proved her and Eli right. At worst, he'd doomed them all. But he wasn't ready to give up hope yet.
"We should run a spectroscopic scan," Doc suggested. "Cross-reference it with our old Earth data. Even 2 stars would help determine our position."
Getty nodded to Denk, and he initiated the scan. A few minutes later, the nav computer found not 2, but 4 likely matches, and his heart leapt.
"Ha!"
exclaimed Doc excitedly, returning to his seat.
"Now it's a matter of simple triangulation. Just give me 1 minute."
Again, his fingers flew over the baffling interface. A bead of sweat formed on Getty's forehead. He surreptitiously dabbed at it with his sleeve, hoping Oz wouldn't notice.
Beauprat's sleepy,
said the big lizard, who had stretched out against the wall.
"Almost there, big guy,"
Getty agreed. Tardigan leaned back in his seat, chewing thoughtfully on the inside of his lip.
"Well, Captain, there's good news and bad news."
Getty gulped. He didn't want bad news of any sort, especially as it related to their mission.
"Give me the good."
"We're in the right galaxy."
If that was the good, he already knew the bad.
"But we're still nowhere near old Earth."
Doc lowered his head and looked away.
"In other words, we're lost,"
said Oz.
"Maybe, but we're making great time."
She gave him a look that could have melted Tuckrium. Doc turned his chair so everyone could see his holodisplay, which showed a rendering of the Milky Way. He pointed to a blue spot on the right side of the giant spiral.
"This is us."
"And old Earth?"
He moved his finger ever so slightly toward the center of the spiral.
"Right around here."
Getty nodded, encouraged.
"That looks really close."
"If you consider a light year close."
Getty gulped. 1 light-year was fairly small in astronomical terms, but even at max impulse speed it would take at least 10 years to get there. A knot formed in Getty's stomach as reality set in for everyone. They'd have to make a 4th jump. A jump that could be the end of them all.
"Am I having a heart attack?"
"No,
just a conscience." He heaved a sigh and rubbed his throbbing temples, his eyes so puffy and red it was getting hard to focus. Had he ever been this tired? Had all the jumps messed with Doc's calculations? Even Morpho seemed depleted.
"Looks like we have a decision to make," Getty said.
Not to state the obvious, but—"
He cut her off, not wanting to hear the "I told you so" in her tone.
"It'll only leave us with 3 blue balls, I'm well aware."
"So there is no choice," she said. "We have to go back, unless we're not going back."
Oz looked from Voprat to Tardigan to Denk, and finally back at Getty. She was right. He had to lay a card down.
"But what if there are more Novaspheres on old Earth?"
Reflexively, Getty looked desperately in Tardigan's direction.
"For what it's worth, I believe the risk of running out is low," Doc said. "We've already scanned a great deal of interstellar space between here and our galaxy. Once we know old Earth's exact position, we should be able to make it in 1 or 2 jumps."
Oz scowled, shaking her head.
"Like I said, we don't have a choice. And exactly 2 Novaspheres, so 0 room for error. Doesn't sound like a low risk to me."
Getty's head floated, and he grabbed onto the back of a chair, steadying himself as the wooziness passed.
"Your body needs to recover, Getty."
"Not yet."
"Then at least give Oz time to cool down."
"Let's take 10.
He about-faced and strode toward the bathroom, fighting to stay upright as the whole room tilted under him. Before he knew it, he'd stumbled and half-fallen against the wall on the left opposite Voprat, steadying himself on the cold metal.
Captain,
Voprat asked.
are you okay?
A bead of sweat dripped from his nose. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. Waves of dizziness crashed over him again and again, causing his knees to buckle. As he slumped to the floor, he sensed Voprat dive to catch him. Then everything went black.
"Getty?"
Eli's too familiar androgynous voice pushed through the darkness and into a narrow sliver of consciousness. He didn't know where he was, how he got there, or even whether the flashes of memory unspooling in his addled mind were real or dreams.
Guess I'm not dead.
You wouldn't stop, so your body stopped you.
Are we there yet?
No. Dr. Tardigan's been monitoring your condition.
He cracked one eye open to find himself again in the Fizz's tiny infirmary. An IV ran into his arm, the bag nearly empty.
Then why wake me up?
Because we need to talk.
Getty had hoped to wait until they were on Old Earth's doorstep to confess his motives to Eli. Then there would be no turning back. But it seemed they were already at that point.
Why do you have to be so nosy?
Because there is more at stake now.
He told him about the quantum cube he'd taken from Zerhoff all those years ago, and his theory about advanced wormhole tech having originated on Old Earth. Before delivering the cube to its next buyer, he'd stopped off to see if an old friend could help unlock it where Zerhoff had failed. He did, which was how Getty came to know what Zerhoff had been trying to confirm. It seemed his crazy theory was correct. A scientist named Dr. Birgit Nilsson had developed a way to manipulate space-time without novospheres or anything. The implications were vast, but more importantly, it represented something the Nads might want more than the Penetrator.
The only way we get our ship back from the Nads is to force their hand.
Yes, a bargaining chip. But if this tech exists and you hand it over to them, they'll be unstoppable. The Penetrator won't even matter.
I said I'd offer it, not that I'd just give it to them.
What do you mean?
If this endless jump tech really exists, it would make novospheres obsolete.
Which would take away their biggest advantage.
Exactly. We find it, jump back, and threaten to release it to every world in the galaxy unless we get our ship back.
How do you even know where to look?
Because Zerhoff's cube told me. Eli didn't respond for a few seconds, indicating the idea at least merited consideration. Chapter 27. Salvajet City.
Gang, here's the situation,
Getty said, still woozy from jump fatigue. Oz and Doc were in their seats to either side, with Dank and Voprod at the back of the bridge. Morpho was perched on Dank's shoulder.
We've used 3 blue balls, and there are 3 left. To get to Old Earth, we need to use a 4th. Doc seems confident that we'll come out right in front of the OE, and that, with what we've mapped between here and home, we'll make it back in no more than 2 jumps. But if he's wrong on either count, we could be in serious trouble.
You have to tell them about your plan.
I can't. Finding it's a long shot. I sold them on a sure thing. Look, I know this isn't a democracy, but I'm making it one. Either we're all on board with another jump, or we go back empty-handed.
They exchanged indecisive looks. Nobody wanted to be first.
We're farther from our galaxy than anyone has ever ventured,
Tardigan said, his eyes meeting the rest of the crew's.
This is the forefront of discovery. Imagine the papers I could publish. I'm in.
Getty nodded and turned to Voprot.
What say you, Voprot?
Voprot go where you go.
He couldn't help but smile. The big fellow was growing on him a little.
Dank?
He shuffled nervously back and forth, opening and closing his small hands.
Boy, oh boy, this is rough. I don't know.
He glanced at Oz, whose expression remained impassive.
I want to pilot a better ship, a proper trawler, and this maybe helps us do that. I guess I'm saying I'm in, Cap.
Oz's face fell. Morpho formed into the shape of a head and nodded. Obviously, he was on board.
First Officer Nargonis,
Getty began, wringing his hands.
It comes down to you. If you're not in, we don't go.
She sat with her legs splayed, elbows on her knees, holding her head as she shook it.
You know my position. Of all the ideas that ever were, this may be the dumbest.
She heaved a sigh.
But I can't expect you all to trust me without trusting you.
Her eyes settled on Doc, then moved to Getty.
Where one of us goes, we all go.
The tightness that had formed in Getty's chest relaxed, and it was easier to breathe.
Okay then. Mr. Junt, prepare to jump.
Aye, aye, Cap.
Morpho hopped down and loaded one into the chamber while Denk returned to the controls. Getty and the others strapped back in.
I sure hope this works.
It will. I know it will.
Once they were in their positions, Getty gave Denk the thumbs up. He launched the Novosphere and eased the ship through the slit. Again, he felt like his whole body got hit with a bag of hammers, but the sight on the front screen drew him shakily up to his feet along with everyone else. There, hanging in space like a child's mobile, was old Earth. Getty blew all the air from his lungs, closing his eyes and giving silent thanks to whatever combination of luck and grace brought them to the doorstep of his ancestral home. When he opened them, Oz was looking at him. All he got was a tiny nod.
Is that it?
Denk asked innocently. Tardigan laughed.
Indeed it is.
The oceans were blue, of course, but the land masses were the same pale, sickly brown as Gigantu. They appeared much smaller than in photos, the coasts having long since been subsumed. Very few clouds obscured their view, and nothing was white, not even at the poles. A bleary-eyed Voprot hauled himself off the floor and sat on his haunches beside them, marveling at the sight. From a distance, it could have been Temeruria or Viaf or any of the so-called Goldilocks planets, though it was a good deal smaller than any of those. The moon, unfortunately, was on the opposite side. Had they passed near it, he would have liked to see whether anything was left of Selene Base, the multi-domed installation that inspired the bubbles back on Earth 3. Unless it had been pummeled by some big asteroids, it probably still stood. But investigating it would be frivolous. It wouldn't be worth as much as the stuff in orbit, anyway.
Denk, scan for metal debris. There should be some big signatures.
Denk's stubby hands flitted across the console and brought up a fresh display, revealing colored dots that formed a shell around old Earth like a swarm of bees. Was this how it felt for deep-sea explorers to find what they were looking for, after months of fruitless searching?
My heavens, muttered Doc. There must be thousands of pieces. It can't all be debris.
They're mostly satellites, but a lot of junk, too, Getty explained. Rocket bodies and such. The aluminum's not worth much, but the titanium, gold, and platinum?
He cocked an eyebrow at Oz.
That's cash money, baby.
Her flat expression suggested she was still pissed at him, but even she couldn't deny the excitement of it.
Won't mean much if we can't get anywhere to cash it in.
What's the plan, Cap?
Denk asked, the excitement of a big payday glinting in his beady eyes.
The titanium should be easy. Haul it in, break it down, and jettison the cheap shit. That should leave us with the electronics and solar arrays, where most of the precious metals will be. We'll keep at it until we're full up.
That could take weeks. What about your ship?
In fact, this was all about getting back the penetrator, but she couldn't know that yet. Not until he knew whether the story the cube told was really true.
You've saved my ass twice. My ship can wait.
If Zareth Tin hadn't taken advantage of him, they would have been on Aku already, and the crew would have some cushion. But if this mission went well, they'd be set up for years. He'd get the penetrator back and possibly save the universe. Doc gave a rueful shake of his head.
It's more beautiful than I imagined, though scans indicate a surface temperature of nearly 70 centigrade.
Yeah, but it's a dry heat,
Getty quipped, his energy renewed.
Denk, can you scan for just the valuable metals?
Denk laughed, but quickly stopped when no one joined him.
Oh, you were serious. No.
The new tractor beam can, said Doc. I read it in the manual.
Thinking of how inaccurate Doc's translation was didn't exactly inspire confidence.
All right, so let's start with the biggest pieces and scan them before hauling them in.
When no one objected, he continued.
Oz, you and I'll run the beam. Doc, help Voprot prep the hold and figure a good way to keep inventory.
Voprot happy to earn way,
he said. attempting a smile that contorted his face. "Oz, let's get suited up. Dank, pick us out some winners." It was eerily quiet as Getty and Oz stood inside the open door of the hold, old Earth filling their entire view. Dank was carefully backing them up toward the largest piece in the area, a dilapidated space station composed of enormous interconnected tubes. Its solar arrays had long since been shredded by asteroids and other junk, and something had punched a hole in the side big enough to see through. Far below them was the continent called Africa, which was sometimes referred to as the Dark Continent in his elementary studies. He never knew why. An aversion to lights, maybe? Looking at the pale land masses below, it was hard to imagine they were ever covered in green like Temeraria.
"That's good right there, Dank," said Oz.
She turned to Getty.
"Let's get to work."
She clomped across to the tractor beam console as fast as her magnetic boots would allow. Getty followed her over and watched as she powered up the new beam.
"This is going to change our fortunes, you'll see," he assured her.
"We're what, 20,000 light years from home? I'd say our fortunes are already changed," she said, her voice flat.
She carefully aligned the crosshairs over the center of the space station and activated the beam. The red laser played across the grimy, punctured surface as it drifted closer to the open door, calling up a list of the metals detected. Mostly aluminum, as expected, but plenty of titanium and platinum as well. Oz consulted a flashing number on the console.
"It's too wide. I'll swing it around the long way."
"Won't it be too long, then?"
"Don't worry, I've got the workaround."
The station eased in through the door very slowly this time, a lesson learned the hard way from their disastrous test run with the asteroid. Voprot's and Tardigan's faces were pressed against the airlock window, watching with anticipation. As it neared the far side of the hold, it became clear that it was, indeed, about 10 meters too long. Nonetheless, she lowered it to the floor. Oz engaged him with a smirk and hit the button to close the hold door.
"Oz, the sensors are showing the door's not clear," warned Dank over the comm.
"It's not. I'm overriding it."
"Are you crazy?"
"Remember that job we did over Tamlox?"
"Oh, yeah," Dank recalled. "I forgot all about that."
As the big heavy doors began to close, lights overhead added urgency to Dank's warning. She ignored them, keeping her finger on the button. An unpleasant metal-on-metal sound echoed off the hold's walls as the doors crushed the station's fuselage like an empty beer can. The underside of the door came to a point like a blade. He'd never noticed it before.
"It's designed for this?"
Getty asked. A few seconds later, the modular station broke away, and the panel on the wall indicated a seal. The hold began to refill with air. Getty let out a long breath. Oz turned to him.
"A little trick Captain Bykite taught us."
Once the oxygen levels were safe and artificial gravity restored, Getty and Oz removed their helmets, stepped away from the tractor beam console, and strolled down the length of the dilapidated vessel. The airlock doors opened and the others came through.
"Hoo-wee,"
Dank said with a whistle.
"This thing's seen better days."
"Kind of like the place it came from," Getty noted ruefully, as he ran his hand over the flags of the long-gone nations that had conducted zero-G research aboard the vessel.
"With their technology, this must have taken months to assemble, years even," said Tardigan, his eyes intensely curious. "Won't it take us a long time to break down?"
"I have an idea about that, too,"
said Oz with a twinkle in her eye. Chapter 28. Having a Blast.
"Wait, you're serious?"
asked Getty. Oz had just finished explaining that, after they rifled through their haul for intact pieces and any old Earth memorabilia, Voprot could simply blast it with the plasma cannon on the lowest setting, effectively exploding it into more manageable pieces.
"I saw it demonstrated at TrawlerCon a few years back," Oz said. "It worked like a champ." "TrawlerCon?"
Voprot, who had been nearly useless since Gigantu, perked up at the opportunity to finally contribute. But Getty envisioned him lifting stuff, maybe helping sort the metal. Shooting recovered satellites with the cannon never entered his mind. Dumb question, but won't that blow a hole straight through the hull? Plasma cannons were nothing to be trifled with. Ordinarily, they were the primary weapons on small fighters, but could be modified for handheld use by larger races. Even if it didn't cause a hull breach, it seemed the pieces would be too small and scattered to deal with.
Would you just trust me for once? My God, you're worse than my mother. I'd give her this one.
Okay, but I'm watching from behind the airlock in case Voprot gets sucked into space.
Voprot accept risks.
The lizard attempted a wink. That could be considered an act of war by some races.
Best to keep him out of any important negotiations.
Even Oz decided the best place to watch this experiment was from the bridge. She joined the others as they retreated through the airlock. Meanwhile, Voprot retrieved the cannon from where he'd stashed it. Before the doors closed, Oz stuck her head back into the hold.
Remember, Voprot, the lowest setting.
Voprot understand.
She exhaled heavily as the airlock door hissed closed behind her. They arranged themselves along the rectangular window.
Is this really going to work?
We'll find out soon enough. Voprot's sinewy muscles bulged under the terrific weight of the cannon, though he didn't appear to struggle with it. He held it sideways while he adjusted the setting with his claws and leveled it at the space station. Getty gave him a thumbs up. "It's been real, big fella," he muttered. Voprot pulled the trigger. A purple-green wave of energy surged through the long barrel of the cannon and into the center of the station. 2 full sections exploded into a pile of metal, wire, and circuits. To Getty's everlasting surprise, most of the debris dropped straight down onto the floor. The pieces ranged from a few centimeters to maybe a meter across. A self-satisfied grin crept across Oz's white face.
Told you.
Getty could only shake his head in disbelief. They'd still have to sort through all the pieces with handheld scanners, but the first half of a tedious job was over in only a few seconds. The fact that nobody got killed was a bonus. Based on their time together as a crew, that amounted to a pretty damn good day. Voprot looked back at the airlock and gave a toothy grin before blasting the rest of the station to smithereens. By the time he finished pulling the trigger, pieces were scattered over the entire floor of the hold. "Okay, people," said Getty, feeling as though their luck was finally starting to turn. "Let's get to work." Doc opened the doors and they pushed through, anxious to assess their haul. Oz made a beeline for the breakdown bench, pulled the filthy old scanners out of their cubbyholes, and handed them out, while Denk rolled out large bins and lined them up along one edge, whistling a tune and happy to be back in his element. He pointed to them in turn. "Titanium, platinum, gold. Anything else like vanadium or iridium goes in here." Morpho dropped from the ceiling and landed with a wet plop in the middle of the pile. He immediately began flinging hunks of metal out into the designated bins with astonishing accuracy. After what he'd seen Morpho do, it shouldn't have surprised Getty that he could distinguish metals. One by one, they fanned out and started scanning, forming little piles. After a time, they fell into a rhythm where Morpho gathered up the piles and dumped them, leaving the others to sort. It was surprisingly satisfying to work together as a team and get into a good flow. After about 7 hours, no usable parts remained, and the bins were nearly full. By that time, though, Getty's knees and back were screaming for rest. After 4 jumps, even Voprot and Morpho looked run down. Denk secured the bins, then they trudged back through the airlock. Denk turned off artificial gravity, and they watched the remaining pieces lift off the floor in unison.
"Now for the really fun part,"
said Oz, nodding at Denk. Denk opened the door to the hold, and the escaping air sucked the rest of the station pieces out, scattering it into space. What Getty figured would take days had been accomplished in a few hours. After it closed, he turned and smiled at his team, feeling for the first time like a real captain. A yawn overtook him, and after it passed, he said, "Good work, everyone.
Let's get some shut-eye and do it all over again tomorrow. Chapter 29. Going Down? For 2 weeks they salvaged and learned about old Earth. Chinese and Russian vessels had the most titanium, but American pieces had more precious metals. They became one big sorting machine that only got more efficient as they went along. Smaller satellites were broken down in 3 or 4 hours, allowing them to finish at least 2 and sometimes 3 in a day. The bins filled, Dank sealed them up, and Voprot hoisted them up on the shelves. This didn't solve their problem about potentially not having enough blue balls to get home, but assuming they did, the payday would be worth it. Once they ran out of crates, they only brought in enough pieces to fill the floor. Getty figured 3 more days ought to do it, which was about all they could take anyway. The days had blended into one continuous work session, and they were all getting on each other's nerves. Tardigan liked to list titles and abstracts he'd memorized from his favorite research papers. Dank hummed incessantly. With the cat out of the bag, Oz went on and on about her horrible family. And Voprot was simply Voprot. Oz and Dank estimated they had 2 and even 3 million worth of salvage, but that didn't even count the memorabilia, which had nearly filled an entire shelf. There were gloves, EVA packs, coveralls, patches, photographs, and a surprisingly intact Hustler magazine from October 1996 that Getty immediately claimed for himself. During his time working for Tretiak and the AA, he learned that people with money were always interested in utterly unique items, and Old Earth relics fit the bill. When he was a kid, the Old Earth Museum of Space Exploration, where his mother worked, got broken into several times, which was just one of the reasons why pretty much everything on display was a replica. As far as he knew, though, the quantum cube that wound up with Zerhoff was the only piece to go missing from the vault. The research it referenced, if it still existed, was on Old Earth itself. He'd treaded very carefully with Oz during the salvage operation and had been waiting for the right time to broach the subject of going to the surface. One evening after dinner, he poured himself a finger of Kylorian gin from their dwindling supply and sat in Captain Bykite's old chair, which they'd finally gotten around to lowering. Perhaps the day would come when he felt comfortable in it.
"I still can't get over how much it looks like Temeraria,"
said Oz from behind him. Temeraria was half again as large and was largely covered in green except at the poles, but otherwise it bore a striking resemblance. "Hey," Getty said, spinning the big chair around to face her. Her normally giant, alert green eyes were uncharacteristically droopy, and her ropey red hair was down. All she had on was a pair of shorts and an oversized t-shirt that left little to the imagination. It was hard to focus on her face. "What are you doing up?" She settled into Tardigan's usual spot in the navigator's seat and put her feet up on the nav console. The only light was reflected from Old Earth, showing off the muscles in her long, deadly legs.
"Too tired to sleep, I guess. What's your excuse?"
"You might say I like to watch."
She gave a smirk.
"That's not hard to believe."
"Nah, I just realized we'd been here 2 weeks and I still hadn't just sat and looked at it."
"And? What does it make you think about?"
He'd seen Old Earth so many times growing up, yet something about watching its slow rotation was new to him. More real somehow. Maybe his brain had treated it more like a myth.
"I mostly try to picture myself there. Before things got so bad, I mean."
She tilted her head.
"What's it like?"
A smile crossed his lips. How many summers had he spent there in his mind? His fondest memories were of a time and place he never experienced.
"It's simple. At least it seems that way to me because I'm just a kid. It's the 1960s, and the Apollo space program has captured everyone's imagination. My old man's just been tapped to be an astronaut, and my mom, she teaches science. Everywhere I look, there's hope, and it feels like humanity is finally going to get out of its own way."
A tear came to his eye, but he resisted the urge to wipe it away. Oz pursed her lips and gave an appreciative nod.
Sounds great.
And then Disco ruined everything.
What's that? Some kind of planet-killing asteroid?
He considered this briefly as he took a sip of gin.
You're not far off. Anyway, I'm starting to get it, you know? This salvage business, it reminds me of an old Earth saying. One man's trash is another man's treasure.
I like that,
she said, nodding appreciatively.
Back home we used to say everything has value to someone.
Ours is better.
She chuckled, but her smile quickly faded.
Listen, Ged, I owe you an apology.
For what?
If I'm being honest, I thought when we got here, if we did, it would be a big waste of time. Turns out it was worth the risk.
A pang of guilt shot through him.
Yes, they were here to make back what he'd lost and finally get ahead of the game, but that was only part of it. You don't need to apologize for anything.
She leaned forward, listening intently.
I had another reason for wanting to come here. A selfish one.
What's that? You're really going to tell her?
I wanted to see old Earth with my own eyes, not just from space.
She frowned and slid her feet off the console, leaning forward as she studied him.
You want to go to the surface?
The epicenter of space research on Earth was the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. My mom talked about it all the time. I'd give anything to see it just once.
Then you should,
Oz said matter-of-factly.
It's not like we're coming back this way anytime soon.
You don't think it's too dangerous?
I'll come with you.
He didn't want company. Not for what he was really there to do.
That's not necessary. Besides, it's a deathscape.
She waved his flimsy protest off with a roll of her eyes.
Nothing the suits can't handle. Isn't my primary duty as first officer to keep your dumbass safe?
Getty's knee-jerk reaction was to protest further, but the offer was Oz's version of an olive branch. Going it alone now would only raise her suspicions. All he needed was some time alone in the basement vault. As long as they split up, he'd have it.
Well, he said, forcing a smile, you're a hard girl to say no to.
Few men have.
She raised her eyebrows, slapped her palms on the top of her thighs, and rose. She yawned and reached for the ceiling, lifting her t-shirt up far enough for Getty to see bare skin.
Nobody would say no to that.
Be strong, Getty. Be strong. After the morning haul, we'll take the dom down while the guys prep to leave. By the time we get back, we'll be ready to bounce.
Sounds like a plan.
And a good one at that.
I'm hitting the rack. You staying?
Just a while longer,
Getty said, wanting to watch Earth's lazy spin a little longer.
I'll be right behind you.
Good night.
Night.
I hate everything about this plan, but you're right. We will need the leverage.
I'm not crazy about it either, pal, but our hard work's about to pay off. With a little luck, we can go to Aku with something other than our dicks in our hand.
I don't have a dick.
Be glad. Nothing good comes from it.
Chapter 30. Escape to L.A.
The next morning, the crew went through their usual routine. Showers for everyone but Voprat, followed by rations of Nutrimush and a brief Cecilou lesson from Tardigan. Then Getty and Oz donned their suits while the others waited behind the airlock for them to haul in the morning's loot, a Korean communications satellite. Once the door had closed and the hold repressurized, they took off their helmets and headed straight to the short ladder that led down to the dom. Dank peered down through the opening, looking very concerned.
You guys sure about this?
It'll be fine, Dank. We'll be 3-4 hours tops, said Getty. Maybe I'll even find us some very old liquor to help celebrate our windfall. That eased any and all concern.
Good call!
Dank closed the hatch and Getty descended the ladder after Oz. She hung her helmet on its hook and buckled in while he ran through the pre-flight checks and spun up the engines. After being in the fizz day in, day out, it was nice to have a change of scenery. He opened the doors in the ship's belly and poised his finger over the glowing holoscreen. Releasing clamps in 3, 2, 1, mark.
The clamps opened, and he eased the dom out of its housing. Once they'd cleared, he angled it down and pushed the thruster controls forward. They shot off like a bullet, and he set a course for a city once known as Los Angeles.
"I assume you know where you're going?"
Oz asked. "Pasadena, California." Having analyzed the composition and density of the atmosphere, the dom's display painted a wire-frame tunnel representing the optimal approach. He switched to manual control.
"No autopilot?" she asked.
He shook his head with a cocky smirk. "I like this part too much to let a computer do it. Besides, I've had some bad experiences."
"Atmosphere's not as bad as I thought," she said, consulting the readout. "Carbon dioxide's high."
"Yeah, that was their chief export. You're sure the suits can handle the radiation?"
"They can handle space, so yeah."
"Right." The atmosphere hit like a wall, and the dom threatened to shake his eyeballs out of their sockets. Getty glanced over at Oz and noticed she'd closed her eyes, her fingers dug into the armrests. "You look a little green in the gills," he said in a rattly voice.
"I'll be fine,"
she replied tersely, still not looking.
"Unlike you, I'm not a fan of this part."
Back when he and Dank went down to Earth 3, a far more challenging entry, Oz was perfectly happy to stay aboard the Fizz. Maybe that was why. After a few jarring seconds, the air smoothed out, and they shot through wispy clouds toward where the west coast of North America met the Pacific Ocean. At about 10,000 meters, the footprint of a sprawling metropolis took shape, and he could just make out a handful of islands along the coast. From there, it was easy to discern the grid layout, buildings long since hollowed out by heat and fierce winds, crisscrossed by streets and highways. It wasn't all that different from Laguna. Only half the city was underwater. Oz finally opened her eyes, checked the temperature readout on the display, and gave a low whistle.
"Sure enough, it's almost 70.
"Even you could get a tan here," he joked. Oz's creamy complexion was just this side of pure white.
"What did it used to be? You know, before."
He shrugged. "More like 30, 35 at the outside."
"You're lucky your mom taught you stuff. All my mom ever taught me were manners and respect."
"Doesn't seem like they stuck," he quipped, earning him his first real laugh since they had their falling out. Compared to the elegant curved towers and lush greenery of Temeria, the city was kind of a dump. Then again, it had been abandoned and weathered for more than 300 years.
"So where's this place we're going?"
"Jet Propulsion Laboratory. It should be in the northwest corner somewhere." He nosed down a bit more, leveling out at 1,000 meters as they headed inland. All he had to go by was his memory of a map that accompanied the permanent JPL exhibit back at the museum on Earth 2. There'd been a green patch at the edge of the city butting up to mountains and forest. That was Pasadena.
"What are we looking for?"
Oz asked, surveying the decrepit remains of the city with great interest. "A cluster of white buildings with nothing much around it, right by the mountains." She pointed off to the left.
"Like those?"
The buildings were coated in a patina of dust, but he recognized their plain, sturdy architecture immediately. Indeed, a building near the city side still bore a giant circle with the faintly visible outline of the NASA logo. "Exactly like those." He grinned like a schoolboy. He made a lazy circle around the complex, which, save for a crumpled section of roof, was remarkably intact. Again, a tear formed at the corner of his left eye. He wiped it away immediately, but Oz caught him.
"Holy shit! Is Getty Starheart crying?"
"Must be the dust," he said with a wink. The cracked remnants of a parking lot just below them offered an adequate spot to land. He put the dom into a hover and lowered it gently to the ground, then shut down the engines and blew out a lungful of air. "Let's suit up." After triple-checking the seals on their suits and helmets, Getty lowered the short steps. A little gust of wind sent a puff of radioactive dust into the dom, so he hurried down and motioned for Oz to do the same. Once the steps retracted, they took careful steps across the cracked pavement, half expecting a fissure to open beneath their feet. A number of cars were still parked in the lot, their paint all but worn away.
"What exactly are we here to see?"
Oz asked. His actual destination was the Project Rearview Resource Lab, a top-secret section of the Building C basement, but Oz didn't need to know that.
It's kind of embarrassing.
Looking to round out your vintage porn collection?
Funny. He sighed, the breath temporarily fogging his climate-controlled helmet.
My mom gave me this dumb little rocket when I was a kid. It was just a toy, really, but it meant a lot to me. Unfortunately, I took it with me on the penetrator.
That, at least, had a mote of truth to it. There really was a toy rocket still inside his and Eli's ship, but he'd taken it from the museum gift shop as an afterthought the night he got wasted, right before Samo Yan stole it. Oz gave a knowing look.
Wow, this really is a sentimental journey, huh?
It's really just an excuse to look around a bit. Nothing I've got my heart set on.
No, I'm down for a little mission, she said,
consulting the display on her arm.
Where should we start?
Getty shrugged.
I have no idea. Divide and conquer?
Her expression changed abruptly from confidence to concern. Before she could protest, he added,
Relax. Have gun, we'll travel.
He gave his trusty Exeter D6 a pat.
I don't know, Ged.
We'll be back here in 20 minutes. If you get back before me, honk the horn.
What the what?
Old Earth joke.
He pointed toward Building C, then D on opposite sides of the parking lot.
I'll start here. You start over there. Holler if you find anything.
Oz was clearly uncomfortable, but their success and his charm had her in a buoyant mood.
Fine, but you're gonna owe me.
Can't wait.
They parted company, and he let out some air he'd been holding back.
You didn't have to send her on a wild goose chase.
No, but it's better this way. If we don't find what we're looking for in 20 minutes, it's not here, or it never was.
On reaching Building C, he found the lobby door shattered. Looters, probably, or squatters. What kind of shit went down here after all the people chosen in the lottery left on the transport? It must have gotten ugly. He stepped inside, flicking on the lights of his helmet. Space-related artwork and placards decorated the lobby walls, starting with Robert Goddard, posing with his rocket in 1926 right beside the broken door.
Who's that?
The original Rocket Man. He continued around the perimeter, but the only doors were for bathrooms and a utility closet, so he crossed to the central elevator bank. Right away, he spotted an unmarked door in the corner near the elevators. Unsurprisingly, it was locked. One blast from the Exeter at low power took care of that. As he'd hoped, it held a narrow staircase. 4 flights down, he found another door with some kind of biometric security. Again, his pistol made quick work of it, and he stepped through. The falling door sent up clouds of fine dust, turning his helmet lights into 2 clearly defined cones. The timer on his arm display indicated minutes had already slipped away.
Is this it?
Dunno. We're looking for something that says Dr. Birgit Nilsson.
Long ago, this room would have been filled with bulky, hot-running computers. Now, a triangular arrangement of workstations stood at the center, around a clear cylinder that housed a quantum processor, an odd-looking contraption that resembled the guts of a jet engine set on its end. The liquid coolant in the cylinder had long since evaporated, but he didn't need the computer, only the data it had generated. The back left corner formed an office in a U shape. Other than an ancient workstation similar to those in the center, there was only a coffee mug. Getty started rifling through the drawers, which were mostly empty except for a few office supplies. But at the very back of one, in a little black plastic tray, were assorted coins, a small notepad, and 2 name tags enshrined in cracked yellowing plastic. Nilsson, B.
Well, hello, Birgit. Think she was hot? She sounds kind of hot.
Let's stay focused.
There weren't files to go through, and any archived data would have been stored in one of 2 places, cloud storage or quantum cubes. Either way, she wouldn't keep them just sitting around. Upon covering the rest of the room, he discovered a blast door with no visible controls and no handle. He gave it a thump with his fist and judged it to be very thick.
How the hell's this supposed to open?
Well now, let's think about this for a moment.
Fuck that.
Getty stepped back, drew the Exeter, and blasted it at full power. The shockwave knocked him on his ass, and billowing dust enveloped him. When it cleared, he found that the door, which likely had been designed to withstand a nuclear blast, was almost perfectly intact. But enough of the concrete had been blown away to reveal the vault beyond.
Always with the shooting.
Another blast, this time from further back, and a hole opened in the concrete big enough for him to climb through. The vault was no more than 3 meters on a side, with a shelving unit along the back wall. Among the handful of items on it was a molded plastic tray bearing 3 quantum cubes. Yahtzee! He carefully picked up the tray and dumped the cubes into his open hand. They were of a dark metal gray with a matte finish, and tiny identifiers etched into the side. PRA-001, PRA-002, and PRA-003. PR, Project Rearview.
Is that what you were looking for?
Let's hope so. It might just be a bunch of porn, but if so, it's probably all of it. So, win-win.
A garbled voice crackled through his comm.
The fuck? Now!
Getty absently rapped on his helmet as though that would do anything.
You're 50 feet underground and surrounded by concrete.
He took off at a trot toward the open door and climbed the stairs as quickly as possible in the suit, panting pathetically as he reached the top landing. Once he exited into the lobby, Oz's voice rang like a bell. She was breathless too, though not so much as he.
You'd better be dead in there, you asshole!
Uh-oh. He'd just hurried past the elevators when Oz came barreling through the door, wild-eyed and frantic.
What's wrong with your comms?
What's the matter?
We just got a distress call from the Fizz.
What? What happened?
They've been boarded.
Chapter 31. Baby, it's stormy outside. For a long moment, Getty stared back at Oz like she'd just said something in ancient Bonzokian. The wind had started to gather outside, creating little tornadoes of dust that crept across the ruined parking lot like wandering specters.
What do you mean, boarded?
She blinked away her incredulity.
I'm not speaking in metaphors here. That thing when someone enters your ship without permission?
Okay. By who?
Whom?
Dude, seriously?
I don't know. I was looking for your stupid trinket when my comms started clicking. At first I thought it was a malfunction, but then I realized it was UDC. B-O-A-R-D-E-D.
UDC, or Universal Distress Code, was similar to Morse code, but almost exclusively for starships. It was the closest thing to a common language that they had, at least in the days before translator implants.
You sure they didn't mean to say bored?
Getty, this is serious.
Who knows UDC? Not Voprod, obviously.
She shrugged.
Dr. Tardigan, I'd imagine. Maybe Denk.
Did you respond?
I tried, but I think there's too much static electricity in the air.
Getty's mind raced to think of who could have boarded the Fizz and how. No way there were pirates this far out. Someone from the moon base, maybe?
What about the Red Raven?
Oz noticed his momentary distraction and raised her eyebrows expectantly.
What's Eli got?
Getty's brow furrowed. Was he that easy to read?
He wondered if it might be the Raven.
She shook her head.
No way. Tompanov couldn't possibly follow us through 4 jumps.
He opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself short. A billowing tan cloud was racing across the barren cityscape at an alarming speed. His eyes widened, prompting Oz to spin around. The building wind heralded the approach of a storm that had blown in off the ocean, sweeping up a few million metric tons of dust with it. It would envelop the dome in a minute or two, and the lobby seconds after that.
Shit,
Oz said.
Time to go.
No time. Come on.
He pulled her in the direction of the open basement door.
But
we can't take off before it hits. Come on.
He raised his arm and activated the dom's anchor system. 4 thin cables shot from the underside and punched through the cracked pavement, then tightened down. He hoped they'd hold. If the storm flipped her over, they'd be royally screwed. They jogged across the lobby, retracing his boot prints back to the unmarked door. He stuck his hand through the hole he'd blasted and yanked it back open, then motioned her down the stairs.
"What's down here?"
she asked. "Just go!" She did, and he cast one glance back at the storm before following her down. Against the approaching wall of dust and debris, the dome looked like the very toy he was supposed to be looking for. They activated their helmet lights. Oz reached the bottom and turned back to him when she saw the other demolished door. She was about to say something when a low howl of wind from up top prompted her to continue through. He followed her into the computer room and closed the door as much as possible, then pulled a nearby cabinet in front of it for good measure. She made a slow circle around the room, her lights lingering on the triangular arrangement of workstations and the quantum computer. A moment later, she noticed the gaping hole where the vault door used to be and squared up to him.
"What is this place?"
she asked, her tone suspicious. "Top-secret research," he said. "Near as I can tell, it had something to do with Project Rearview. How we reached your galaxy." He nodded, suddenly feeling like his suit's climate controls weren't keeping up. It galled him to have to lie to her, but it was truly for her own good. "I was about to head to the second floor, but this door caught my eye."
"Enough that you blasted it open. You have to tell her."
"No, I don't even know what I found. It could be nothing." He gave a sheepish grin. "I figured anything behind so many doors would have to be pretty valuable." Oz swung her lights over to the computer in the middle of the room and took a few steps toward it.
"Like that?"
He joined her beside it, nodding in appreciation. "It's a quantum computer. Not as advanced as positronic ones, but advanced enough to figure a way off the planet."
"You think it's worth something?"
Zerhoff would give his left nut for something like this, assuming Zoran men had nuts. He only cared about the data on the cubes, but the computer was actually quite valuable, and it legitimized his exploration. "Now that you mention it, yeah. Think we can get it in the dome?" A mischievous grin played on her face.
"I'm sure we can. What's in here?"
she asked, indicating the ruined vault. "Nothing much," he said. "Whatever it was, I figure it would have been important enough to bring on the rear view." She took a quick scan of the otherwise empty vault and stepped back out, shaking her head.
"If I was leaving for a new life on the other side of the universe, I'd leave my secrets behind."
"Why's that?"
"Because secrets only destroy things."
Nodding at his arm display, she asked,
"How's your O2?"
Getty consulted his readout. He had just under 40 minutes of air. If the storm kept raging, they'd somehow need to make it to the dome before they suffocated. 38 minutes. You?
31. Probably because I ran here. You're welcome, by the way.
She unzipped a pocket of her suit and fished something out that she concealed in her palm.
To prove you were here.
He took it from her and held it up to the light. It was a very old little replica of a space shuttle. Turning it to the side revealed it was the Challenger. The initial thrill of seeing it gave way to sadness. A whole section of the museum back on Earth, too, was dedicated to the accidents and missteps that made Rearview possible. "Wow. I can't believe you found this."
"Third office I looked in. It was under glass. Is it important?"
"Historically, yeah."
"Is it a spaceship or a plane?" she asked.
"Kind of both. They called it a space shuttle. It carried cargo up from Earth, maybe even some of the satellites we've been salvaging. It was reusable. It was a pretty big deal at the time."
"How long ago?"
"Phew," he said, running the numbers in his head. Math wasn't his strong suit. "Like 450 years? There were 6 shuttles."
"What's special about this one?"
"It didn't come back."
"Oh."
He turned it over in his hands once again, and then held it up and moved it between them as if it were flying. She gave an appreciative nod as guilt surged through him. "Thank you."
"What do you think's happening up on the fizz?"
A big chunk of his brain had been turning that question over as they talked, but so far he had come up empty. Boarded couldn't be literal. "I'll bet it's a joke. They probably started celebrating without us. There was still a half bottle of gin, plenty to get those lightweights wasted." She shook her head doubtfully.
"I hope you're right."
The low rumble outside had fallen largely silent. He thumbed over his shoulder. "I think the storm might have passed. Let's get this computer disconnected." It took about 10 minutes to remove the cylindrical housing and the power and data cables from the elongated appliance, but he was glad for the idea. Zerhoff would cream his pants when he showed up on Zor with it. Mercifully, it wasn't especially heavy, and they could both manage it. They carefully carried it up the stairs and into the space between the central elevator banks, peering out through the broken doors to ensure the storm had mostly passed. Knee-high sand dunes had been deposited across the floor, erasing all evidence of their footprints. Wind still whistled through, and visibility was no more than 150 meters. Getty could just make out the dome. All he could do was hope like hell it wasn't damaged.
"Let's get the fuck out of here,"
Oz said. He nodded in agreement, and they carried the computer back through the empty front doors.
"Life's a beach, eh?"
he said jokingly. Oz didn't laugh as she trudged toward the ship through the loose sand. The good news was the tethers held the dome fast to the ground. But the ship faced JPL, meaning the thrusters had taken the full brunt of the sandstorm. He lowered the steps, and they guided the computer inside, strapping it securely in place across the extra seats. Girding himself for bad news, they went back outside and looked up at the engines. As he feared, the thruster bank was caked with sand. Oz joined him, frowning.
"Well, that's not good," she said.
"Nope."
"Won't it blast away when we fire her up?"
"Maybe. Or it might turn to glass and fry the inductor coils. We've got to get up there and clean it."
"Ged, I don't think that message was a joke. We need to see what's going on."
"You know, once upon a time here, they used to say cleaning was women's work."
She cocked an eyebrow.
"The same people who turned their own planet into an irradiated blast furnace?"
"Those would be the ones."
He widened his stance under the thrusters and interlaced his hands, then gave her a sly wink.
"Here, I'll give you a boost."
Chapter 32. Do They Become Butterflies? Getty and Oz finished cleaning sand and dirt out of the thrusters with 5 minutes of O2 to spare. There were spares in the dome, but after the distress call they wanted to get up there as quickly as possible. He was deeply relieved to peel off his helmet as he fired up the dome and retracted the anchors. While Oz was completing their pre-flight checks, he patted the pocket of his suit to ensure the quantum cubes were still there. A minute later, they were in the air. The same fierce westerly gale that had deposited a small country's worth of dust on old Los Angeles had freshened and was blowing it further east. His gaze lingered a moment on the desiccated corpse of the city.
"It must have been nice once."
Lots of things were. He nosed her up and punched it, breathing a sigh of relief when the thrusters responded as expected. All systems remained comfortably in the green as they left the atmosphere of old Earth for the last time. Getty thought he'd gone to the surface with no expectations, but his profound disappointment suggested that wasn't exactly true. Some part of him expected to feel a connection to this place, a sense of nostalgia for something he knew but never experienced, or at least something that aligned with his fantasy. Listening to his mother talk about it for all those years had shaped it into a nearly magical place, and he'd hoped some might be left. But whatever charm it once possessed had long since been swallowed by the unyielding forces that would eventually turn it all to dust. Oz reached for the comm to try to hail the Fizz, but Getty stayed her hand.
"What are you doing?" she asked, scowling. "Let's find out what's going on."
The same question had been tumbling around in his mind, but trying to contact them now was a bad idea. Whoever sent the UDC message had done so surreptitiously. Announcing their approach didn't make any tactical sense.
"We have to assume something's really wrong."
"What do we do?"
she asked, frustrated but not disagreeing.
"Do the escape pod doors open from the outside?"
Weeks earlier, when he was still learning his way around the ship, Getty found the 4 empty launch tubes. Denk had mentioned they lost them when he launched them by accident when testing out the buttons on the Grook control panel. They couldn't just return the dome to its housing without triggering ship-wide alarms that the dropouts were opening. Going in through the pod bay doors wasn't without risk, but it was the stealthiest option.
I think so. What do you have in mind?
We land the dom on the roof and get in through the tubes. Oz considered this a moment, then nodded her assent.
Yeah, that's good. There's a maintenance shaft up there with access to the cameras.
We have cameras? Do they work?
I always like to keep an eye on our guests, she explained.
Before, when it was just Oz, Dank, and Captain Bykite, they sometimes offered passage to unsavory types in exchange for work, though they rarely had much to do. Or steal. But Oz was paranoid like that. I'm gonna make a wide circle around her to see if there's some other ship docked, Getty said. Engaging stealth. The dom was small and new enough to have basic stealth tech, but not the fizz. It would have been eye-wateringly expensive. Keeping 500 meters between, Getty made a slow pass around the sides and back. Either there was no ship, or there was and it was cloaked. But the whole door was closed, and everything appeared exactly as they'd left it. Maybe that's a good sign, he offered.
I'll swap out the canisters,
Oz said, disappearing into the rear of the ship. He watched anxiously after her, worried that she'd discover the quantum cubes while futzing with his suit and confront him. But she finished without a word and returned to her seat. Starting well above the top of the fizz, he eased the dom down gently onto the roof, trying to be as delicate and smooth as Branzel's ship. Once he powered down and engaged the magnets on the skids, Oz handed him his helmet and they checked each other's seals.
Check your boots, too,
she reminded him. He mimicked her moves as she walked through the steps. The Exeter was still strapped to his thigh, and Oz retrieved one of the new pulse rifles from the locker. Not her preferred weapon, but her blades were still on the fizz. Ready? He asked. She checked her weapon, slung it over her shoulder, then nodded.
We're gonna feel pretty silly if this is nothing.
Let's hope they're waiting down there with a drink for us, he said. Until we know, we should stay off comms. Oz gave a curt nod. Getty lowered the steps, stopping just short of the hull. He felt the escaping air through the shiny gray fabric of his suit, and stepped out as softly as he could, wincing when the boots grabbed hold. There was no way to tiptoe in the damn thing, so every clunky step announced their arrival. But between the air exchangers and the relentless hum of the engines, it shouldn't be audible unless someone was in the maintenance shaft right under them. Oz knelt down and opened a small panel beside one of the circular pod doors. After keying in some override codes, the stout latch retracted, and a little puff of air escaped from around the edge. She swung the door the rest of the way open and eased herself inside. Once her boots reached the bottom of the empty tube, Getty followed and pulled the door closed behind him, waiting for the hiss of the seal. By the time he joined her, the chamber had repressurized. As soon as the light turned green, Oz cracked the inner hatch and slipped through. The shaft was barely wider than an air vent, too short even to crouch. Even for Grook it would have been cozy. Getty's pulse spiked immediately, hoping he wouldn't have to spend more than a few minutes in the enclosed space.
You've got this, Getty.
Getty took a deep breath and felt his heart slow down. Thanks. No sooner had he closed the inner door than something dark smacked his face shield with a wet splat, a quivering mass of synthetic protoplasm he was proud to call friend. Morph? He asked in a low whisper, breaking the helmet seal and pulling it and Morpho off. Boy, are we glad to see you. Oz's thick locks tumbled out of her own helmet as she peeled it off, her face twisted in concern.
What's going on, bud?
Ordinarily, Morpho's uniquely expressive form of body language was easy enough to understand, but his frantic gestures and pantomime weren't going to cut it this time. Oz stuck out her hand, and Morpho latched onto the back of it like a desperate barnacle, digging his little black filaments into her skin.
Did you know she did that with him?
No, but I guess it makes sense.
We should chat again sometime. I enjoyed his company.
After the dust settles, I'll see about a play date. Oz closed her eyes, nodding as Morpho spoke directly in her head.
He sent the UDC message. There are 3 of them. Tardigan and Dank were taken hostage. Voprot's locked inside some salvage vehicle.
3? 3 what? Who are they?
He doesn't know. Some sort of caterpillar, maybe? He's not making much sense.
Morpho may have gotten into the gin.
Are caterpillars warlike?
Only if you're a leaf. Does he know what they want? Oz listened for a moment.
He says they want passage to our galaxy. He hid the Novospheres, but they're threatening to kill everyone if we don't take them with us.
The idea of giant, intelligent caterpillars taking over the Fizz struck him as preposterous. But then again, he'd encountered plenty of weird shit over the years. If they'd found their way to old Earth, maybe some other species had too. Something they hadn't seen before. Morpho unplugged from Oz, and she rubbed her hand where it had reddened. I didn't know you could,
Commune with Morpho?
Oz asked. A realization washed over her, and her eyes widened.
You did too?
He nodded.
And Eli?
He nodded again. They got on pretty well, but back to the caterpillars.
First, let's get out of these suits.
He gave her a wink. Thought you'd never ask. They stepped out of their suits, leaving them in a pile, and picked up their weapons. He followed her along the narrow corridor in the direction of the bridge at a deep crouch that made his legs burn, Morpho rolling along after them. Just before the ladder that came out at the end of the hall near the crew quarters, she stopped by a panel with a bank of 6 small screens and set her rifle down. A few button presses later, they flickered to life. The camera in the bridge made it appear empty, which was good news. A second camera on the airlock also showed no signs of life. But the 4 cameras at the corners of the hold were a different story. Tardigan and Denk were chained to the base of the breakdown bench. Menacing over them were 2 corpulent aliens that did, in fact, resemble a pair of fat, hairless caterpillars. Their skin was shimmery and translucent, almost like plastic. Beneath it, Getty could make out the shapes of slender, pulsing organs. 8 stubby legs terminated in claws that called to mind a bony starfish. They were curled around old-school laser rifles. The creatures' faces, if you could call them that, were puckered like assholes with an industrial-looking mouthpart that resembled the business end of a nose-hair trimmer. Tiny black eyes were set to the sides above it.
What the literal fuck?
Oz whispered, her upper lip curled in disgust. Getty's eyes slid over to the adjacent screen, which revealed the third creature. It stood guard beside the door of a large, plane-like ship he instantly recognized as a Virgin Galactic suborbital transport. Through the front window, he could just make out Voprot's giant head.
I have never seen life forms like this. That must be their ship.
I don't think so. Oz, sensing his conversation with Eli, turned to him, her eyes desperate.
What did he say?
He has no idea what they are, but I actually might.
Well, what planet are they from, then?
I think they came from the moon. Chapter 33. Smarter Than the Average Water Bear. Getty explained to Oz that, in the early 2000s, a small Israeli lunar lander crashed on the surface of the moon, not too terribly far from where Selene Base would later be built. Its primary cargo was a container that held, among other things, thousands of tiny, hardy animals called tardigrades. They could survive extreme conditions, including the vacuum of space. The incident was chronicled on the timeline that ran along the wall of his mom's museum on Earth 2, along with a blurry image of the crash site. But that only explained their origin, not their colossal size and apparent intelligence. How they got there and what they wanted were anyone's guess. Oz studied his face for a few seconds to gauge whether he was serious.
How do we take them out? Spear them on a kebab and toss them on a grill?
What did it say about him that he actually got hungry thinking about it? The last time he was on Basoa, he ate 2 helpings of monster mantid larvae, fat, bright orange grubs the size of his thumb that got threaded alive onto skewers. They looked like something served in hell, but tasted like crunchy mac and cheese. That's a great question. Considering they somehow made it here and got Voprot into that ship, I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park. Still baffled at how they got here, he took another long look at the screens. Leaning against the wall beside the hold door, opposite the tractor beam controls, were three dark shapes arranged on the floor that resembled backpacks.
Could they have flown here with those things?
He was ready to dismiss it as crazy talk, but they did resemble some kind of jetpacks. The situation was getting weirder by the second. Oz rose in a huff.
Screw this. I'm going to turn them to goo.
Getty had the same impulse, but until they knew what they were dealing with, it didn't seem smart to go in with guns blazing, especially with their friends taken hostage.
That's your plan? Run in shooting?
Isn't that your go-to plan?
She asked pointedly. Getty couldn't argue.
Plus, just look at them. I'm pretty sure I can take out all three before they even know I'm there.
She ducked down and continued toward the top of the ladder.
Wait,
he hissed, but she wasn't having it. It wasn't like him to advocate for an actual plan, but this wasn't the time for bravado. He hurried down after her. When he reached the bottom, he stole down the corridor and hugged the wall as he tiptoed into the bridge, where Oz was already strapping on her katanas.
Oz, stand down, he commanded.
Her eyes narrowed as she met his gaze.
Oh, now you're going to act like a captain. Give me a break. Getty?
We need a plan.
I've got one.
She tightened the strap around her back sheaths and took a defiant step back toward the airlock. He blocked her way.
Get out of my way. Getty?
They managed to subdue a 3-meter-tall lizard. You really think they're going to just pop like water balloons? Use your head, Oz.
Like you used your head burning through half our novospheres. I think Eli's trying to get your attention.
She pushed past him and peeked around the corner before slipping around it. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. A headache was forming at his temples while a creeping dread inched down his spine. This is not good.
Getty!
What?
I can sense them.
What do you mean?
They're Zelnads.
What?
Ever since the meeting with Zerhoff, where he learned a massive scientific advancement and not luck may have brought humans to the other side of the universe, the question foremost on Getty's mind was, how? How could a species that ruined its own planet, twice, somehow solve the mystery of sustained interstellar travel only to bury the secret? Maybe the same way a former henchman who didn't know dick about shipbuilding made one capable of flying to the center of the universe. The same way a bunch of maroon tardigrades grew large and smart and built jetpacks from spare parts on Selene Base.
Oz, wait!
He whispered urgently, dashing to the corner. But he was too late. Oz activated her sizzling blades. As soon as she opened the outer door to the hold, the creatures reared up and turned in unison toward the sound, guns at the ready. Getty drew his Exeter and dashed frantically after her, pulling up short of the door.
Stop, damn it!
But the shooting had begun. Oz charged at the two guarding Doc and Dank with a feral scream. She dashed ahead and slid on her knees, her hair scraping the floor, as their laser blast sailed just over her. She swiped her katanas at them, but instead of slicing them in half, the long claws at the ends of their stubby legs clamped onto her blades, and with astonishing speed yanked them right out of her hands. In a flash, one of the creatures guarding Dank and Doc struck out with one stubby arm, burying its claw deep in her left shoulder. She yelped in pain and tried to roll free, but they pinned her to the spot, blood soaking through her shirt and pooling on the floor beneath her shoulder. Getty hugged the side of the open airlock where they couldn't see him, though something told him that wouldn't matter. Shit, shit, shit! "We know you are there," came a wet, computer-aided voice through the open doors. It sounded like a robot begging its way out of a swirly. "Come out now, or we will suck her dry."
Getty, don't even think about it.
Give me a little credit here, E. There's a time and place for my flavor of juvenile wit.
As Getty pressed himself to the wall, Morpho came swinging along the ceiling and hung down in front of him, swiveling angrily back and forth as though shaking some non-existent head.
How about you suck me dry instead?
For fuck's sake, Getty,
Oz growled.
Sorry.
There's not much to say.
I just gotta be me.
"We do not wish you harm," boomed the voice. "Only passage to the Aeonius galaxy."
Buddy,
Oz said, her teeth clenched.
You've got as good a chance of getting there as we do.
Well, that's clearly a dig at me.
Listen, they are drawn to the others like moths to flame. They need us.
And I suppose they'll stop at nothing to get there.
Obviously.
Our patience is wearing thin, said the giant tardigrade, digging its claws further into Oz's shoulder. She screamed in agony. Getty looked anxiously at Morpho.
Morph, get ready to open the hold doors from the bridge.
What? They'll survive, but you and the crew won't.
There's a good 10 seconds of air in there. There's more than enough time to suck them out and close the door.
What about Voprot?
He's got air. We'll get him out after.
I don't know, Ged.
You got a better idea?
Let me talk to them.
Like telepathically?
No, through you.
What, are you gonna swap stories from back home?
No, but maybe I can buy you time.
Time for what?
To have a better idea.
Now, human, or we'll eviscerate her. No weapons.
Getty nodded to Morpho. Be ready to open the door. Morpho latched onto the ceiling and swung back toward the bridge. Getty took a deep breath, set the exciter on the floor, and walked slowly through the airlock with his hands up. The tardigrades tensed at his approach, leveling their rifles at him. "It's okay," he said. "I'm unarmed."
"And yet you are not alone."
"You know I'm not." The three creatures exchanged a look, if you could call it that, and turned back to him. The nearest him, presumably the leader, tottered toward him on its comically stubby legs, its plastically skin shimmering in the bright lights of the hold as it swayed this way and that. It stopped a couple of meters short and peered down the darkened corridor that led to the bridge.
Keep it focused on you.
"Look, I'd shake hands, but I'm guessing that's not your thing. Or juggling. I'm Getty, by the way, and you are?" Oz was right in front of the breakdown bench to which Tardigan and Denk were tied. The moment that door opened, he'd grab hold of her. Worst case, she'd grab one of them.
"I am no one."
"Ah, come on now. Where I come from, everyone is special, even tardigrades." The creature tilted its head.
"You know what we are."
Any kid that had elementary biology knew that the microscopic creatures hitched a ride from old Earth to Earth 2, riding on the outside of the rear-view transport, and still survived the trip. "I know you crashed on the moon about 400 years ago. Congrats on your evolution, by the way. Your face could use another century or two." The pulsating monstrosity cocked its head, studying him up and down.
"Your consciousness is still your own. How?"
He shrugged. "Mom taught me to share."
"I wish to speak to our kindred."
Getty gave a nervous chuckle and glanced at the others on the floor. Denk and Tardigan didn't have the faintest notion of what was happening.
He is not a true Sagacian. He is a plague.
"You really want to lead with that?"
Getty!"
He cleared his throat. "He, says you're a plague, but he means it in the nicest possible way." The tardigrade gave his head a rueful shake.
"Oh, my poor, misguided kindred. How tragic that you have subjugated yourself to this meat puppet."
Suddenly, it all made perfect sense. Some poor Sagacians landed on the moon and found their way into the tardigrades. Now they wanted to join the others.
"Tell him he can go
"Sorry, Skinny, this flight is full. But I can offer you a voucher toward a future journey." The tardigrade made a slow circle around him, the long, needle-sharp claws of his lower two legs clicking on the metal floor.
"Tell me, human, what has your companion told you about our homeworld?"
"Something about you being the seeds of all knowledge and insight. Frankly, I was only half listening."
"Just as well, because that is only half true,"
came the tardigrade's burbling reply.
"Which half?" "Sagacians are a collective intelligence. Every question worth asking has been considered from every possible angle since the dawn of time."
That's not quite true. We never decided whether eggs are good for you.
Oh, then you must know what happens to missing socks. While the tardigrade was coming around on his right, Getty stole a glance over his left shoulder, hoping Morpho was ready to hit that button.
You're not saying what I'm saying.
Then say smarter things.
Tell him not all questions have answers.
He says not all questions have answers.
Your companion is correct. There was one question on which we could not agree, and that is whether civilization should continue to exist. Now that eons have passed, the answer is clear. For the good of the universe, all advanced civilization must end.
Getty smiled bemusedly. Wow, you guys must be fun at parties. If you've got all the answers, then how long does it take to fall asleep listening to a tardigrade?
3 minutes and 10 seconds, I'm sorry to say.
What about Hertz Donuts?
What is a Hertz donut?
Getty leaned forward and punched the tardigrade square in the chest, which felt like punching an extra firm waterbed. He smiled at the startled creature. Hertz Donut! Morph, now! He juked past the reeling creature and dove toward Oz's other side, grabbing hold of her good arm. Hold on tight, he said, hooking his leg around the leg of the bench where Tardigan was tied. The tardigrade whirled toward him, leveling the rifle with one of his other arms. But the door at the back of the hold opened, and hurricane-force winds whipped Oz's hair as the whoop-whoop of the pressure alarm blared overhead. The one guarding Voprot was closest to the door and got sucked out first. Getty flipped himself over and stretched out, just as his Exeter got pulled through the airlock and skittered along the floor. It was too far away. "Give me your leg," Tardigan yelled. Getty unhooked his leg so Tardigan could grab it, letting him extend just far enough to snag the weapon. He flipped back over and uncorked on the one hurting Oz. The barrage actually did cut it in half, and the lower part flew backwards through the door that was opening wider still. Seeing what was about to happen, he scrambled for the half that still had its claws buried in her shoulder, but the wind beat him to it. Oz let out a horrid scream as it was ripped forcefully out. "Morph! Close it!" he screamed, though he had no idea if Morpho could hear him over the noise. The tardigrade in charge lay prostrate on the floor, clinging to the narrow gaps in the grating as its plump body stretched toward the vacuum. Its rifle was long gone. Still, it could survive in space. They couldn't. And unless the door closed in the next 5 seconds, none of it would matter. His lungs screamed as each breath took in less oxygen than the last. Morpho reversed the door, but it was still more than half open. To Getty's horror, the ship in which Voprot was trapped started oscillating as air passed over its wings. Having seen this happen, the tardigrade turned its expressionless head toward Getty and let go. It slammed into the underside of the Virgin Galactic spaceplane with a sickening splat, jostling it just enough for the exiting wind to give it lift, and it twisted as though in a bank turn as Getty and the others helplessly watched. Had it happened a second later, the doors would have closed too far, but the combination of forces guided it almost perfectly through, and both the tardigrade and the ship holding Voprot prisoner tumbled out of the hold and into space. Chapter 34. Gravity is a Bitch. For the first time since bailing out of the penetrator with his pants around his ankles, Getty thought he might really die. His vision was so blurred he couldn't tell whether the door had actually closed or not, nor if the sound of rushing air was the last of the oxygen venting into space, or fresh air spilling in through the overhead vents. This time, Morpho couldn't save him.
Vopr...
Getty tried to say, but he couldn't draw breath. Tardigan's hands were around his own throat, his face purple and his eyes red and bulging. He was trying to blow the air from his lungs as fast as possible to keep ahead of the oxygen leaving his blood. Oz was on all fours, loudly gasping as her red hair formed a little cage around her face. Denk, whose body was more accustomed to living underground, was fruitlessly struggling to free his restraints. Getty's vision had narrowed to a pinpoint, but just before darkness overtook it, the blaring pressure alarm turned off, and air hissed back in through the vents, blowing directly down on him. He lifted his face to the forced air and drew in a deep breath. The shock of the sudden burst of oxygen made him cough, but he kept at it until his throat was raw. But he was alive. They were all alive. Except... His chest tightened as the sight of Voprot's fear-filled eyes stared at him through the ship window, before it was pulled out of the fizz. A thin, sticky sound came from the airlock, and he turned to see Morpho bounding across the floor like a living, liquid rubber band. He made a beeline for Oz, who was still on her hands and knees. He latched onto her arm, and she gasped, rolling over onto her left hip, her feet curled under her.
"Morph, slow down."
Still rubbing her throat, her face knotted in panic.
"Oh, shit!"
"What the is it now?"
Getty croaked.
"That ship is falling toward Earth."
The fizz had been angled away from the planet this whole time, hauling everything in straight to the hold. When the tardigrade ship got sucked out, it didn't have a lot of speed, but it wouldn't take much. If it reached the atmosphere, it would burn up and turn Voprod into lizard stew.
"I'm going after him."
Getty stumbled toward the airlock, the Exeter still in his hand.
"Getty, wait!"
Oz began, getting to her hands and knees before a fit of coughing stopped her.
"Use the tractor beam."
"It's too far away."
"How will you stop it in the dome?"
"I'll figure it out when I get there."
He hurried up the ladder, scampered down the maintenance shaft, and climbed back into his suit. Once his helmet locked in place, it filled with air. He reopened the pod hatch, climbed up inside, and waited for the pressure to equalize so he didn't shoot out like a bullet. That ate an agonizingly long minute. After opening the outer hatch, he clomped back across the roof to the dome. Once inside, he powered her up without even waiting for the cabin to pressurize. The scopes flicked to life and immediately found the dropping spaceship. It was already 64 clicks away and accelerating fast. Getty locked on and plotted a course to intercept.
"You're not going to do what I think you are you?"
"It worked once,"
Getty said, as if Eli were sitting in the seat Oz had occupied earlier.
"The impact will crush the fuselage."
"Not if I match its velocity exactly. As it's constantly changing and tumbling end over end."
"Your words, not mine."
Getty frowned and punched it. They rocketed off toward old Earth, dodging the thick cloud of space junk. He hoped the hull of the tardigrade ship wasn't damaged, or his rescue mission would turn into a retrieval of a giant Vopropsicle. Once clear of the junk cloud, he accelerated, quickly closing the distance to the tumbling ship. The console chirped, confirming cabin had finally repressurized. He twisted his helmet free. Now to figure a way to do this without dying. A few seconds later, it finally came into view, a shiny, flat triangle on an off-axis spin.
"Computer, how long before the target enters atmosphere?"
"It only responds to Kylorian."
"Oh, right."
He activated the comm, hoping someone had made it to the bridge.
"Dank? Doc? Anyone there?"
"Here, Cap,"
said Dank, panting.
"We just got the hold repressurized. Have you got him?"
"No. How do I get the computer to show his distance from the atmosphere?"
He paused.
"Boy, that's a new one for me. I can't think of a time when I—"
"Ask Doc!"
Dank's muffled voice said something to Doc, who immediately jumped on.
"Captain, I think it's jur et intalic numtrat." "Computer, did you get that?"
"It won't understand that either, dumbass."
"I can't multitask, you know this." "Jur et intalic numrat."
"Trot,"
said Doc. "Grr. Jur et intalic numtrat."
The computer came through in English, but only because of the implant. Speaking implants were still in their infancy.
"Tracking object will reach atmosphere in 1 minute and 12 seconds.
There, was that so hard?
As he pulled even with the ship, it continued rotating, giving him a brief glimpse of Voprot's terrified face in the window each time.
Can you really match its velocity flying backwards?
We're about to find out.
A pair of scanner probes protruded from the front of the dome like a two-pronged fork. If he could somehow wedge the tail section between them and stabilize it, maybe he could arrest its descent.
It would take some fancy flying, even though just a few minutes earlier his brain was starved of oxygen.
1 minute to atmosphere,
warned the computer.
"Captain, are you still there?"
came Tardigan's frantic voice.
"Thanks for the assist, but I'm kind of busy right now." "Captain, There's no way you can stop that ship. It has too much momentum.
I'm gonna try to wedge it between the antennas.
They're not strong enough. You have to let him go.
He's right, Getty. Voprot doomed.
No, Voprot not doomed.
He urged the Dom ever faster toward the atmosphere, on a collision course with the plummeting craft, and pivoted toward it. It glinted like a knife in the sun as it raced toward him.
This is not our mission.
It is now.
The computer calculated Voprot's speed and acceleration. It would hit the Dom in 5 seconds. He fired the retros and kept the ship in the reticle as he backed up, doing his best to match its speed. An alarm sounded, joining the blinking light. 30 seconds. If he couldn't stop it before then, he'd have to bug out. Unless he'd miscalculated and the Dom got crushed like a can as the two ships collided. Voprot's face passed again mid-tumble, and Getty decided on a course of action. He'd try to pinch the tail fin to stop the rotation, then switch back to the thrusters and give 'em hell, just like at the bottom of Suicide Plunge. His heart banged in his chest at triple the rate of the countdown clock, and sweat dripped from his forehead. 20 seconds. As the nose passed, he guessed where the tail would come around. He popped the retros enough to slow his descent by a fraction. When the fin reappeared, he tapped the stick forward and flanked the tail fin with the antennas, pretty as you please. The ship's out-of-control rotation slowed, and Getty was aligned with its long axis. 15 seconds. Now for the fun part. He switched to forward thrusters and punched it. Getty's old man could withstand incredible G-forces, and he'd inherited at least some of that. But getting caught between thrust and momentum on this level made it feel like his organs would squirt out the sides of his chest. For a long few seconds he couldn't breathe again, and his consciousness again began to slip. If he so much as blinked, Voprot was dead.
You need adrenaline. Get angry.
The readout showed them slowing, and fast, but not nearly fast enough.
Come on, you piece of shit! Is that all you've got?
He screamed at the Dom, pounding the controls like a madman.
10 seconds to atmosphere.
The thrusters were maxed out. It really was all she had, and it wasn't quite enough. If he didn't unstick himself from the ship, all 3 of them would die. The size of his emotions surprised him.
Sorry, buddy. Voprot
Wait for me,
came Oz's voice through the comm. The screen tracked another object inbound at high speed. When it came into view, he spotted a bright blue-orange flame streaking toward him. At first glance, he thought it was a missile, but once magnified, he realized what it was. Oz had strapped on one of the tardigrade's jetpacks.
You have got to be kidding, he muttered.
She swooped down to his left, matching his speed and giving him a pained smile through the face shield of her suit.
You're gonna want one of these.
Get under him! Everything you've got!
He yelled. What a badass. Her shoulder must be hamburger. Oz positioned her uninjured shoulder on the other tail fin and fired her thrusters. A thin, ringed cone of flame stretched out behind her, burning brightly. Voprot slowed. A lot. But the edge of the atmosphere was less than half a kilometer or so below them. It was going to be close.
5 seconds to atmosphere.
Another alarm sounded, this one in insistent staccato. The inductors were overheated. If they crapped out, they would all burn up.
Come on, baby. All plunge, no suicide.
Their velocity dropped to 600 kilometers per hour, then 300, then 100. He glanced out to his right and saw Australia. When his eyes returned to the screen, it reached 0, and they were moving back toward the fizz.
Woohoo!
He cried, slapping his thigh.
Oz, we did it! I can't believe that worked, said Tardigan over the comm. All you have to do now is get into range. Denk's got the beam ready to reel you all back in.
Getty throttled back to a gradual stop, and Voprot's derelict vessel slipped away, continuing toward the fizz as though it had just taken off, albeit with a very slow rotation. Oz did likewise and let herself drift in front of him, giving a sheepish grin.
Voprot saved.
Maybe he'll prove himself useful someday. Oz laughed.
I'm sorry. I know better than to just rush in without a plan.
He frowned, feigning offense.
Yeah, come on. That's my thing.
Can we go home now? Old Earth kinda sucks.
Actually, there's one more thing I need to do. She cocked her head. Our friends, the tardigrades, can survive space, but I'm betting they can't survive me. A sly grin crossed her face, and she gave a mock salute.
Meet you back at the Fizz, Captain. Happy hunting.
Chapter 35. Coming Clean. Other than being scared, Voprot emerged physically unscathed from his ordeal. Only once he was safely back aboard the Fizz did they learn that the fuselage of the old low-orbit spaceplane had 2 finger-sized leaks that had nearly depleted his air. The first time they'd met, Getty ran into Voprot's abdomen at a full run, which was about like running into a wall. At the time, he thought it might be the last thing he ever saw. When he climbed back out of the hatch after parking the Dom, he again found his face pressed to the big lizard's belly, this time in a hug.
You want to thank me? Prove yourself useful.
Voprot, promise, he said.
Voprot held on until Getty managed to squirm free of the monstrous embrace. After extensive analysis of the space they'd newly mapped during their jumps, Dank found a vector straight back to their galaxy. But the entry point lay well beyond the solar system and would take the better part of a day to reach. That was fine, because everyone needed a little shut-eye. After taking turns sleeping for a few hours, they gathered around the hexagonal table in the galley. Dank recounted the series of events that led to their being held hostage by the evil Zelnad tardigrades. They'd been monitoring the Fizz's activities from the moon, jetted their way to the aft door of the hold, and waited for it to open. No sooner had the plane settled onto the floor than they ducked inside and swooped down with their packs and rifles. Caught completely off guard, Voprot was forced to surrender and imprisoned inside the plane. For good measure, they forced Dank to weld the door shut.
Morpho watched this all unfold from the ceiling.
Dank looked up, and they all joined him. Morpho jiggled as if confirming the story.
He went straight to the UDC transmitter and sent you the message.
What did they say to you? Getty asked, searching through the cabinets hoping to find a fresh bottle of gin.
Well, only the one talked.
A haunted look settled on Dank's face.
It said a lot of the same stuff you heard about civilization and whatnot, but it didn't make a lick of sense. Something about sharing a consciousness? I don't know. I think he was loony.
Dank swirled his finger next to his head. Getty turned away, now desperate for that gin. He opened another cabinet and breathed a sigh of relief. Bingo. He poured himself 2 fingers and downed it in one long swallow, feeling their eyes at his back the entire time.
Is it time?
He refilled the glass, then returned to the table. Yeah, it's time. He sank back onto the hard metal stool opposite Oz. She gave a small nod, and he scratched absently at his scruffy beard, taking a long, slow breath. Guys, there's, something I need to tell you. As he had done with Oz, Getty recounted the story of how Eli came to live rent-free in his brain. Doc was enthralled, but Dank and Voprot needed a lot of help. His admission hung in silence for several seconds as they grappled with everything. Dank was the first to speak.
Cap, I'm just going to put this out there. You were alone on Earth 2 for 7 years. Is it possible you might have just, made Eli up?
How dare he? I'm a real spore. Prove it to them. Believe me, Dank, I'm crazier than your average loon, but he's as real as any of you. Just tiny. He pinched his finger and thumb together for emphasis. Yet somehow largely annoying. Enormously, even. Hey! But he's also my best friend. Eli didn't say anything, but Getty felt a warmth spread throughout him.
And he lives in your brain.
Dank still looked skeptical.
Voprot would like brain friend too.
If we get to Sagacia, I can make that happen. Let's keep that a surprise. Getty never told Voprot when he should prove useful. He'd take what he could get. Yep, he's a spore, too small to see. Dank checked with the others before continuing.
Okay, but where is this Sagacia? I've never heard of it.
No one has. It's at the center of the universe.
Is that a long way?
His head swiveled from Oz to Tardigan. Doc choked on a laugh.
Well, it's only been expanding for about 14 billion years, so, yeah, it's kinda far.
That's not the point, Getty said. Eli is what you might call an outlier of his species.
How so? Doc asked, infinitely curious.
He was one of billions of spores released into the universe. Wherever intelligent life had evolved, they brought insight and spurred knowledge. In other words, they were the source of all civilization. Now, there's a faction that wants to burn it all down. There was no easing into this one, so he blurted it out. They call themselves Zelnads.
There was a collective gasp as they all pulled back, including Oz. Not even she knew that little detail. She shook her head to clear it.
Wait, are you telling us that those things from your moon base were—
Zelnads, he corrected. Disgruntled Sagacians. They've been implanting themselves in people's brains and taking over for years.
And what about Eli?
Oz asked, narrowing her eyes in a sudden show of distrust.
He's a Zelnad too, then?
No, Getty said, shaking his head so hard it hurt. That's why I said he's an outlier. They're all Sagacians, but not all Sagacians are Zelnads.
Dank's face only registered the faintest understanding.
Just the evil ones?
Yes, Dank, Getty said, starting to get irritated. Just the evil ones.
Isn't that exactly what Eli would say if he were a Zelnad?
Dank asked. Getty chose to ignore that question and continued on.
Anyway, we can't tell if someone's being inhabited by a Nad, but they can sense each other, just like that fat fuck sensed Eli. And they have a plan.
He shook his head gravely.
They think civilization is an experiment gone wrong.
A hard point to argue, noted Tardigan.
A dark realization swept across Oz's face. Her voice was low when she finally spoke.
They're building an army.
Her eyes flew to Getty.
A war to end all wars.
Doc stared through the table, his eyebrows flaring at the implications.
We've all had a couple of those, only this isn't just a mass murder, Getty said. It's a mass murder/suicide. Evil brain friends no kill Gigantu.
Voprat slammed his fist into the table, leaving a softball-sized dent. Getty looked at Dank.
Add that to the list.
Dank chuckled, lightening the otherwise heavy mood. Getty continued, fretfully wringing his hands.
Sagacia's protected by some kind of impenetrable barrier. Only one thing can get through it, and that's—
Tardigan wagged his finger.
Point of order, Captain. But a more correct phrasing in that case would be nearly impenetrable.
Getty rubbed his temples.
The choice between a super smart guy and a super dumb one was a coin flip sometimes. Shinium is what I was going to say. What the skin of the penetrator is made of.
What's so special about it?
Oz asked. He looked pointedly at Tardigan.
It's nearly indistinguishable from tucrium.
Tardigan bowed his head, taking the hint.
But all the tucrium in the universe won't get them through that barrier. They're not going to start a war they can't finish.
Where's Zelnad army? Ships?
Asked Voprat.
No army, no war.
We don't know, but they're out there somewhere. But speaking of Nad ships, you remember that derelict Zelnad research vessel we found? Eli thinks they tried to fly it through the barrier as a test. The crew got vaporized, and the Sagacians sent it back through the jump gate as a warning. That's why they're so interested in my ship.
Dank asked.
But it didn't work. That's good, right?
Getty gave a shrug.
It only makes them more desperate. They clearly intend to wipe us all out before they go after their homeworld. Bottom line, if they find out the penetrator's made of shinium,
They'll have a way to penetrate Oh, that's why you insisted on that name. I thought it was a sex thing.
Have I told you lately you're a child?
The barrier protecting Sagacia. It just so happens that Earth, too, has a metric fuckton of shinium.
So what you're saying is either we get your ship back or literally everyone dies.
Oz had a way of cutting to the heart of things. All eyes remained on the table as the crew grappled with this new information. It was a lot to take in, but Getty was glad to have it off his chest. Oz convinced him they were truly in this together, and now they all knew the stakes. Now listen, I can't ask any of you to come with me to Aku. You've got enough loot to set yourselves up for years, but this isn't about some ship anymore. It's about...
Getty, we're all in. Now can we jump back, or do you need to finish your speech?
Chapter 36. Aku. Bless you. The long jump back to their home galaxy got the Physmo most of the way to Aku, and one more, their last, put them virtually on its doorstep. Between those two and the 4 they'd endured to get to old Earth, Getty and the crew were more than ready to put their feet on terra firma again. Funny how a long turn in space made you want to be on-world, when the opposite was also true. If they played their cards right, the crew could sell their loot and track down Getty's ship. Dealing with Aku's black market had its share of risks, especially compared to conventional markets like the one on Kaloth. But it could also command higher prices if you had the kind of stuff they needed, which the Fizz certainly did. Since the Virgin Galactic plane was largely intact save for the door, Getty decided they should set it aside with the other pieces of old Earth arcana and sell them later to a collector. Taking it back to the AA on Gigantu wasn't exactly an option, but he still had contacts in that world when the time came. The only contact that mattered now was a rough character named Balzac, who wasn't nearly so hilarious as his name would suggest. Getty used to run a lot of weapons and armor back in the day. Tretiak had his fingers in a great many pies, and when he didn't need his lapdog to go fetch, he'd send him to move product. Much of it went to tribal warlords on shitty planets like Gundren and Bonzak, whose favorite pastime was civil war. The Scrivari, Aku's native people, were nothing if not enterprising. After the collapse of the Triad, Aku's former shipyards were repurposed to manufacture counterfeit Zelnad weapons and anything else that required their considerable metalworking skills. Balzac, as big and mean a Scrivari as Getty had ever seen, was in charge of at least one such operation. Back in the day, he'd show up with one of Tretiak's light freighters, wait in the cockpit while Balzac's men loaded up the guns, and then leave. In half a dozen trips to Aku, he only met Balzac in person once, on his last visit. That was only because his freighter's disruptors had targeting issues. He hung out with Balzac for a few hours while his crew got it sorted. He wasn't about to pick up weapons from Gundren with a disabled ship. Like most of his kind, Balzac hated Kylorians and Gruk, and felt indifferent at best about everyone else. They chatted and had a few drinks together while the repairs were completed and got absolutely pickled. He couldn't remember anything they talked about, but they sure had a great time. At least, until it came time to pay. Tretiak had a long list of accounts that he used for such transactions, and though they were stored in the ship's computer, Getty had memorized the most frequently used ones. However, he accidentally transposed 2 numbers, so the accounts didn't match. Rather than assume it was a mistake, Balzac accused him of being a Kylorian spy, and for a tense several minutes Getty was sure he'd be executed. When he corrected the error and the transaction went through, Balzac let him go, but he never knew whether Balzac considered the matter resolved or not. The whole crew gathered in the bridge to watch their approach toward Aku. It was a small and featureless blue-black planet near the galaxy's edge. The lava that covered its entire surface billions of years ago had solidified into a giant cobalt-rich ball bearing, hence its bluish cast. Like the Deuce, it relied on geothermal activity for power. Its thin atmosphere was hot and high in sulfur compounds, so everything was inside or underground. Long tunnels linked everything, which was why there were no outside lights save the spaceport in Drukarva, the only one left as far as Getty knew.
Anyone been here before?
They all shook their heads. Dank stared at the screen.
It should be straight ahead, but I don't see anything.
It's there, Getty said. Trust me, you can't see the landing lights until they're in your face.
What's our plan?
Oz asked.
We're looking for Balzac.
He paused for giggles, but none came, not even from Oz.
Hopefully he'll still have a use for our junk.
What about your ship?
Inquired Dank.
The first order of business is making some cash. I need to make sure you guys are taken care of in case something happens to me.
I protect Getty,
stated Voprat.
What's going to happen to you, Getty?
Oz asked. The look on her face told him she couldn't take many more of his secrets.
I may have had a minor misunderstanding last time I was here. It's probably long forgotten.
A characteristically gruff Scrivari voice came over the comm.
For sale, make offer. We have you on approach vector 226 Mark III. What's your business on Aku?
We're here to see Balzac,
Getty said, drawing himself up in his chair.
Which one?
They all look the same to me,
he said, smirking. Disappointingly, Oz only rolled her eyes.
Aw, come on.
It's a common name. Without someone to vouch for you, I can't clear you to land. Especially not in a filthy Gruk ship.
Getty grimaced. He couldn't exactly blurt out that the Balzac he knew ran counterfeit weapons out of an abandoned factory. In the past, he'd always greased the wheels for his arrival. He struggled to recall details of their conversation a decade earlier. There was a photo on the wall in his office, a much younger Balzac hurling a glowing red ring at a multi-armed robot that reminded him of an octopus. He was some kind of big deal back in the day, but got badly injured and walked with a hitch as a result. What was the damn game called? He hit mute on his comm and turned to Tardigan.
What's the big pro sport on Aku? I'm almost certain it starts with a K. I'm afraid sports aren't my area, Captain.
He gave an impish little grin.
I guess you might say I'm almost more of a nerd, if that makes sense.
It definitely does. Doc wrinkled his nose.
However, I believe it's called Grimring.
That doesn't start with a K.
You know what does? Keep out of it.
After unmuting his comm, he said,
All I know is that he was one hell of a Grimring player.
A pause, then,
You know Grimring?
He laughed, wide-eyed with panic, desperately searching the crew for anyone who could feed him some information.
Do I know Grimring? Why,
no such luck.
I certainly know it well enough to have a spirited conversation with my dear friend Balzac. What can I say? He's a legend.
When all this is over, you should get into improv.
Hey, at least I'm good at pretending to care what you think. Hold your position.
He exhaled and let his shoulders hunch forward. A tense 30 seconds followed, but the official came back on screen and said,
You're cleared to land on platform 5C. Prepare to be boarded for inspection.
Then he blinked out. Oz popped out of her chair, outraged.
Inspection? What the hell kind of outfit is this?
Relax, they're just paranoid,
Getty said, pumping his hands up and down.
It's a Gruk ship. They just want to be sure no Gruk are aboard.
Why hate Gruk?
Asked Voprat innocently.
Not because they're beautiful, I can tell you that.
The approach tunnel appeared, and Dank followed it in. As the Fizz glided into its assigned platform, Getty scanned the hangar to see what kind of traffic it had. It was the usual assortment of Scrivari ships, Old Alliance cruisers, and small freighters. Not a single other Gruk or Kylorian ship among them. The moment the skids touched down, a 4-man security retinue approached and motioned for Dank to lower the ramp. Getty gave him a thumbs up.
Just be cool. We have every right to be here.
A few seconds later, the first Scrivari head appeared. They had severe, pale gray faces, with patterns of deep wrinkles that resembled a drawn curtain. Their eyes were slightly smaller than humans and uniformly black. When you first saw them, you felt intimidation. Once you got to know them a bit, they turned out to be just as sad and angry and put upon as everyone else. Universal translator chips were usually so good at context that it really seemed everyone was speaking and inflecting in modern English. But for some reason they had a harder time with Scrivari. They spoke somewhat formally, and it sometimes came off as imperious. The squad, none of whom moved with the slightest haste, paused at the top of the ramp and looked around, frowning at the inferior Gruk workmanship. Getty would have done the same. Scrivari made ships kicked ass.
I'm Sergeant Urin of the Spaceport Authority. Who is your captain?
I am, Getty said, taking a step forward. What did you say your name was?
Urin.
Urin.
No, Urin.
Got it. Urin. Getty looked over his shoulder and grinned at his crew.
Ask yourself whether this is helping.
The squad leader stiffened, unamused.
What is your cargo and purpose here?
Our cargo is our purpose. Metals mostly, a few collector pieces. The sergeant glanced down through the airlock doors, but didn't venture that way. That's why I want to see Balzac. He turned to the three men.
You're dismissed.
They gave tight nods and went back down the ramp in unison, leaving the sergeant alone with them.
Who are you, and what do you want with Balzac?
The name's Starheart. He and I go way back.
Then you know he doesn't deal in scrap.
No, but I'm betting he can point us in the right direction. Only now did the sergeant wander over to the airlock.
Let me see.
Getty opened both doors. Together they stepped into the very full hold, and his eyes roamed over it with passive interest. The space plane, in particular, piqued his curiosity. He approached it slowly and ran his fingers over the aluminum nose cone like a kid in a museum.
Where did you find all this?
Between the seat cushions. What difference does it make? It's space junk. If nobody wants it, I'll take my business elsewhere. Working-class Scrivari pretty much had to fend for themselves. The ruling class held all the wealth, so they'd built their own economy, importing and exporting, selling and trading under the table. It was technically illegal, but the government was busy with their own corruption.
There's a fee, said the sergeant.
Of course, Getty said, gritting his teeth at the grift. The corners of the man's mouth lifted.
100.
Getty's eyes widened. To look the other way? Forget it. No way was he paying 100 grand just to talk to someone.
You want to see Balzac, that's the price.
He'd expected to line a few pockets, but that was a big ask for a glorified hall monitor. Who did he think he was? Still, he had Getty by the balls, and selling their stuff was only half the mission. Nothing happened without Balzac. But he also didn't have the money. After I see Balzac. He twitched his head toward the shipping crates. Until then, consider this collateral. The sergeant nodded, a satisfied smirk on his creased face, and brushed Getty's shoulder on his way out of the hold.
Oh, I will. Follow me.
Chapter 37. Show me your Balzac. Before the engines had cooled, they took off again. This time, Sergeant Urin stood beside Getty on the bridge, directing them to another part of the city where he hoped Balzac awaited.
Follow that conduit there, he said,
pointing at a particularly wide length of tunnel, only discernible by the reflection from their system's bluish sun. Though it loomed large in the sky, its light was no brighter than a full moon.
So, how do you know Balzac? Asked the sergeant.
By feel, Getty quipped, but predictably he didn't react. We were business associates in a past life. He nodded knowingly.
You look familiar. Starheart, you said?
Yeah, that's right. You worked for him?
Still do, the man said, cocking an eyebrow. You might say we all do.
When his focus returned to the front display, he indicated a small structure at the intersection of the large conduit and several smaller ones.
There, on the left. Land on the roof.
I assume he's still involved with the black market? Getty asked, now quite certain Urin wasn't concerned about illegality. The sergeant gave him a knowing look.
He is the black market.
Dank dropped to a lower altitude and made a slow lap to get a closer look. It certainly didn't appear to be a landing platform, but then again, neither had Balzac's old warehouse. The fizz settled over the middle of a large, squat cylinder resembling a storage tank, and the top retracted to reveal a silo-like inner space that descended deep below the surface. Slowly, Dank eased the ship down the length of the silo. Not unlike the fizz's hold, the curved walls were lined with shelving and labeled bins, attended by a small army of scrivari, taking inventory or fulfilling orders. A few gave casual glances over their shoulders as the fizz descended, but it was clear they weren't the first circus to come to town. About halfway down, two halves of a landing platform extended from either side, meeting in the middle. Dank extended the skids and settled her into place.
"Kill all your engines,"
Urin instructed. Dank did so while Getty lowered the ramp. The smell of metal and grease assaulted Getty's nostrils. Industry and manufacturing, milling machines and tools. He had enough of that smell to last 10 lifetimes. Urin paused at the top and turned to Getty.
"Wait here."
He disappeared down the ramp and marched across the platform, toward a door that opened as he approached. It closed behind him.
What is this place?
Voprod asked, crouching down to peek through the narrow window that wrapped around the sides of the bridge.
Some kind of shipping and receiving facility, Getty replied. It's grown in the past 10 years. A lot.
Is that good or bad for us?
Oz asked.
Hard to tell.
A couple minutes later, the door in the silo wall retracted, and an older Scrivari man came striding through. They really did look almost identical, especially if they were close in age, but Balzac had a deep scar on his chin that set him apart, and the lower half of his left arm was robotic. Maybe he'd finally get to hear the story behind that.
"Is that him?"
Tardigan asked, leaning toward him.
Yeah, that's him.
Getty's voice was flat.
He wished he knew the score.
He's your friend, right?
Oz said.
Friend might be pushing it.
Getty?
Her voice carried a low warning. Heavy footsteps thudded up the ramp, and Balzac appeared. As he came level to Getty, he noticed that his right eye was now mechanical as well.
Do you trust him?
I don't have much choice.
Balzac approached Getty wordlessly and looked him over, his breathing somewhat labored. His eyes lingered on Voprod for a few extra moments, the big lizard's eyes narrowing to suspicious slits, and his tongue flickering in an almost hostile way. Finally, his focus returned to Getty.
"Heard you were out of the game, Starheart," he growled.
Not the long game.
"What are you doing with a Ring War-era Gruck freighter?"
Picking up trash. I signed us up for the Adopt a Galaxy program. Pay it forward, you know. Feels good. You should try it.
I heard you were dead.
Ah, and you want to know if it's true?
I take it you're not working for Tretiak anymore.
We had a falling out. Now I'm captain of this trawler. This here's my crew. Oz, Dank, Voprod, and Dr. Tardigan.
Getty pointed in turn.
Morpho's around somewhere.
Balzac gave them a faint nod.
Your inn tells me you have some product.
Follow me.
Getty ordered the crew to stay put and led Balzac back into the hold. His eyes immediately fixed upon the old Virgin Galactic ship, and he gave a low whistle.
Well, what have we here?
It's called a space plane, sort of a bridge technology between atmospheric and space transports.
I've never heard of such a thing. What a silly and limiting venture, he said,
making a slow lap around it. Getty often wondered if collectors were in awe of human technology or their simplicity.
Where did you find it?
You won't believe it.
Try me.
Old Earth.
He quickly lifted his head.
Don't bullshit a bullshitter.
Getty gestured toward the packed shelves and bins where all the smaller pieces awaited.
It's all from there. Titanium, platinum, gold, scandium.
You're telling me you jumped all the way to old Earth?
A grin split the man's face, softening his fierce facade. It wasn't all in one jump, Getty said, feeding the man straight from his palm now.
That's uncharted space.
Not anymore. Anywho, I figured you take what you want for raw materials, and we'll deal with the artifacts. I figure the plane's worth at least 7 figures.
I'd expect so.
Balzac continued his inspection of the plane, touching it here and there as though reassuring himself it was real. His lone black eyes sparkled enough for Getty to tell he was licking his chops. If anything, he'd downplayed the cargo's value with the crew. Scrivari made anything for anyone, even from custom weapons to toys to jewelry. It was how the working class survived. Apparently, they were doing a little better than that now. "None of my business, but what the hell happened to you?" asked Getty.
Let's just say I've made my share of enemies over the years. I'm sure you can relate.
He chuckled. "Indeed."
I'll send my men in to confirm the manifest. Then I'll work up a quote. We can come to terms.
"Perfect." Getty smiled at the man. "I'm hoping there's something else we can come to an agreement on."
I'm listening.
"A ship was stolen from me. I got a tip it was at the shipyards here and that I should find Isoro." Balzac nodded knowingly.
Isoro. Haven't heard that name in a while. He used to be a big deal around here, but now he's just a sad old man.
Not knowing who or what Isoro was put Getty at a disadvantage, but he had little choice but to trust the man. "Can you take me to him?"
Depends.
Getty sighed and looked away. "Great. What the hell is this gonna cost me?"
Money doesn't interest me. What do they want with this ship of yours?
"It's clad in pure tucrium. They want to know where it came from."
Which was?
"The deuce." His brow furrowed even further.
What is that?
He didn't know the deuce? Was it possible the Scrivari were so isolated here that they hadn't heard about the accident? If so, maybe he could use it. "Sorry, it's a term of endearment for Earth 2. All the kids say it." He scratched his pointy chin, working through the full implications of all this. If the Nads knew Earth 2 was a source of tucrium, they'd immediately seize control of it and only accelerate their plans. But if someone else got there first, someone with the wherewithal and means, it could be a game-changer. His fathomless black eyes practically glittered with some unspoken aspiration.
The Zelnads. Don't know it's there.
Balzac had been around long enough to observe and suffer from the Nads' corruptive influence on Aku. He'd love nothing more than to move his operations there and return to proper manufacturing, not this shady underground crap. Not only was Earth 2 abandoned, but compared to Aku's atmosphere, it was like a sparkling mountain breeze. The Scrivari could move in as soon as Tatiana's salvage operation was done, if it wasn't already. But they didn't know mining or refinement, just manufacturing. For that, they would need Gruck and Kylorian expertise. But as tantalizing as it was to imagine the Triad worlds making nice and reforming on Earth 2, he was getting ahead of himself. "I don't see how they could." After a moment's thought, Balzac's eyes locked on.
You know that rich woman. What was her name?
Now he remembered what they talked about last time. He hosted a bitch fest about Tatiana Semenov and left Balzac absolutely in stitches. Tatiana Semenov? He mumbled her name lest he inadvertently summon her from some dark dimension. He snapped his fingers.
That's the one. Doesn't her family practically own Earth 2?
That's what this was about. He wanted a piece of Earth 2's tucrium, which was really shinium, and he thought Getty could help make that happen. Tati would never so much as look at a Scrivari, let alone cut a deal with one for something that might have actual value. But he didn't need to know that, or that it was abandoned. He smiled conspiratorially. "You want some hot tucrium action."
I can put 10,000 Scrivari to work there in days, rebuild the PDF and our fleet to their former glory, and rid the galaxy of the Zelnad threat.
Threat? Given how everyone regarded the Scrivari, it was hard to imagine them as enemies. But men like Balzac had been more harmed than helped by his species' relationship to the Nads. Besides, those dealings occurred at a much higher level.
I'll arrange a meeting. After I see Isoro and after you know, take our big load.
First, well done. Second, are you sure about this? Don't make a promise you can't keep.
You know me.
You're still with her, then?
Don't. Getty, think about the implications.
He grinned like he'd just won at the point.
I'm a lucky man.
Balzac nodded. As far as he was concerned, they'd signed a contract in blood.
Very well. Isoro's in the shipyards. It's not far.
You think he can help me?
He's your best bet.
When they returned to the bridge, the crew looked hopefully in his direction. Balzac muttered something to Urin, who nodded, then sped down the ramp.
Mr. Balzac has agreed to purchase our salvaged goods, Getty said, clapping his hands together.
Dank gave a fist pump, and Tardigan high-fived Voprot.
His men will have to offload everything and weigh it, but it's safe to say we'll be sitting pretty after this.
This ship needs a lot of work,
Oz pointed out.
I don't imagine you could help us with some upgrades.
Balzac's eyes roamed over the dingy interior, grimacing.
I would almost insist. I wouldn't wish a Gruck dung heap like this on my worst enemy.
Getty clapped his hands.
Listen, you guys keep an eye on things. I'm going to go check out the shipyards.
Voprot immediately rose to his haunches.
I come too.
Balzac stepped in, shaking his head.
Just him.
Sorry, big guy. I've got to go it alone.
Getty took a step towards the weapons locker, but Balzac stopped him again.
No weapons allowed in the conduits.
Oz caught Getty's eye and gave a cautioning look. If this was part of the game, he'd just have to play it.
Your turf, your rules.
Balzac acknowledged the crew silently and descended the ramp. Getty moved to follow, but Tardigan reached out and grabbed his forearm.
Captain, I don't think this is a good idea.
I'll be fine. If I'm not back in 2 hours, take the money and run.
Not gonna happen,
said Oz.
You know what's at stake here. If something happens to me, you need to get the word out about the Nads.
They exchanged grim looks.
Promise me.
Aye, aye, Cap,
Dink said. Getty took a long look at his crew and was overcome with pride. Who could have imagined his journey would lead him here? A tear began to form in his eye, but he turned and went down the ramp before it could fall.
Are you really worried about seeing them again?
As far as I know, we're headed straight to Nad Central. Anything could happen.
Chapter 38. Tighter isn't always better. Getty followed Balzac down to the lower conduits, where Scrivari moved people and goods between a series of compartmentalized cities. Narrow-gauge trains shuttled people back and forth in the road-like conduit, while others walked or sat along the sides like ghosts. He'd never seen how Scrivari people actually lived, but now he understood why they were short on humor. Once, perhaps, the city had been modern and clean, but much of it had fallen into disrepair. Silos similar to the one they'd landed in held meager stores of food and water, with communal living areas in between. The massive factories that had once churned out the bulk of the galaxy's ships had been converted into makeshift facilities for making things from scrap to sell or use for themselves. Scrivari got a bad rap. Their scary, almost demonic appearance gave people the heebie-jeebies, and their business relationship with the Nads made them appear cold and opportunistic. In truth, only a handful of power brokers at the very top dealt with them, but few worlds wanted to do business with them as a result, hence their depressed economy. The Ring War cost millions of lives, but it had cost Aku a lot more than that. The smell in the conduit could charitably be described as a mix of flop sweat and fermented meat. Unfortunately, the fresh air his lungs had been craving was a long way from here. After a while, Balzac turned down a much narrower and empty conduit that came to a dead end at a ladder that disappeared into the ceiling. Balzac climbed down and nodded toward it.
"If your ship is here, it'll be in the metallurgical lab. If we take the old ventilation ducts, we can see what's going on without alerting anyone."
"Ventilation ducts, my favorite," Getty said, his claustrophobia already stirring. "How far?"
"Not far. A couple 100 meters at most."
He gulped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
"Are you gonna be okay?"
"Yeah, no problem. I crawl through ductwork just for fun sometimes."
Getty took a deep breath of putrid air and clambered up the ladder after Balzac. At the second junction, he stepped off and crawled into a vent so dark that he couldn't even tell for sure how big it was, which was probably for the best. Were it not for Balzac's own musky scent or the click-click of his metal hand as he crawled, he wouldn't have known anyone else was there. Occasionally, he reached out with his free hand to brush the bottom of Balzac's boot and reassure himself he wasn't alone in the dark. After what seemed like 10 hours of crawling, a faint light appeared up ahead. Balzac paused and whispered,
"This is it. Don't make a sound."
"Shouldn't you have, like, a glove or something?"
"Shh."
The last 20 meters saw them stalking down the duct like a pair of fat, clumsy cats. It didn't seem to Getty they actually made any less noise, because the metal structure amplified every sound. If he didn't get into an open space in the next 2 minutes, he was going to curl into the fetal position and die. Balzac reached the square grate and pressed his face to it.
"See anything?" "I can't see the bottom. I'll remove the grate."
He withdrew a little multi-tool from his pocket and removed some clips at the corners, then carefully pushed the grate out, setting it off to the side on a walkway. Slowly, he extracted himself from the duct. Despite his effort to be stealthy, he sounded like a fork in a garbage disposer. Once he'd righted himself on the platform, he motioned for Getty to come through. It really was quite difficult to get all the way out quietly, but once his head was mercifully through, he realized he hadn't needed to worry about being heard. They were a good 25 meters above a lab that thrummed with machinery. After a quick peek over the railing, Getty pushed himself back against the wall, pulled his legs to his chest, and took some deep, rhythmic breaths with his eyes closed, while he waited for his heart to slow.
"Heights?"
Balzac asked, just above a whisper.
"Claustrophobia,"
Getty admitted. Once his pulse slowed to a moderate allegro, he joined Balzac at the railing. This silo was shorter but significantly wider than the other, the floor covered in people and electronic equipment. At least 24 people were working down there, either standing in a row of workstations in the middle or seated at banks of whirring instruments around the perimeter.
"Is it here?"
"I don't know yet."
"They're Zelnads. I can sense them."
"Can they sense you?"
"Probably."
"Not much we can do about it now."
"Maybe there is."
What's your ship look like?"
Balzac asked. "A single-seater, almost like a kit. Way nicer, of course."
"Does it look anything like that?"
Getty traced Balzac's gaze to the edge of the room, where bundles of elevated wiring obscured his view. He leaned over and glimpsed a part of the penetrator's left engine. Or so he thought. The shinium outer armor had been completely removed. A sick feeling hit the pit of his stomach.
"Oh, hell."
"Is that her?"
"Looks that way. What were you saying before about being detected?"
"You're not gonna like it."
"I don't like anything about this."
Sagacians share a unique spectral signature. That's how they identify each other."
"Okay."
"If you let me take control, they should think you're one of them."
"By take control, you mean the thing you said you'd never do under any circumstances?
Yeah, that.
Hard pass.
I can do it. As soon as we're out of trouble, I'll let you go.
Not interested.
That's her,
Getty said.
You're certain?
Getty nodded.
No, I just need to find Isoro. Who gave you that name?
A guy named Zareth Tin, you know him? Balzac closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead like a migraine had suddenly come on.
I'm Isoro.
Wait, what? Asked Getty.
Balzac is my common name. My given name is Isoro.
Getty blinked, irritated. Why didn't you mention that earlier?
Because my priority was getting you here.
The pieces were starting to click into place. Zareth Tin wouldn't have steered him here unless it benefited him. Either the Nads had a price on Getty's head, which didn't seem likely, or... A blaster pressed into his right temple. He turned slowly toward Balzac with a murderous glare. At least he looked apologetic.
Sorry, Getty. I have too much to lose.
Chapter 39. The Metallurgist. Someone on the floor sent an old lift to the top level, and Balzac indicated with his blaster that Getty should get on it. No weapons in the conduits, huh?
There are those who make the rules, and those who follow, Balzac said. Now go.
Balzac followed Getty onto the lift, and it began descending the 20 or so meters to the floor.
Getty, we have to do it now.
Sorry, pal. A deal's a deal. A glance into his future only showed torture and questioning about where the ship came from, and what it was made of. This was the only way to prevent a cataclysm. He glanced down and saw a crowd of Nads pressing in. The lift settled gently into a gaggle of at least 20 Zelnads, comprising at least half a dozen races, males and females alike. They all wore the same blank, compliant expressions, like animals to the slaughter. Each wore garb typical of their kind with no uniforms or other identifying marks. One of them, a traditional tree-hugging Vaef, stepped forward and sniffed at his face, then looked him up and down with intense, unblinking eyes. After a moment, he turned to Balzac.
This the pilot?
Name's Getty Starheart. Zareth Tin sent him our way.
Mr. Starheart, at last we meet.
The Nad's voice was singular, yet somehow sounded like thousands, maybe millions of identical voices speaking in perfect unison. It was unsettling, to say the least. Balzac's expression was as flat and devoid of emotion as his droning voice.
His spectral signature indicates he is a host to a traitor.
What are you talking about?
Balzac said, blinking.
He confirmed the ship is his?
Yeah,
Balzac growled.
Which means you and I are done.
He holstered his sidearm and leaned in.
Sorry, Ged. I had no choice.
Getty was about to unleash a stream of curses into Balzac's backside, but the Nad stopped him as he turned to leave.
Wait.
Balzac stopped, pinching his shoulders, and wearily turned back.
How well do you know this man?
Not very. Why?
Because you may yet prove yourself valuable. Stay.
One of the Nads, a portly Bonzak, snatched Balzac's sidearm from his hand quick as lightning. A blink later, others jumped in to immobilize him.
Hey! What the hell?
Reflexively, Getty started to spin around to help, but he'd barely moved before their hands were on him, too, strong as vices. The Nad in charge leaned in close again, his green-tinged humanoid face just centimeters away, the vertical slits of his pupils opened wide. His irises shone bright gold.
I've one question for you, Mr. Starheart. How did you build your ship?
Slowly, Getty replied. Just kept adding stuff until it looked like a ship.
How did you know how to build it?
Community college? I just had to pay for the materials. I'm sorry, I missed your name? He pulled his face back.
Zelnad do not require names, for we are one. But if such a construct helps your puny intellect, then you may think of me as the metallurgist.
The metallurgist smirked and pivoted away, strolling toward the central row of workstations, jammed with strange-looking instruments and tools. The other Nads shuffled along around Getty like a moving cage, ready to pounce if he made a move. When he turned back, his hands held a thin, shinium panel from the penetrator, one of hundreds he had mined, smelted, refined, shaped, and cut to a perfect fit under Eli's guidance. Bile rose in his stomach.
Do you know what this is?
It's from the nose, just above the canard.
The material, human.
Tucrium, obviously. He peered over his retinue back at Balzac, who hadn't followed them over.
You, Scrivari, are there other worlds capable of working Tucrium with such skill?
No,
answered Balzac.
What about Temeraria? Getty protested. They have sweet-ass ships.
Built by Scrivari,
Balzac growled, turning back to their captor.
Temeraria only mines and refines.
The metallurgist returned his cold gaze to Getty.
I ask again, how did you know how to build this ship, and why?
If you've ever been to the Deuce, you wouldn't wonder why. As for how, I already...
The Nad shot his long-fingered hand out and clamped it around Getty's throat, pinching his airway completely shut. At the same time, the others took his arms.
We do not have time for lies, but it matters not.
You see,
I know how. I merely needed to confirm it.
He let go, and Getty coughed to reopen his trachea.
Then I guess we're all done here? I'll show myself out.
The metallurgist raised the panel in front of Getty and traced it lovingly with his finger.
Tucrium is formed by forces ordinary beings cannot conceive. Forces generated during the birth of the universe. Over eons, stars and planets took form, as we, the seeds of all knowledge and insight, radiated into the void. Beings far older than time itself. Multitudes of our kind were drawn by gravity into newly formed worlds, only to be subsumed by oceans of molten Tucrium, becoming one with it.
He merely reached out his other hand, and one of the others placed a small device in it that looked like a tiny black cup. He placed it on the panel, and it clung, even though Tucrium was not magnetic. He held it to his ear and smiled as though it was a lover.
If you were a Zelnad, you could hear their voices cry out.
Let Getty go,
he murmured out the corner of his mouth.
That is not what the voices are saying. They beg for home. Their spirits are what makes it special. What makes it shinium, he added.
More like shittium,
he sighed.
I too yearn for the day when all Zelnad can finally return home.
Right after you stick a fork in all civilization?
The metallurgist was genuinely incredulous at this, like it was some well-kept secret. By the look on Balzac's face, it was news to him, too. His eyes narrowed.
Who told you that?
A giant tardigrade.
A what?
It's like a little worm thing with 8 stubby... Doesn't matter. What matters is you can never go home again. Not unless you plan to fit your entire army in my ship like some fucked-up clown car.
Sadly, you're right. We cannot obtain enough of the metal to return home. Fortunately, we have all we need.
What do you mean?
Isn't it obvious, shipbuilder? There is more than enough shinium here to construct our weapon.
Had his arms been free, Getty would have smacked his palm on his forehead. He, and even Eli, had been looking at this all wrong. The Nads didn't need to drive their whole army through Sagacia's barrier or build some giant warship out of shinium. All they needed was something powerful enough to destroy it. Something that could slip through and explode. Zelnads harvested star material for novaspheres. Who knew what kind of ultra-powerful weapon they could build? He heaved a phony sigh.
I only tell you this out of respect for your role as host, which I'm afraid must now end. Your traitorous friend must pay for his crimes.
Before Balzac could make a move, he was seized by the other dead-eyed Zelnad puppets.
No! We had a deal!
The deal was that your people in the conduits wouldn't come to harm. I didn't say anything about you.
You Zelnad son of a bitch!
Belzac was a big guy and strong, and 25% robot, but he, too, could not break free of his Nad captors. It seemed they were both screwed now.
As for the Sagation you have befriended, it has acted selfishly.
The metallurgist gently brushed his fingers on Getty's cheek.
I am sorry you have been the instrument of its misguided desires. If it cares about you at all, it will take control now.
Why? So I don't have to listen to you talk anymore?
The smile that slithered across his face chilled Getty to the bone.
No, human. So you won't feel it when we rip our kindred out of your brain.
Chapter 40. Trial Separation.
Wait,
Getty said, stopping the metallurgist as he turned away.
What if I had something better?
Getty didn't want to find out what his threat meant. There was nothing he particularly cared to part with, except maybe some love handles that had formed over the past few years.
You have nothing to offer us,
said the Zelnad in charge, turning away yet again.
Not even endless jumps?
Again he paused, slowly pivoting on his heels.
Excuse me?
No Novospheres, no harvesting exotic matter. Jump all you want as far as you want.
He closed the distance between them in 2 short steps.
Explain.
Humans found the secret,
he said, regretful he had to make this play. He thought he'd needed to bargain for the penetrator, but with his and Eli's lives on the line, something had to give.
That's how they reached this galaxy.
The Nad eyed him suspiciously.
And if this miraculous technology were to exist, what bargain would you make?
My Sagation companion is no threat to you. None of us are. With this technology, you could control the galaxy, reshape civilization as you see fit. Nobody needs to die.
He stroked his chin thoughtfully, nodding.
A most intriguing offer.
After a long pause, during which his dead expression actually showed a flash of elation, he added,
Unfortunately, we already possess such technology.
Getty's chest filled with ice water.
What do you mean?
Oh, come now. Surely you didn't really think a human from 5 centuries ago just discovered how to manipulate space-time.
Once again, Getty thought he'd picked up a thread, only to learn the sweater had already been made. Because the name on the quantum cube he'd copied from Zerhoff was a PhD and a JPL employee, he'd just assumed a scientist from the distant past had made some kind of breakthrough so big that she couldn't trust anyone with it, until it had delivered humanity from ruin. It never occurred to him such a person could randomly be inhabited by a Sagation, a Zelnad in practice if not in name, just like the tardigrades. Had it landed in some no-account doofus like him, it wouldn't have had the resources and wherewithal to do anything so ambitious as the holy grail of interstellar travel.
You already have it,
Getty said, his heart dropping out of his chest. He'd just played his last card, a straight flush, and it wasn't enough.
You've seen our technology. Did you really think we loaded our ships with those ridiculous Novospheres like so much ammunition?
He shook his head, the same bemused grin plastered to it like a stubborn barnacle.
We can go anywhere we please. And now, thanks to your efforts, we finally destroy the barrier that stands between us and our ultimate mission.
His eyes drifted dreamily to the ceiling.
Soon, the universe will be scoured of all so-called intelligent life. The houses of greed and vanity will collapse under their own weight and return to stardust.
Wow,
said Getty.
You must be the life of every party.
He smiled warmly.
If your companion would like to shield you from unspeakable pain, now's the time.
He turned to one of the others.
Prepare for the extraction. We will reacquaint our kindred with our objective. You know what to do with the other two.
A pair of the Nad goons ran off to procure whatever equipment was involved with this so-called extraction. Meanwhile, they tightened their iron grip on his arms and kept pushing down on him like a hydraulic press until his legs gave out and he crumbled to the floor. His eyes rolled up to find Balzac staring down at him, looking equally terrified.
We can't beat them, Getty. They've grown too powerful.
They're strong. Will I be that strong if you take me over?
Perhaps, but...
Then do it.
If I take you over completely, you will quickly disappear.
Yeah, well, turns out I'm not that great at disappearing.
I'll hold you within my consciousness for as long as I can.
Don't worry about me. Just try to stay you.
I'm sorry it has come to this.
It ain't over yet. Just give me some of that super strength so we can fight our way out of here.
I will try.
I mean it, bro. Go deep with that shit. Let's go out swinging.
Aye, aye, Captain.
The metallurgist returned with a contraption that resembled a drill with a scanner mounted to the top and a long, narrow bit. He ran it a moment to check the speed.
Unfortunately, you must remain alive until our kindred is removed. If it's any consolation, you would have died within the next several months anyway.
Thanks for that parting gift, Getty said.
Just like that, some cosmic switch flipped, and he felt Eli take control. Whether out of frustration, regret, or some other force conjured by Eli, anger filled him. He slaked his thirst with it. Energy like he'd never known surged through his muscles, unfolding like a map of pain as he watched. He didn't ball his fists, but they balled just the same. A dozen sets of hands held him down, but Eli could break their grip. He just had to be quick about it. The Nad activated the drill again, the sharp whine of its motor echoing through the otherwise silent chamber as it descended like the sword of Damocles toward his left temple.
Now, Eli! Super strength activate!
They're no stronger than you. The hosts are no longer there to perceive limitations.
You said you'd try!
I needed you to trust me. I am sorry.
His heart sank. Of course, Eli would prioritize keeping him from pain. Plus, he was right. No matter how quick he was, he wouldn't break free. They'd failed. The tip of the drill whirred a few centimeters from his skin. Eli closed Getty's eyes for him and turned his head to expose his right temple. A sharp snap came from behind. His Zelnad captors gasped in unison. Eli reopened Getty's eyes to find that a thin, horizontal, dark red line had opened across the torsos of the Nads holding down his right side. Their formerly blank, compliant expressions froze in shock. It was a full 2 seconds before the upper halves of their bodies toppled into each other like dominoes, opening a line of sight between Eli/Getty and the door. As though guided by some unseen hand, a sinuous, crackling blue snake retracted into the darkness like it had just bitten someone, gathering itself back into a vertical coil. The other Nads spun their heads toward it. 2 clawed feet the size of water skis swung forward, followed shortly by legs the size of tree trunks, and a torso draped in Rance armor. For the second time in as many days, Getty was actually happy to see Voprat, flanked by Dr. Tardigan on his right and Denk on his left. Oz came so quietly from behind him that the 2 Nads pinning Eli/Getty's right shoulder and upper arm to the floor were still fixed dumbly on Voprat, never saw her blades coming. She scissored cleanly through their necks. Those on his left fell to Denk's blasters, their chests cratered and smoking. One of the Nads holding the struggling Balzac charged toward Tardigan, who lunged forward and shot out both arms with his palms forming an X, catching the Nad Soturian squarely in the chest. For reasons he couldn't fathom, he toppled over, stone dead.
Where the hell's that been?
Eli didn't respond. He was somewhere else.
The metallurgist and 4 of the remaining nads darted toward the other exit. The others who had been holding Getty and Balzac jumped to their feet to mount a fruitless defense. The moment his captors hit the ground, Balzac took off running and didn't look back. Cowardly asshole. And yet, Getty couldn't move. Eli was still in charge. The metallurgist disappeared through a door on the far side of the silo, dropping the lone piece of shinium onto the floor. All he could do was watch. "Eli, come on! Flip the switch while you still can!" No response. "Eli!" A moment after Oz's energy katanas emerged like big, glowing boners from the chest holes of 2 hapless nads, a dark shape fell from her shoulder onto Eli/Getty's face like a mask. Morpho dug his hooks into his face. It should have stung, but Eli/Getty didn't feel a thing. Even time didn't quite register anymore. Without Eli or any sensation to root him in the present, Getty felt himself drifting ever inward, as though being absorbed by his own body. And weirdly, he was okay with it. "Eli!" It faintly registered that Morpho, not Eli, and certainly not the metallurgist, was staging an intervention. But it also seemed too late. "Hear me, Sagation!" The command was accompanied by a fresh surge of energy, more like pure electricity than a flood of strength. It reminded Getty of a defibrillator.
Morpho?
Eli sounded weak, like a boat that had spilled its sails. But maybe it was just far away. With Eli/Getty's eyes covered by Morph, not even light could tether him to reality.
"Go after him!"
Oz barked, as another nad, likely the last, fell to her.
"Vopra, chase!"
Heavy, loping footsteps bounded across the floor.
"Bring Getty back!"
"I can't. I must join the others."
"Now, kindred, or our homeworld is doomed."
Chapter 41. Carrying a Piece. Morpho's final, desperate cry to Eli filled Getty's brain as though blasted from a speaker, so sudden and jarring it felt like some kind of seizure. He flopped about like a fish as gentle hands worked to guide him back from wherever his consciousness had been.
"Getty, come on,"
Oz urged.
"Wherever you are, come back."
He could hear them, but movement was sticky and difficult, like he'd just been transferred into a new, shitty body. The last thing he remembered was a drill coming toward him. Morpho covered his face. Was still covering his entire face. That's why he couldn't see.
"Can you hear me, Captain?"
Where's Eli?
"Eli!"
"I'm here, Getty. I am so sorry.
What happened?
Taking control of you was easy. Too easy.
I called for you.
I couldn't hear. There were so many angry voices. Are you okay?"
Never better.
In lieu of a reply, Morpho withdrew his sticky hooks from Getty's face. This time he felt it, like 1,000 tiny needles being withdrawn from his skin. Once his eyes finally adjusted to the light, Oz's and Doc's faces resolved over him. Denk knelt at his feet, his chipmunky face pinched in deep concern.
"The metallurgist,"
Getty said, sitting up quickly. His head swooned.
"He ran. Voprat went after him,"
Oz said, helping to steady him.
"He had a piece of the ship. Where are the others?"
He rose shakily to his feet, and his vision immediately narrowed to pinpoints.
"Easy now,"
Doc warned, steadying him. A blurry memory of Doc taking out one of the nads with a flick of his hand came rushing back. Getty shook his head to clear it, and regarded the body of the nad Soturian with a quizzical look.
"Hold up. Did you really just walk up and kill that guy with a punch?"
"Yes," he said casually. "Why?"
"How?"
"Soturians' hearts are regulated by a nerve that passes behind the intercostal space. A well-placed blow will cause cardiac arrest."
"Fucking A, man. That was Cecilou? Yes. I thought it was the peaceful path, Getty said.
It leads to a peaceful path, but sometimes it is not the way.
Getty pulled away from Oz and Doc and stumbled around the end of the row of workstations, toward the far corner of the enormous room, where the partly disassembled husk of his ship still stood. By the looks of it, every last piece of its shinium skin had been removed, but was nowhere to be seen.
Did he drop it? Getty asked, his tone more frantic than intended. Is it still here?
Oz and Doc followed him over, and Dank soon appeared from the near end of the workstations holding the flat, square panel. He hurried over and handed it to Getty, who yanked it out of his hands and inspected it closely to make sure it was indeed the real thing. His nose twitched. Was it his imagination, or did it still bear some of the Deuce's distinctive scent? While he pored over it, Oz left his side to take in what remained of the ship.
This isn't... Wait. This is the penetrator?
He nodded.
I remember it being a lot shinier.
They took the shinium.
She ran her fingers over the lower part of the nose, formerly sleek and seamless, but now a rough-shaped tangle of wires and actuators.
Can you put it back together?
Maybe. If I want to go back to the Deuce and smelt the parts all over again. By that time, we'll all be dead and Sagacia will be gone.
He folded his arms and leaned against the fuselage with his eyes closed, taking deep breaths. How cruel it was to get her back like this.
I'm sorry, Getty. This is all my fault.
Don't do that. We'll figure something out.
I don't understand,
said Doc, coming alongside Oz.
What unique properties does this shinium possess that it can pass through the barrier around Sagacia?
Getty sighed.
Sagacians have been floating through space since the dawn of the universe. Some landed in molten tucrium, trapping them inside as it cooled.
He held it up, lightly running his fingers over the lightly beveled edge. Apparently it's the only thing that can go back through. Doc raised a finger like he frequently did when an idea struck him.
Perhaps it's because their souls are pure, unsullied by civilization, as it were. Dr. Tardigan is correct.
So it's sort of like losing your virginity?
That's not a terrible analogy. What did Eli say?
Asked Oz. He couldn't help but grin.
Maybe she couldn't read his mind, but she always had his number. He said Doc nailed it.
Looking at the piece now, small though it was and hard-wrought as it had been, knowing that countless spores just like Eli had been trapped inside for all eternity, made him appreciate its rarity all the more. Until then, he hadn't truly understood and felt in his bones what significance it had. Had he known back on Earth, too, what it really was? Could he have built the ship at all? Were they alive in the sense he knew, or were they merely entombed there? Regardless, the Nads had it now, and they'd make a weapon the barrier couldn't stop. Heavy footsteps came from the direction of the door through which the metallurgist had run. It swung open, and Voprot marched through, his whip coiled tightly against his hip. They turned to him expectantly, but his big shoulders were rounded, his eyes downcast.
Voprot no fine, Zelnad scum.
Doesn't matter, Getty said. They already got what they wanted. The towering Gigantian noticed the ship he was leaning against.
This your ship?
What's left of it. Thanks for cutting those guys in half, by the way. That meant a lot.
Voprot enjoy vivisecting enemies.
Come on, he knows vivisecting but can't manage I am?
Admit it. You're glad you saved him.
Wait. How did you guys even find me?
The piss dude, Dank said. Getty raised his eyebrows at Oz.
Sergeant Urin required some persuasion, but then he led us right to you.
So you might say it took him a while to get going? Getty asked, glad to feel things starting to normalize.
Oz laughed and looked down, rubbing the bridge of her nose.
A few drops at a time, yes.
Ha! Getty exclaimed, delighted by her indulgence.
Where is he now?
He took off.
So he was
One,
Oz cautioned, wagging her finger at him.
You get one.
But his name's,
Getty protested.
One.
Well, what now, Cap?
Dank asked. There hadn't been time to think about what came next. The plan was to set up the crew, make it to Aku, and take his ship back. But like all his other plans so far, it had rocketed right past Stinky on its way to pure shit. Even so, the metallurgist had pretty much told him everything. He couldn't know what to believe or what was omitted, but it validated much of what Eli had been saying all along. Balzac knew too, and if he knew, all Scrivari would know as well. Then things might get pretty fucking interesting. For now, though, his old acquaintance would have to keep his head way, way down.
You got the money?
Asked Getty. Doc grinned and flared his eyebrows.
Taking out the repairs, we should net around 4 million. You were right about old Earth.
He had been, at least on that level. But the information he'd risked so much to get, the same that almost got all of them killed, turned out to be no bargaining chip at all. Maybe that was for the best. At least the crew didn't know about it.
Then I say we blast off this godforsaken planet as soon as possible. Once you find out what the Nads are planning, you'll want to fix up the Physmo and get back out there. We've got a lot of people to warn.
What about Balzac?
Doc asked.
Oh, I imagine he'll just be hanging around,
Getty quipped. Even Tardigan barked a laugh.
Something tells me we'll run into him again.
Oz cleared her throat, smirking.
Maybe Balzac will run into us, if we get lucky.
Chapter 42. Some buck, some don't. Once every 6 years, Zor's 3 suns came into alignment in an eye-popping harmonic convergence called Sumbak, which meant spear in some long-dead language. The legend held that an ancient deity went hunting and skewered the 3 suns all at once to demonstrate his might. Mocking his hubris, the suns merely turned his great spear to cinders and continued on their long orbits. Every 6 years he tries and fails, and all of Zor goes out in parties. After everything that happened, Getty was ready for a proper fucking party. Oz braved her dislike of re-entry and came down with him, Dank, and Tardigan in the Dom. Voprot, for his part, was perfectly content to stay aboard the Fizz with Morpho and luxuriate in his new, custom-made Gigantian-sized bed. The Scrivari had installed 2 privacy walls and converted a corner of the hold into a private room. That put Voprot on the wrong side of the airlock in an emergency, but he seemed comfortable with the trade-off. None of them had ever been to Sumbak. Like so many other places to which he'd traveled so long ago, he never took the time to really see it. Hell, half the time the people he was there to see had a private landing pad, so he hardly even went into town. How many places had he visited, only to speak briefly with one person and immediately go on to the next planet or return to Gigantu? It didn't pay to ruminate. He was finally making up for lost time. What a day they'd had. All the public spaceports near Nova Oris, the capital of the North, were booked solid and had been for years. The only way to park the Dom was to purchase a platinum VIP package. It was obscenely expensive, and totally worth it, especially after what they'd been through. They got a private air shuttle to Miramarana Stadium, tickets to the Simpop Smythe aftershow, a box within 10 meters of something called the Flash Line, and all the drinks they wanted. Anytime you find yourself in a luxury shuttle drinking Zorin daiquiris at 7:30 in the morning, on your way to a concert that kicks off the biggest party in the sector, you know you're in for a long day. Immediately upon their arrival, a group of comely young women offered them capsules of Blesia, a plant they said would make it all way better, whatever that meant. Oz was a when-in-Rome type and said she'd be down, but agreed to split one with Dank just so he'd do it with her. Tardigan took a whole capsule himself without a moment's hesitation. But Getty, in a move that was immediately shortlisted for all-time most responsible decisions, decided against it. After all, he had things to do the next day, and the captain's job was to take care of the crew. Of course, even that backfired. The so-called flash line, as it turned out, was a stripe that ran down the middle of the stadium, thusly named because it was the precise spot in the city on that day at the official Sumbach time when the three suns came into perfect alignment. Getty figured it would be a lame novelty to tell your grandkids about it. Not so. Less than a minute before the suns aligned on his exact location, Doc giddily informed him that the temperature on the flash line was said to briefly hit 90 centigrade.
"You might wish you took that Blizia," he cautioned.
"Why?" Getty asked warily.
"It makes you secrete some kind of natural sunblock. See?"
Doc showed him his bare arm, which had taken on a vaguely metallic sheen, then pointed at the sky before Getty could ask why he hadn't mentioned this until that moment.
"Better put on your glasses."
Glasses? Apparently their shuttle pilot had lectured them at some length about making sure they took the special Sumbach sunglasses along, several pairs if necessary. Getty had been working on a cocktail and thinking about the last time he was here, so he didn't catch a word of it.
"Here,"
said Oz, handing over a pair as she slipped on her own.
"I knew you weren't listening, but not taking the Blizia's on you."
"No one told me." He got the glasses on just in time. The full brunt of the heat lasted less than a second, but it made him think he'd burst into flames. But he held his face high and took a mental snapshot of the three concentric suns, forming a target on him, and imagined a being large enough to spear it. Once the suns had passed each other and he removed the glasses, he looked down at his hands to find them red and puffy with a thick layer of blisters. His face was even worse. Like an idiot, he'd decided to get up before everyone the next morning and walk to the plaza. "It's not that hot," Getty said, a droplet of sweat running down his upper lip and into his mouth. It tasted vaguely of alcohol and bad choices, but he was grateful for the moisture. Sometimes it was nice to talk to Eli out loud. The streets were literally empty, and likely would be well into the afternoon. No wonder, because those suns were brutal. They cast pretty interesting shadows, though. 3 of them, each with a slightly different hue and sharpness.
"I told you to bring water, several times."
He paused midway up the flight of steps, huffing.
Why did high-rises have to be so damn tall?
The Levicart floating behind him with the old Earth quantum computer came to a stop as well. Though it followed him along, requiring 0 effort from him, it still seemed like he was towing it.
Fuck, I'm out of shape.
"I blame you."
"Me?
"Taking me over on Aku like that? Haven't felt the same since." He took another deep breath and continued lumbering up the stairs.
"You told me to. Go deep with that shit, you said. Let's go out swinging, you said."
"Yeah, because I thought you could give me super strength like those creepy nads. But then you're all like, I needed you to trust me." What a crock. You just wanted to try this body on for size.
"You mean this lovingly maintained temple? Most spores could only dream of such an opportunity."
The secret is Kylori and gin and high G's. You could have at least talked to me.
I must have been struck dumb by the majesty of it.
Damn Skippy.
At long last, he reached the plaza lobby and made a beeline for the door. All kidding aside, heatstroke was mere minutes away. He needed water, stat. When the guard opened the heavy front doors for him, his hand briefly went to his blaster, as though he wasn't sure exactly what he was letting through. On seeing Getty's face, he recoiled.
"Flashline,"
Getty said, not breaking stride, and proceeded to reception, where a middle-aged Zoran woman greeted him.
"Water?"
She pointed to a fountain along the far wall, and there he slaked his thirst. He could feel their eyes on his back as he greedily slurped up huge, dog-like gulps, but he didn't care. Having finally cooled off, he retucked his shirt and made an attempt to smooth it as he returned to the reception area with the Levicart still trailing him.
"You must be here for Mr. Zerhoff," the woman said.
Chapter 43. Gleaning the Cube. The last time he had been to see Zerhoff was 11 years ago, when he was still some bigwig at the company he started in the city and lived on a hill overlooking the wide and fertile river valley that cradled Nova Oris. Since then, it seemed he'd retired, though downsizing didn't appear to be a word he was familiar with. The elevator rocketed him to the 95th floor in about 8 seconds, causing the coffee he'd powered down earlier to swish unsettlingly in his stomach. When the doors opened, he paused to steady himself at the end of the long hallway, fully intending to find a bathroom and make himself look less like he'd just gone bobbing for French fries.
"Getty Starhart," came a silken voice from nearby.
The lonely hallway bisected Zerhoff's place, which wasn't simply on the 95th floor, but in fact was the 95th floor. Zorans naturally produced the same oils that Blizia conferred, giving their luxuriously dark skin a similar metallic sheen when the light caught it. Were it not for that and their longevity, they almost could have passed for human. To his eyes, Zerhoff hadn't aged a day. He could never remember the conversion, but 11 years to him was something like 4 to Zerhoff, who had to be north of 200 by now. Nattily dressed and dapper, Getty liked to think of him as the rich, cool uncle he never had.
"What do you say, Mr. Zerhoff?"
He stepped forward and extended his hand. Zerhoff took it with a bemused,
"Flashline?" "I forgot to wear the T-shirt," Getty said, deserving the jab. "But it was otherwise a great time."
"Did you walk here from downtown?" Zerhoff asked, incredulous.
"I could have sent a shuttle for you.
Maybe on the way back." Zerhoff offered him a drink, but Getty opted for more water. Another short-list candidate for the responsible decisions list. They chatted for a while, swapped stories, and had a few laughs, despite the skin on Getty's face cracking and straining with each smile. He told Getty he hadn't dealt with the AA in several years, and lamented what he viewed as its decline. Finally, Zerhoff cut to the chase.
"Look, I know you didn't come here just to favor an old man with conversation. What have you brought me?"
Getty jutted his chin at the floating oblong artifact.
"Just an antique quantum computer?"
The old man's eyes lit up. He leapt up from the couch to inspect it, running his hands over the gleaming metal fins.
"My goodness, Getty, I didn't think anything like this made the trip from old Earth." "It didn't."
He flashed a mischievous grin. Zerhoff's mouth dropped open.
"You didn't?" "I did. And there's a lot more up on the Fizz. But that's not all I found."
Getty reached into his pocket and removed the tiny gray cubes. He held them and dropped them into Zerhoff's open palm. He turned them over in his hand before inspecting the inscriptions with the ever-present loop hanging around his neck.
"These are authentic as well." "Straight from the Jet Propulsion Labs in beautiful Pasadena, California. Specifically, the Project Rearview Resource Center."
Zerhoff couldn't have been more excited if he'd walked in with a Stamiran harem. He gasped.
"The original space-time research referenced in the other cube?" "That's what I'm here to find out. But until you get that old hunk of junk working, I was hoping you at least found someone who could break the encryption."
"Close," Zerhoff said, a twinkle in his orange-hued eyes.
"I bought a company that did."
He turned and motioned for Getty to follow. "Come on. The gear's in the collection room."
"He has a room just for collecting?"
"Oh, just you wait." Zerhoff strolled down one hallway and turned down another, pushing through a set of double doors into an ornate room large enough to host a basketball game. At least a quarter of the floor was set up as a private, albeit cluttered, museum exhibit, displaying his innumerable artifacts, collected and fastidiously curated over his 2+ centuries. Everything from real Gundren armor to ancient Viefian scrolls.
Wow.
Yep. They wound through the museum-like displays to a gigantic office in the corner, where an assortment of newer pieces awaited cataloging. A smooth, gray metal box about the size of Getty's hand sat on a desk beside a hollow bar.
This device should be able to decrypt whatever's on the cubes.
Zerhoff powered it on and showed him how to navigate the surprisingly elegant and simple interface.
Thanks. It might take me a while.
He waved it off.
Then I'll give you your privacy. We'll talk terms once I know what you have.
As he receded, he added,
If you need me, just ask aloud. The system will notify me.
Will do. Zerhoff closed the door to the cavernous office, leaving Getty alone. He had been looking forward to this moment ever since finding them. Antiquated though they were, the cubes could hold mind-boggling amounts of data. It couldn't all be for this elusive jump technology, could it? He hit pay dirt with the first cube. Reams of research files, notes, and schematics dating back to the 20th century, including a staggering number of files tagged for the mysterious Dr. Nielsen. The largest directory was for Project Rearview. He perused the files while he placed the other cube on the second little glowing square. Getty could scarcely believe what he saw.
Porn. A bottomless ocean of it. Holy hell, he muttered. You were right, Eli.
I was kidding. There must be more. History, culture, art, mathematics.
This is all those things and more.
You mean to tell me that pornography was stored alongside the most important technology in the universe?
Why not? At least he didn't have to worry about anyone finding the space-time research or having it leaked out. They'd need it to level the playing field with the Nads. But decrypting all this would take time. Getty regarded the files on the screen and scratched at the underside of his chin, one of the few places on his body not burned to a crisp because it was still covered in hair.
You know what we could do?
What? No. No, no, no. Getty, you are a guest. How about a nice nap? Wouldn't a nap feel great?
There was just so much of it.
After spending the last few weeks stumbling into an interstellar conspiracy, trying to just stay alive, it didn't seem like that much of an indulgence. He rose from the chair and stretched his fingers.
What do you say? Once more for old time's sake?
Fine, but don't dally. We have things to do. Important things.
Indeed we do, my friend. Indeed we do.
This has been Trawler Trash, Reassembly Book 2. Written by C.P. James. Performed by J.S. Arquin. Copyright 2021 by C.P. James. Production copyright 2021 by C.P. James.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this.